In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And this is what's happening. Dogs. People on television.
No credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television said my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people on television saying my dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. We are the dog eating, the number one dog eating, number two cat eating place on the planet at the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a great one. It's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. That is another produced, edited really quickly again by Megaphonics remix right there. Megaphonics, they're eating the dogs featuring HasanAbi and Donald Trump. Stand back, stand by. That's what I told the dogs, and that's what I told the cats. We're eating them. We're eating them, folks. We're eating them. This is September 12, one day after 9/11, a very special day for a lot of special people of this broadcast. One day after 9/11, 9/12/2024, and it is, I'm a little late, I will admit. Okay, so apologies on that front. I'm a little tardy today. I'm a little late, but I have good reason. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you what that good reason is, because it is personal news time. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, I personally did a bunch of stuff. That's it. There's not really much going on though. I hung out with Felix a little bit after the show, after the stream, hung out with him a little bit, and with my brother as well, where they got to demonstrate their own levels of like airplane autism. You know, they love having convos about airplanes. We did that. Okay. After that, not really much. Had some dinner. Do you know this song is Right Wing? Yeah, I played that intro song by Right Wing, a right-wing YouTuber, Megaphonics. People don't know he's actually a Trump Republican, but he's like a never Trump Republican. Sorry. Voted for him in 2016, didn't vote for him in 2020. Now he became a mega donor for the Democratic Party. Another day, another woman thirsting after you on TikTok. That's crazy. HasanAbi fans wildin'. What is happening? What is happening? You guys are sending me all the thirst talks in the morning. Is 9/12 and the Zin Towers are still standing? Because I protected them. I protected them. I was like, we are not doing it. Never again. Never forget. Okay. 9/11 happened, and I will protect the Zin Towers. The Zin Towers will remain strong. America. That's what I did. I rebuilt them. So yeah, folks. Why? Okay, so what was I gonna say? I'm developing, I feel like, verbal tics because of how much I do the Brandon. Like, I feel like it's just a part of my normal like way of speaking now, where just randomly I'll just be like, folks, why? I'm vocal stimming as Brandon. Anyway, summer's over. Keep those guns away. Summer might be over for you, my friend, but here at the HasanAbi broadcast, which is in sunny Los Angeles, California, it certainly is not. Let me tell you exactly what it is right now. It is 74 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, and I am having a great time. Pepsi tank, thought you were a Coke boy. I know, but this is like an OG tank that I got from like ASOS way back in the day, I think, or Forever 21. It might literally be Forever 21 or one of those like fucking ugly ass like like made to break after 3 washes ass like brands. I think it might have been H&M or something. I don't know. It's one of those like fucking weird shirt like it's one of those companies, and the thing is like it's fast fashion, but I never like I wear them forever. That's what's really funny about it. Like this is fast fashion technically, but I've had it for like 12 years. So it was not exactly fast for me. Yeah, it's a Shane ass tank top though. Like it really sucks. I just like it. It looks cool. Even though I hate Pepsi. Did I feel the earthquake this morning? Sorry, that was me diving into your mom. That's right. Also, yes, I did. I woke up to it. But yeah, personal news wise, Asmongold reacted to the Tyler Oliveira vid and thought it was a good vid and told people to subscribe to him. Yeah, that's not surprising. But yeah, personal news wise, woke up early because of, I mean, not early, but like right on time. The earthquake happened like literally as I took my morning pee, and then like I get a little bit of a extra shut eye.
Where are you from originally?
I get a little bit extra sleep after I take my morning piss, and it fucking woke my ass up, honestly. The earthquake. And then I took Kai to the park as always. I balled my freaking face off as always. Lots of fucking dude, I was shooting at like a 75% off contested threes. Like my 3-point percentage, my field goal percentage with a 3-pointer was like 75% today. I don't know what the fuck happened. There's this dude I 1v1 regularly, and he's my weight, but like shorter than me, like a lot shorter than me. But he's a really good shooter. And I just fucking cooked his ass today, and it was awesome. No pics, no proof. I mean, I usually film. If I film myself playing basketball, I usually never upload it. It's just for me. And I do film myself playing basketball quite a lot, but I just never upload it. I only will like sometimes put a video or like a little snippet. But yeah, thank you for saying bless you. Could you talk about the death of the dictator from my country, Peru? His name is Fujimori. Look up his crimes. Yeah, rest in peace, Bozo. Okay, there you go. Very demure sneeze. Okay, thank you. Not much info yet, but someone set themselves on fire last night outside of the Israeli consulate in Boston. That's not surprising. Okay, we'll get to the news and stuff, but yeah, personal news-wise, that's what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Okay, does this count as winning over a hater or nah? I don't know. I don't know how to deal with this Benny Johnson shit, but it's pretty funny. Thoughts on Jason Tatum's chairman fit? Incredible. Jason Tatum is actually cool now. Okay? I'll say it. Jason Tatum, I forgive you for your crimes of being corny. I forgive you for the text messages. I forgive you for fucking posing. I forgive you for your celebrations, okay? I forgive you for everything, because that chairman outfit went so fucking hard. It made me actually reconsider Jason Tatum altogether. Maybe he is a good guy, because I think when you are invoking the spirit of Mao, right? On when you're prominently invoking the spirit of Mao, when you say let a thousand flowers bloom, like when you got the let a thousand flowers bloom fit prominently in display, I think you can't be a bad guy, you know? You can't. Yeah, my man was out there looking like Castro in fucking in Harlem, you know? Like he had the Castro fit. I thought it was great. It's always good. It was more Castro than Mao. I mean, yeah. Bro's a serial biter. Okay, but like if he's biting fucking Castro, then that's not a bad thing. If he's biting, if he's being corny, that's one thing, but he's not being corny. He's being dope. Like, look at this. Look at this fit, bro. Look at this fit. My man was blasting that shit. Jason has literally never done anything bad. People just hate on him. I think he's just kind of corny. That's what it is. But honestly, let's just say there's other players on that team that are also just as corny, even though I didn't think they were originally. Okay? Bro wants Kobe inside him. Okay, I want LeBron inside me. What's the difference? You know what I mean? Everybody has an idol. Okay, let's move on. Can we feature less unfiltered, full-blown racism on today's stream? Yesterday was kind of a lot. Well, I just started talking about LeBron James, so you're going to get some unrestricted, unadulterated, fucking unshackled white supremacy, because as soon as I bring up the GOAT, people get in their feelings. Speaking of getting MPreg by LeBron or dick riding LeBron or LeBron dick riders, Unk we're going to talk about that obviously today as well. I didn't get to watch the edits, but I did see Unk. I saw some clips. You know, I think it's a great use of Instagram Live. Like, if Sexy Red can show her titties on Instagram Live, if she can flash, like, I think Unk gets to do it too. I think Unk gets to do more than that, actually. Shannon Sharp, baby. No, it's just like, I think they need to sit there and do a play-by-play, okay? I think what must happen in this situation is that you now have to sit there and do a play-by-play, blow-by-blow, okay? What needs to happen is, one, put some respect on Shannon Sharp, okay? Two, there needs to be, like, a post-game analysis, okay? We need to review the tapes. We need to review the stroke game, and you know, people got to talk about what was happening there. Okay, I hope I have the stamina when I'm 52. Have you seen him shirtless, bro? He is so sexy. I hope I look like that when I'm 52. Okay. Ocho Cinco says Sharp needs to work on his cardio. Yeah, he's just being a fucking hater. Okay. Ocho Cinco also thinks he can beat anyone in basketball. Like, not even fucking football. He's like, oh yeah, I could beat any professional basketball player. And it's like, oh, how do you feel that way? Oh, it's because I'm just really competitive. All right, dude. He can beat your ass in basketball easy. I mean, I'm not a professional. I've never played professionally. So yeah, he thinks he can beat fighters. He's just all ego, dude. Anyway, you are bisexual, unlike me, straight king. I am not bisexual, but I am LeBron sexual. Okay? That's different. It's a very different category, which is when you only dick ride the GOAT. Okay? LeBron James. Why am I talking about this? Oh my God. Let's move on. We really gotta button up this fucking unrestricted LeBron glaze that I do every fucking day. Holy shit. Even though he deserves it. Le bisexual. The real L in LGBTQIA. Yes. The L in LGBTQIA is for LeBron. You talk about LeBron, about how most of your female fans talk about you horny bastard, but at least you're keeping it real. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, let's just move on. Moving on. All right. Here, this is the thirst talks y'all sent me.
With some bosses. She don't want no puppy. She want a big dog. Watch my clothes.
Yeah, I'm shocked that there hasn't been a fucking edit of me with the she want a big dog. Cause I am the big dog. Like, I am the big dog. I'm sorry for being unhinged yesterday. I just feel frustrated with the people I'm surrounded by. I live in 1 and 2 remotely purple countries that we're in Kafia around town, get so many bad looks. Okay, comedy is Wyoming. You gotta stop. Okay, please. Like, there's a hella people that live in like super fucking red districts. They don't constantly yell about it in the chat. Okay, please. Oh my God. I made one fucking joke about Wyoming and you haven't let it go. Please. Please. Okay, let's dial it back. I'm giving you the final verbal warning before I fucking clap you, okay? You got black girl TikTok in a chokehold? I doubt it. Do you have a plan to make Hassan Piker your boyfriend?
Still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
Jesus Christ. The fuck is this?
So just a yes or no, you still do.
What is nephew doing? Speaking of nephew, look at this.
Dallas.
Where are you from originally?
Dallas, yeah.
Oh, you're from Dallas originally?
Yeah, but Dallas.
How the fuck did you become such a SoCal Asian if you're from Dallas originally?
I'm not a fucking SoCal Asian, please don't.
Bro, you behave exactly like a SoCal Asian. I was genuinely shocked to find out. Bro, you are about to get timed out. Imagine if Moo started every stream of TikToks, stream of Thirst Talks. Wait, we're supposed to give warnings? Like, it is straight up. Like, his entire social footprint online is like all of the SoCal Asian aesthetics.
Attach that to me, please.
You got the Zoomer fuckboy haircut.
Okay, I had to do this shit for a fucking.
It's blonde. You wear Rick. You wear Balenciaga. You go on boba dates.
I guess, but not fucking. Please don't attach me to that. No.
That's the most surprising thing I've ever heard. I thought you were straight up from Irvine or some shit.
Hell no, I'm from Texas. I was raised around Mexican people.
Bro, you literally do. You used to do Valo E dates, no?
Yeah.
You are one dangling earring away from being a SoCal Asian. It's true. I fucking, I cooked him. I read him to filth. I grew up around Mexicans, as if that's not how SoCal Asians were created. That's funny because Jason just got earrings but isn't wearing them. Hasan is so tapped in, he doesn't have to try. Bro, just list facts. Why is Hasan always eating? That's funny. Okay. You guys have great banter. I like this dude. Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's nice. I like him. Always eating. Hey, there's lots of Asians in Dallas. You'd be surprised. I've thought long and hard about this. I think it's because, like, if there's like an ethnic enclave in an area and it becomes like the majority minority, then all of the like third geners from that group become like white. Like they become they turn into like white kids. They become the prominent white group of wherever that is. So I think that's the major distinction between like Asians that live in like fucking Nebraska. You know what I mean? Because like you're literally the only Asian person in your class and people are constantly ripping into you. So you don't get to have the experiences of like being, I mean, it happens, I think. Like ultimately you could be, you know, depending on your clique or whatever, depending on what you do. But when when you are removed from the being like the minority group and become the majority minority, you all of a sudden, especially when you're like third generation or whatever, you're basically the most like you become like you become fuckboys. You become fuckboyified. You become very Naperville. That's where the AAVE comes from. You know, that's what it is. I mean, we discussed that Asians were absorbed into the whiteness group. No, I know, but like, bro, just get the calipers already. This has nothing to do with like race. What the fuck are you talking about? This is everything to do with the socio-political phenomena of whiteness, okay? And the dynamics that race play into social development. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Nothing? Yeah, of course. It has nothing to do with like genetics. The fuck? We're talking about, yeah, thank you, chatter. Observed social dynamics. It's literally the exact opposite end of that spectrum, where there is no like genetic predisposition to fucking wear dangly earrings and chase ABGs. Okay, that's not like a thing. Everybody loves ABGs. That's like not even a question. You're saying that the enclave becomes the in-group in that small pocket, but it's not even a small pocket if you look at like Irvine and shit. Did you see that Bluebell ice cream is a product with the same name as a slur? Wait, really? What the fuck is an ABG? Asian baby girl. I really hope ABG doesn't stand for Asian baby girl. It does. It does. Asian boba girl, Asian bad girl, Asian baby girl, above 18, right? Yes. Asian basic girl. There's like a bunch of different, it's just West Coast shit. Anyway, all right, let's move on. Asian baddie. That's what it means. Doing a meet and greet at TwitchCon? No, I am not. All-knowing boba goddess. Yeah, Kaya is the ultimate ABG, but she's not here right now. She's at the vet because she's fucking pseudo-pregnant again. Because anytime she is on her period, she just doesn't get off her goddamn period for an extended period of time. And then I have to take her to the goddamn vet. And yeah, pseudo-pregnancy is a thing that happens where your body produces hormones as though you are pregnant. Did you hear they talk about the Cultural Revolution on the Talk to a podcast? Yeah, I thought that they were a little too critical, I think. Like, I get it. The Cultural Revolution obviously had some very glaringly obvious flaws. Specifically in terms of like, I felt like they were too hyper focused on like perfecting decentralization. And I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked that she like the Talk to a girl was like almost a too much of an anarchy in my opinion, and not even a Dengus. No, a lot of people misunderstood. Her assessment on like post-Maoist reforms and the liberalization of the Chinese economy. Yeah, like people misunderstood what she was talking about. I don't think she is an ultra. She was mourning the Shining Path. The Shining Path guy dying, which was weird. She's got very different opinions on a lot of stuff. Okay. You would be shocked. I am a little, I mean, that's why I knew I was a little worried that she was going to try to broach into my field, into my territory. But like, as an ultra, I think it's going to come across very off-putting to like political normies in general when she brings over, the Nelk boys and starts talking to them about how the Shining Path is actually the true anti-imperialist continuation of Marxist-Leninism in Peru. So are you being for real? Yeah, dude. Yeah. The fucking talk to a girl is actually a fucking... What do you think? Shut up. I can't do anything in this fucking community, man. God damn. I'm too autistic to know this is a joke. What do you mean? How could that be real? Think. Yeah. Talk to us said JD Pond. Permanent first world genocide. Unlimited first world genocide. That's what she said. Fuck! Fujimori sterilized hundreds of women against their consent. Dude, I'm not pro Fujimori. Shut up. Jesus Christ, I was joking. Holy fuck! God damn, there's like, how is it that I got literally the same exact guy, okay? Autistic politics enjoyer, context refuser in fucking Peru. It's the same guy. Same guy in America, same guy in Peru. He's like, wait, I don't understand. You made it seem like you're pro Fujimori and what's happening? No, how is that possible? Motherfuckers that just like grew up in Peru their whole lives, exact same guy in America. You could have grown up in the Midwest. Why do you have to be so mean about it? Sorry, but they don't just understand. They don't mean any harm. I'm not actually being mean also. I'm fucking joking. Okay, calm down. Don't get serious about it. It's politics brain rot is universal and irreversible. All right, let's fucking blast off, goddammit. Okay. MAGA copium time. Cat eating memes go viral. You and Felix were hilarious last night. I think I realized that, like, just judging by the last 10 minutes, I think people probably don't understand anything. When Felix and I are just like bantering back and forth, people either don't understand a single fucking thing that we're saying, or they just take it super seriously, which is probably even scarier than not understanding a single thing that we're saying. Like, there's like probably fucking 10 people that are like, oh yeah, these guys are joking, and I get the references. I don't know. Felix is less autistic, so we can tell he's joking. That's crazy. You said Felix is less autistic than me? That's crazy. MAGA copium time, eating memes go viral. HOGWATCH and so much more. Fucking let's do it. If you and Felix had leftovers like podcasts that she would pop off, I don't know if it would, to be honest. I feel like, yeah, I think this chatter is correct. No, he's more autistic, and that's why we can understand him, because we're just as autistic, is what one chatter said. Before you begin, have you seen the baby hippo? Yes. Actually, though, you believe Deng's reforms are the best course of action for China? I think regardless of like ideological purity, a lot of the things that Deng did ended up panning out quite well for current Chinese material conditions. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if I would consider myself to be a Dengist, but look at China now. Leftovers only worked the way it did because H3 already had the name recognition. I mean, yeah, I think like me and Felix having a podcast together would just, I mean, look at Chapo. Chapo was endlessly successful. I'm relatively successful myself. I think that's it. We've maxed out on the leftist memes. Are you going to have the Blowback Boys on and promote their new season sometime soon? Yes. Why does your wiki page say it's written by a fan while also saying you support Hamas and Islamic Jihad? My Wikipedia page says I support Hamas and Islamic Jihad. Great. Fuck it. Why not? Who cares? But yeah, Wikipedia, I think, ultimately gets a lot of... I think Wikipedia oftentimes has a tendency to get very, very right-wing. Coverage of military conflicts. During the invasion, Piker partnership with CARE raised over $200,000 for Ukrainian relief efforts. During the 2023 Israel-Hamas war, Piker's charity drive on the channel raised $1 million as of October 21st. He also spoke on the conflict and on Piers Morgan along with Ehud Barak. Other ventures after the Turkey-Syria earthquake. political views, leftist, progressive, socialist. He's advocated in favor of workplace democracy, universal health care, intersectional feminism. Piker cited his upbringing in Turkey under the premiership of Recep Tayyip Erdogan as influenced both his left-wing views and is willing to speak about them. Piker supported the presidential primary campaigns of Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020. Has been an outspoken critic of both the Democratic and Republican parties. He also opposed Trump's travel ban, has been a critic of Islamophobic people, offensive stereotypes, hostility, and negative attitude towards Muslims. No, this is pretty good. What do you mean? In January, Piker interviewed a Yemeni self-proclaimed pirate who filmed himself on the board of Galaxy Leader. In the aftermath, Piker was criticized by the Anti-Defamation League for having justified the atrocities of October 7 and conducting the interview after he defended the Houthis' actions, expressed support for terrorism against the state of Israel, and shared propaganda from Hamas and Islamic Palestinian Jihad. Yeah, this is kind of funny that like they put this up here. Wait, did the ADL even criticize me? I thought it was Stop Anti-Semitism. It wasn't ADL, was it? Where is this? Oh, they did. They wrote about it. Okay. In Piker in 2021 purchased a $2.7 million house in West Hollywood, California. That's crazy. God damn, I got hella awards. I didn't even fucking realize, bro. Look at this. God damn. How many fucking awards have I won at this point? God damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 award, 5-time award-winning HasanAbi broadcast. I didn't even know this shit was like that. Did you know this? I had no idea. I thought ADL was not a valid source to use on Wikipedia. Am I wrong? I thought Wikipedia was moving away from utilizing ADL as like a valid source. I like that every single thing here makes sense, and then they just like kind of added that. It's banned, Lamau. Yeah, why the fuck is that still on the page? From the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal, the LA River, in the heartland of America, the 5-time award-winning HasanAbi broadcast. Yeah, the majority report. Yeah, bro. Wikipedia defense editors deeming Anti-Defamation League unreliable on Gaza. Yeah, why the fuck is that still on there? Maybe they should take it off. Anyway. Okay. But yeah, it just, I don't know where y'all came up with this shit, but do we have a blast off meme today or what? The majority report. That's why it says needs update. They're waiting for another source that would corroborate before removing it completely. Yeah, I think people desperately try, and like, you know, edit that Wikipedia page with like insane shit on a regular fucking basis. But they most likely have a hard time doing that because there's like a lot of, you know, valid, real mainstream sources that have covered my background adequately, you know. Racist mad Caitlin Clark isn't also racist. That's so funny. I love that. 5 awards is not nothing. You're wrong. Okay, do we have a blast off meme or not, man? Do we have a blast off meme or not, chat? I feel like y'all are slacking, dude. I'll be honest. Okay. Hawk Tua. That's how I feel. Cute blast off GIF. I can't use GIFs. I can't download GIFs off of Twitter. Okay, we'll do, before we move on, I'm going to do the HasanAbi guesser, the daily HasanAbi guesser as well. Did the Zin Tower survive the earthquake? Clearly, it did. As you can see. So wait, are you serious about the Hawk to a girl being a Shining Path supporter? Yes, bro. She literally did she personally said that she was devastated by the death. Oh, shit. What am I doing? What the fuck? Here you go. The start of the HasanAbi Dailies arc. Let's go. Let's see what this is.
People that are, listen to me. All pedophiles. Whoever don't like Trump is a pedophile. Believe me.
Hey, we got a fucking based Italian.
Okay. Never happened to a sitting president yet. Okay.
He fucking destroyed him in the marketplace of ideas over here. Hey!
You want to live off of us? Free money, free housing. Listen, free checks. Let us please let the working man pay for you. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Work for a fucking living. Let's see what the fuck it is. Work for a living, having sex with monkey pop.
Oh my God, what a king. What a king. He said, I'm walking here. Get the fuck out of here.
This was obviously during the Trump documents saga. If you recall, this is when Trump was raided by the FBI. The boy had 50 stacks in the chat. Okay. Chatterino was at 2.3.5 version. We're at Chatterino 2.5.1 version now. What time frame was this from? I think it was 2021, or was it 2022? When the fuck did he get rated? No, he got rated in 2022, right? This might have been like what? I mean, I don't know. I can't tell from my hair either. 50K viewers who rated. I don't know why you shit on the long hair so much. It actually looks really good. Bro, all it takes is one fucking good long hair moment for you to be like, oh, it looks really good. You're just saying that because it looks good here. That's it. 50K viewers who rated. The FBI, motherfucker. Get it? Long hair, good. Middle part, not good. What is this? Among people who take high dose of prescription amphetamines such as Adderall or Vyvanse, there's a 5-fold increase of developing psychosis mania for the first time compared with those who weren't taking stimulants, a new study found. Oh my God. Do you think this is the reason why so many people are insane? Are they just on Adderall? Is that what it is? Cutting your hair short and clean shave makes you look 10 years younger. Crazy how that works. I know. It works crazier than the fucking top of the hour ad break, which is not a great segue, but I have to run it because it's 12:04. Anyway, we're going to get to the news now, but before we do, all right, top of the hour ad break, and also I'm going to figure out the HasanAbi daily here, my daily GeoGuessr. What time frame is this fucking clip from? I think it's from, was it June? Wait, it says blue? What blue? What the fuck? Well done, comrade. I don't remember when this shit happened. Dude, you guys are... I said blue. What's wrong with me? There's something wrong with my brain. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's just run it. I think I'm getting dumber and dumber every day. I like, straight up, I think I'm just getting stupider and stupider every fucking day. I'm forgetting times. I'm forgetting everything. I just like... Have you been taking Adderall? No, it's not. It's not the fucking psychosis, okay? I think it's just straight up watching too many goddamn Republicans, dude. It's making me stupid. Did you see Marianne Williamson jumping on the Haitians are doing voodoo with Cash Train? It is the least surprising thing. Remember, I interviewed this woman who was running for president. That's all I'm going to say, okay? I should have collected all of the crazies in this election cycle, and I should have done an RFK Jr. one too, and I never ended up doing it. Studies have shown that manic conspiracy theory people have naturally higher levels of dopamine, so it makes sense that Adderall, a drug that increases dopamine levels, could cause mania and psychosis. Yeah, I don't think any of those motherfuckers are on Adderall. I think they're on meth, dog. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think personally that those guys who are fucking crazy are crazy not because of Adderall, but because of fucking straight meth, okay? In your 30s, you get less plasticity and can't remember or adapt to changes easily as you would at a younger age until you're like 50, and then you have the ability to build up more plasticity. Wait, what? After 50, you get more malleable? That's weird. That's surprising. Jake became, I guess, more malleable to the right after his 50s. Hasan, you stream 40 hours in 3 days. Your shit is cooked. Damn. RFK Jr. said Chinese Jewish people created COVID, and he's still the least racist guy in the election. I wouldn't go that far. His opinions on Israel are damn near fucking identical to everyone else's. RFK Jr. is so funny because, like, not only is he virulently anti-Semitic, but he also just straight up is, like, as big as a dick rider of Israel as everybody else in the race. Wonderful stuff overall. You will never be able to get a fucking candidate that goes, what the fuck are we doing with, like, the $7 gorillion we're giving to Israel every fucking day? What is happening there? You know? It's really cool. It's really cool that there's, like, not really any fucking valid major third party fucking challenger that's like a Ralph Nader type, you know what I mean? Who's like, hey guys, a lot of this shit seems fucked up, don't you think? Above average anti-Semite, he has takes on specific tribes. Yeah, that's how you know he's more anti-Semitic, because he singled out the Ashkenazi Jews, bro. That's like, it's like the fucking Groypers with their obsession with the Talmud. It's like, most American Jews don't even fucking know what you're talking about. And these motherfuckers are like, I read the Talmud. It's like, what are you? Are you a fucking rabbi? Why did you read the Talmud? What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? It's like the fucking Islamophobes who are like, oh, did you see this surah in the Quran? It says, like, you know, the Prophet Muhammad did the pedophilia and loved it or whatever. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, shut the fuck up. It's the dudes that do, like, advanced lore to be more transphobic, for example. They, like, learn everything about trans existence so they can like manipulate it to their transphobic advantages. It's like the weirdos who are super Islamophobic that then like learn all the wrong things about Islam just so they can make a better, more coherent fucking argument about how Muslims are somehow unique in terms of how they operate. Don't you do the same thing, the right wingers? Yes, I do. That is why I am so fucking tapped in. That's exactly what it is. Yes, I know my enemy. Okay, my enemy are fascists. My enemy are right wingers. So yes, you are absolutely correct. Yeah, I have no issue with that. Yes, do you? Do you consider my enemies to not be valid targets? Do you not also consider them to be enemies of mankind? I do. I'm not like Tim Pool. I don't personally think like Ukraine is the enemy of America. I think right-wingers are the enemy of America and the world. Some of them are also liberals.
The presidential election, the candidates stepped away from the campaign trail yesterday to honor the nearly 3,000 people who died in the 9/11 attacks. The nominees shook hands at the event with President Biden at Ground Zero in New York. This morning, the Democrats say they are starting an aggressive new push. Nancy Cortez is covering the Harris campaign in Charlotte.
I'm assuming you mean the extreme right leaning ones and not the ones leaning towards the middle. I mean, the ones leaning towards the middle are Democrats, and I hate them too. So I guess ones leaning towards the middle, I consider to be an enemy of progress. If you are an enemy of progress, you are an enemy of mine. If you're an enemy of standing in the face of improving the material conditions of people all around the world, uplifting workers, then you are my enemy. Okay, that's it.
Nancy, good morning.
Nate, good morning to you. And they're actually using that phrase, aggressive new phase, to describe what she's embarking on now. They say that now that the debate is behind her, the convention is behind her, she can really step up the pace of campaigning. And so she's going to be doing 2 rallies here in North Carolina today, one here in Charlotte.
Is Democrat middle seems like they're the same party? I mean, they're pretty close. At least in the way they message, they are desperately trying to be like, no, we love the Republican Party. We are the Republican Party.
And then in Greensboro, and then she's headed to Pennsylvania tomorrow. They say that they are going to work to capitalize on what they view as major momentum coming out of the debate on Tuesday night. In fact, the campaign says that it's going to be releasing a slew of new ads featuring clips from the debate, with the first one being released today. And now the question is, will they debate again? In a couple of interviews yesterday, former President Trump said he's not inclined potentially to debate again, since in his view, he won the first debate. But as you know, Harris has been...
Yes, I'm working class Yankee, adjacent Canadian, but I can't see how it would be politically advantageous for Harris to cede the middle ground to Republicans by moving left. She may pick up some voters by changing her Palestine policy, but I believe that it is too risky to make a drastic change when the election is tight. Nor do I think Stein is capable of winning or governing. In a first past the post election, it doesn't seem wise. First of all, you just said a whole bunch of shit coming back in and chirping as the libtard Canadian, okay? There is not a single vote that's like, we want more genocide, please, okay? So you're wrong on that front. It would not be risky at all. It's just the media tells you that it's risky, and you have no capacity to analyze this in any way, in a critical capacity. You just like, you hear that being repeated, and you don't even question it at all. You just go, that's the truth, because you're a liberal, okay? Yeah, don't engage with me earnestly. I am engaging with you earnestly. I'm just telling you what it is. I never fucking advocated for Jill Stein, nor do I think that she would win anything. I'm not going to fault people for wanting to vote for her because she like doesn't, there's no valid alternative that's like an anti-genocide vote out there. But having said that, I do routinely make fun of people who are like, if you vote for Jill Stein, she will win. Now, that's number one. Number two, okay? Harris is not ceding middle ground to the Republicans by moving left. That's not a real thing, okay? Harris is currently simply working against her best interests. Kamala Harris has a lot of votes that she could pick up by addressing the real hurt and the real harm that a lot of people have experienced. Now, she's not necessarily charismatic enough to launch a bold campaign regardless, but at least like a couple solid policies here and there that poll very well would genuinely improve her, the way that people look at her. Okay, she's a blank slate. She could use this blank slate especially at a time when people were tired of Joe Biden, not just because he was old, but also because like they were tired of establishment Democratic Party policies all the way back in 2016. And that problem still exists for a lot of people that are non-voters. She could pick up those people. She could pick up those people by being like, I see you, I hear you, this is what hurts for you, and I'm going to fucking fix that shit. All right? Instead, she forgot why she was popular to begin with. She forgot why people were excited for her to begin with, and is just trying to make sure that this is as close a race as possible. It's fine. That's what it is. The average middle class is already iffy. No, dude. And by the way, yes, you are a libtard because you say libtard ass shit. Like, the average middle class is already iffy, okay? Like, you make it seem like if you were to tell people, like, hey, I'm going to give you more health care, okay? Like, if you make policies like, we're going to expand Medicare, okay? We're going to expand Medicare. We're going to lower the eligibility age to, like, 55. It's the most popular welfare program in the fucking country. It's the most popular government program in the United States of America. Despite its state of disrepair and underfunding, it is still one of the most popular goddamn policies. Expanded to 55. You could just say that. That was Sherrod Brown's take, okay? And that was actually not even fucking progressive enough. I'm a Medicare for All supporter. I'm a nationalization of healthcare supporter. Having said that, however, she could at least go out and be like, the public option. That's what Joe Brandon said. Okay, Joe Brandon was like talking about how he's going to do the public option. Never talked about it ever again because he's a piece of shit. Okay, why is Kamala Harris not doing that at all? It's dumb as fuck. Okay, this is a major issue for people. Another major issue for people is rent. Okay, housing prices. You're not going to fucking solve housing. Yes, you voted for NDP when you lived in Edmonton. You're a libtard. Okay, NDP is also libtarded. Shut up. And I say this as someone who literally fucking promoted and played Among Us with Jugmeat, okay? Shut up. There's no liberal party in Alberta. The NDP was their only non-conservative option. Do you think the NBC fact checker was extremely biased during the debates? You mean the ABC fact checkers? No, they weren't. The only biases that they had was that they were biased towards the fucking truth and doing their goddamn job. And I think because Americans have completely forgotten that, like, you know, normal adults don't say stuff like Trump on a regular fucking basis, especially when they're like running for a powerful position, that they were shocked that like the media for once did their goddamn fucking jobs, dude. Are you kidding me? Hasan, are you voting for the Democratic Party? Absolutely. I'm writing Joseph Robinette Brandon. I mean, they were biased. Yes, they were biased towards U.S. imperialism. That's what they were biased towards. But that's, you know, that's expected. Oh, yeah. All right. Dog, Canada is ruined. I, as a First Nations man, got priced out of the entire country and had to move in with my American native mother in an upstate New York slum. Jesus Christ. Donald has completely lost it. Yeah, they're really going on this. They are really invested in this cat narrative, which I think is kind of funny. Fuck it. YOLO. Let him run with it. New Trump post, by the way, he's declining a second debate. That's unsurprising. All right, let's get back to this.
Pushing for at least one more. Now, as for the endorsement heard around the world, we are told that there were more than 330,000 visitors to vote.gov yesterday after megastar Taylor Swift announced she is backing Kamala Harris and directed her fans to go to that site to register to vote. So a big bump in traffic. We will see if that holds. As part of this aggressive new phase, the Harris campaign says she's going to be doing more local interviews.
I think he will regret that if the polls change dramatically. You will see minimum 2-point bump for Kamala Harris because a lot of people are really like, a lot of people who are voters in general, okay, like they love to vote, okay, those people are just like, they want the permission. They are embarrassed, okay? They're embarrassed to go out and fucking vote for the Democratic Party, and they want the permission to like publicly declare that they're voting, okay? So the Taylor Swift endorsement, the debate performance, a lot of that stuff gets the libtards to be like, oh, I'm voting. Yeah, I'm voting for Kamala. She cooked it. Look at this fan cam. It's like still that vibes-based attitude in some ways, okay? Because her performance was fantastic. Donald Trump's performance, on the other hand, was god-awful. So it will give a noticeable bump, and they will use that noticeable bump to be like, the momentum is still there. I think that beyond that, noticeable bump. I think that might hopefully get Trump to come back to the table to do a second debate, because I really want a second debate because it's awesome, especially because he got cooked so fucking hard. Having said that, you are not going to activate people who have previously voted for the Democratic Party but think like, my shit sucks, I'm not going to vote for Trump, but I'm not going to vote for fucking Kamala Harris either, until you go to them and you say, I'm going to fix the grocery prices situation for you. I'm going to fix your rent situation for you. I'm going to fix your roads, all this shit, okay? I'm going to fix your infrastructure. I'm going to bring up minimum wage for you. You're going to make more money. You're going to have more fucking dollars in your pocket at the end of the goddamn year. And we're going to do that shit. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you directly. If you run around and you say, we're going to give $50,000 in tax cuts for the startup economy, you're cooked. You're fucking cooked. Okay? That's not tracking well. That's not going to be like the people that you saw in Springfield. Okay? Those people have been fucked over for generations at this point. Okay? And in that fucked over, that generational ass fucking, they have become incredibly angry people, incredibly resentful people. They are in a state of disrepair, and they're primed to fucking hate. They're primed to get angry at anything and anyone. And the Republican Party expertly goes, hey, guess what, dude? You know who you should be angry at? Black people. And they're like, okay, yeah, I am angry. You're right. It's the Haitians. I don't know how many times I could say this. This will be probably something that I repeat until the day I die. Okay? It is something that I've been repeating for the past 10 years. Economic instability, economic volatility creates an environment, especially caused by austerity and wealth inequality, creates an environment for people to become more and more reactionary, especially when one side is saying, you are angry and you're right to be angry, and it's actually the homosexuals and the Jews and the black people that are responsible for your shitty situation. Meanwhile, they just rob you fucking blind. They run your pockets like the little bitch that you are, okay? And you got nothing going on, especially because on the other hand, the fucking other party is never going, no, dog, it's the rich people. What are you talking about? They run the show. Why are they not saying that? Because they're also run by the rich people. That's it. So be vague. Don't give specific and detailed information. Gotcha. Is that your takeaway from this? You can be as detailed as you want. I think on the messaging front, you can be an advocate for bold policy changes and demonstrate messaging discipline. But yeah, no, you should absolutely say, no, I am going to give you health care. Okay. I already gave you a policy on that front, a policy that is incredibly moderate, by the way. Expanding Medicare coverage to lowering Medicare eligibility to 55 is literally the most almost idiotically fucking bare minimum thing you can do. It's a gimme. It's a literal gimme. It polls at like 70% historically. You do that, you win by Reagan numbers forever, okay? 55 plus are high propensity voters. You give everyone over the age of 55 Medicare, an objectively popular government healthcare system. You are locked in, okay? It's the safest. It is the literal safest fucking thing you can do in terms of expanding healthcare. Okay? It's not even bare minimum. It's beyond bare minimum. That's not vague at all. There's nothing vague about that. That's a direct policy. It's a policy that I gave you an example, like a person like Sherrod Brown in Ohio has run on that policy. Okay? A lot of people, I think, refuse to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth because they have these biases that they're primed to believe, like the Democrats are actually the adults in the room. They must win, and the Republicans must lose. And this guy's a naysayer because of some secret reason. It must be because he's just upset about fucking Gaza or some shit, and he's not telling me the truth. He's just fucking, I don't know, lying, right? Or Hasan, he has only surface level opinions on stuff like this. He never scratches the surface. And then when I do scratch the surface, so many of you don't fucking hear me. It's frustrating. Trump makes people I care about afraid. Immigrants, Muslims, etc. Because of this, I find him reprehensible. God wants better of us. 2016. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about like all the hate crimes that are exploding in fucking Springfield, Ohio. I wonder how many Tyler Oliveira is directly responsible for. Shouts out to Tyler Oliveira, Tyler Hitler Vera, piece of shit. But yeah, let's parse over the words of let's parse through the I want the most hard-dicked, most lethal military of all time conversation one more time, you know? I understand posturing pressure, but the ballot box seems like a simple trolley problem. A conservative federal boot makes local and state progress even more difficult. I know this is not. Listen to me. I am a committed believer in democracy. Okay? That means I believe in certain fundamental principles, like, for example, that politicians need to earn your vote. This argument is dangerously close, if not directly the underpinning of the harm reduction voter argument. Democrats are not entitled to your vote, okay? Out of fear of the other side, you might make this calculation in your mind, and that's great for you, okay? Go off, kings and queens. If you want to vote for the Democratic Party because harm reduction, that's valid, okay? There's, you know, increasingly less things that you can harm reduce on because the Democratic Party keeps throwing major policy prescriptions away. All right. Having said that, however, that's valid if you want to do that. But you also have to understand, okay, losing the savior consciousness shit strategy, you are fucking stupid because you refuse to listen to the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth. Why are you refusing to listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? No one votes like that. You are a fucking nerd. You vote like that because you're locked in. Average people don't care about politics because of the attitude that they experience, the things that they experience on their day-to-day basis, okay, in their day-to-day lives. You are privileged enough to care and talk about the privilege that you have and say, I have to vote for this party over the other because the other party will ruin so many other people's lives. And then you want to feel good about it, okay? You want to be like, look at how good I feel. I did the right thing. I did the right thing to stop, you know, undocumented migrants from being fucking purged from American soil. I agree with you, okay? I agree with you on principle in terms of like, you know, what the Republicans will do if they get their wishes across, okay? Having said that, that's demonstrably not how people vote. Why the fuck would they care about being Team Democrat and helping Team Democrat win over Team Republican if Team Democrat is not offering them anything? So when I advocate for the Democratic Party to offer people things so that they get motivated enough to get off the fucking couch, okay, take the leap of faith and vote for the Democratic Party, you come in here and you argue against that principle. You are arguing for the Democratic Party to lose, okay? You are arguing for the Democratic Party to lose. That's what you're doing. And you've done this in 2016. You did this in 2020. You're doing this again right now in 2024, okay? It's great. It's wonderful that you think the average person, the bus driver, the fucking guy who's like the janitor, or the guy working the assembly line, guy working at the fucking Amazon distribution facility is gonna fucking, after a long day of work, going to come to the conclusion that like I have to be a harm reduction voter, but they don't care about that. You want to know why? Because rent is impossible to fucking keep up with. Whatever amount of disposable income you could have potentially had, it's going directly into your rent. It's going directly into your inflation. And they don't care about anything else. Why should they? So you have to go and talk to that person. You have to tell that person. You have to beg that person to come out and vote for you. You have to make sure that that person understands that you are fighting for him or her. But the Democrats don't do that. They just sit around in their fucking ivory towers and they say, if you don't vote for us, fascism will thrive. And that's correct, technically. But ain't nobody gives a fuck about that because from their perspective, they're like, well, I'm dying anyway. My shit sucks. My shit sucked with Trump. My shit sucks with Kamala Harris. Who the fuck do I vote for? Ain't nobody has my best interest in mind. Okay? So you can fucking complain in here about harm reduction voting all day, every day. I'm not disagreeing with you. That's just simply not how politics works, though. Okay? And it's inherently undemocratic. Harm reduction voting comes with the entitlement, the attitude that the Democratic Party must not earn your vote, but should take it for granted. Okay? So you can be theoretically correct. You can be technically correct. You can send me as many Noam Chomsky videos as you possibly can send me about how he, at the age of 957, when he was there when democracy was fucking invented, says every goddamn 4 years, like, you have to go out and vote for the Democrats out of harm reduction. It's not a question. You can do that every fucking election cycle. I've done it. Okay? I've seen it. I've seen it every election cycle that I've covered professionally. Okay? Since 2016. That does not matter. It does not move the needle. Okay? That's it. So it's additionally shocking to me that the libtards in this fucking chat are like, nah, I'm anti-democracy, dog. The Democrats don't need to earn your vote. You need to shut the fuck up and you need to go out and vote for them every single time. But that's not how people operate. So why the fuck are you in here advocating for the DNC and their ineptitude if you're not getting paid by them? Because I duke it out with chatters sometimes, and there are notable chatters in this community who do work for the DNC, okay? But at least they're getting pay stubs. You're fucking Canadian. You're not even an American. You're not even an American, dog. Like, how the fuck do you just go, nah, dude, you don't understand. Like, this is the right way forward. I've been yelling for months about how the Democratic incompetence in terms of not communicating against the Republican insane reactionary sentiment that the Republicans are just like outwardly declaring about migrants is going to lead us into direct Hitler territory. We are there. Okay, we are fucking there. Times may change, but the tango is to keep requiring partisanship is revolting. What? And it'll be our downfall if not more. Realize and organize. Use the same scare tactics they use on us, on them. What does that mean? What is this? And then the Republicans come back into power and they do Hitlerian policy only to have the Democrats use said Hitlerian policies to their advantage to fucking fundraise and win another election and then not do anything about it. Okay? That's the problem. And that's precisely what the Democrats did with abortion. They waited and waited, and the Republicans kept fucking needling on the issue of abortion. They used the fucking Supreme Court of the United States to take away that right, and the Democrats fundraised off of it. What good is that? What good is that for the fucking red state teenager who is a victim of rape, who can't go and get this medical procedure? What good is that for that person? She's just a talking point. It's disgusting. That's it. You were so much hotter back then. I know. Yesterday was a very different me. I think a lot of people in here, what is this? I think a lot of people in here just feel like our voice isn't being heard in general. I wish there was more outlets for us to make a change. The right also think that voting for Trump to reduce the harm by not letting the left win. Dude, no the fuck they are not. Maybe you're talking about like straight up Nazis on the right, but abso-fucking-lutely not. No, the right demonstrably never vote from a defensive posture. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck no. Look at polls. 70% of Republicans say they're voting for Trump, okay? As opposed to around 60 to 70% of Democrats routinely saying they're voting against the Republican, okay? Against Trump. Look at the goddamn polls. They say it. People say it. You think it. That's the funniest part. Because this is a relatively independent, relatively progressive space in comparison to many other outlets online. So you obviously must feel that the party doesn't fully represent your best interests. And even then, you are advocating for the position of someone else, someone that you have read about on MSN or read about on New York Times or seen on MSNBC coverages. And you have like built up in your mind that there is this mythical guy out there. I don't like what the Democrats are doing. I don't like what the Democrats are doing, but there's some other guy out there that really does, and that guy's going to vote. That's literally what you fucking operate on. If you're in here, that means you probably don't like it. That means you probably want more from the Democratic Party. I don't think I have a single goddamn person in here that in their minds thinks like, oh no, the Democrats are doing everything that I want. Like they want exactly that. Like, is there a single person in here that is like, no, I think the $50,000 for startups is a phenomenal policy. You know, I think that permanent genocide in Gaza, phenomenal policy. I am voting for Kamala Harris for these reasons. I am voting for Kamala Harris because she said she wants to have the most lethal military. No, you don't believe that. Okay? You don't. That's why you always do this wishy-washy shit where you're like, well, I don't really like it, but there's someone out there that must like it. Obviously, these guys are the adults. Like, I'm sure if they calculated this decision, there's got to be some mythical guy out there who really likes it. And then you don't even, you're also shackled by your own lack of imagination. What do I mean by this? Like, you don't even imagine a guy that fits that dynamic. Like, can you think of a guy, especially in one of these fucking key states like Pennsylvania? Like, you think there's a guy in Pennsylvania that's like, oh, I'm so glad Kamala Harris said she wants a lethal military? Like, I love that. That was like the greatest thing that she said. I'm a big fan. I am the NATO voter. And Trump does this regularly, and we laugh about it, and you think it's funny when I make fun of him. Ain't nobody in Pennsylvania is like, I'm a Viktor Orban voter, right? Nobody's that guy. So it's funny when he says it. The kill shot to the dumbfuck chatters is the acceptance that the vast majority of voters who do not vote in this country are far more left on economic issues than the Democratic Party are. Centrist non-voters are not real. I know. Wait, don't get mad, but why is $50,000 for startups bad? Because it's not a winning fucking strategy, okay? $50,000 in tax cuts for new startups is just fucking silly as shit. Like, it's a silly ass thing to try to win these supposedly much more conservative voters in these swing states. You know, it is a good policy if you want to fucking make childcare more affordable and you want to expand child tax credits. And that kind of still sucks because it's not like a direct cash infusion, right? I wish it was. Like, it just is unnecessarily complicated, but fuck it. Like, that's fine. I'm happy with that. Say that, okay? Run with that over and over again. Kamala Harris was great in the debate. Will that be enough to win? Bernie thinks that he can just like go on MSNBC and be like, I love Dick Cheney saying Kamala Harris is the best. And then he writes this article thinking that a single one of Kamala's like top advisors, most of them are just like, you know, Joseph Robinette Brandon workers, like Joseph Brandon people, are going to take him seriously. They are not. I think Bernard would have had more fucking play if he ran for president. Last time he did that, twice in a row, the Democratic Party had to switch their positions to an objectively more populist, pro-healthcare, pro-social safety nets position. Okay? Straight up. I think he would literally do better if he was just like more active and I don't know, if he was more of a threat, I guess. Or 30 years younger, that'd be great, yeah. It's important that Kamala Harris continues to define and expose Trump, but it might not be enough to secure a victory. No, this argument is the same argument that I make all the fucking time, dude. That's it. The American people want change. That's what Harris must deliver. He needs to fucking, he's saying, stick to policies. Tell people what you're going to give them. That is like the most basic, that's politics 101, okay? In a theoretical Western democracy, that's politics 101. It's so funny that we are so far removed from this notion that like voters are not entitled or sorry, the party is not entitled to the voters voting for them and that those votes must be earned. We're so far removed from that reality that all the politics understanders in the chat keep fucking yelling about harm reduction, thinking that like the guy who is, you know, having a hard time making ends meet is going to be motivated enough to go out and vote. With that attitude alone. They don't give a shit, dude. You just sound like an annoying little loser to them, okay? And I give a shit, and you sound like an annoying little loser to me. So you're not really doing anything. Do you get it? Please stop. Like, you're correct. It's great. I love how correct you are. Okay. I love how correct you are. It's just not going to work, because if that worked, Hillary Clinton would have been the fucking president in 2016. And I'm not, Kamala earned my vote by not being Trump law. Sorry. I'm not. No. Do not misunderstand me. If you want to go out and vote for Kamala Harris, if you're on the Mamala train, that's great. Okay. But that's not what we're talking about right now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or is this something that people are purposely obtuse on because they just don't want to hear what I'm saying at all? Because we're not talking about you. I'm not talking to you. Okay. This isn't about you at all. If you've made up your mind, that's great. Fantastic. Okay. Phenomenal. But if we're talking about strategy, how to get people who are not going to vote for Kamala Harris to go out and vote for Kamala Harris, they have to do certain things. Is this basically just the forced to vote thing again? I feel like this was when, no, I was not for forced to vote. What the fuck are you talking about? This is just like basic fucking electoral politics. This is me putting on my staffer, my analyst hat on to just be like, these are the things that she needs to do. And I use vague terminology for people to understand. I use reductive terms for people to understand better. And then I also dive deeper into policy as well. But like, this is me being like, listen, if you want to win, you got to do these things. If you want to win by wide margins, you got to do these things. And last but not least, and this is the most important part, okay, it's good for the country, okay? It's good for the country. True leadership requires you to demonstrate moral courage, okay? Instead of just sitting around and being like, team sports sweaty. That's why, and I'll say this over and over again. That is why a lot of the other content creators that might tell you the things you want to hear in terms of like the Democrats are the best and the Republicans are meanie bobinis, and that's true. Okay. Well, the second part is like those people are so often wrong. Do you think that I'd like have the gift of prophecy or some shit? No. I think I'm not as radical as what my haters claim I am, especially when we're talking about the election, right? So I mean, really though, what are we supposed to do? Just not vote? You can say I'm an idiot, but it sounds like what? We lose no matter which party wins. People saying voting for Harris is voting for genocide, so we shouldn't do anything, so it doesn't matter at all. I'm just that dumb. I don't know if I'm just that dumb. See, this is the problem. Dude, I never said any of these things. Like, I don't understand where you're coming from. Like, you are upset about, I don't know, what you've seen on Twitter, and that's hurt your feelings. Okay? So now you come in here with those feelings, and you just say, you're fucking calling me dumb for wanting to vote for Kamala Harris for harm reduction. It's like I'm not saying anything. I'm like, go ahead, have fun. Vote for Kamala Harris. Vote for Kamala Harris illegally. Okay? That's not what this conversation is about, okay? And I will never tell you not to vote in general. I think that voting is good. Like, Noam Chomsky is right when he says it's the least significant, most consequential thing you can do. He's right. Yeah, Biden is in office right now. Hate crimes on Haitians. Harm reduction. I feel like this annoyance comes from people's brains short-circuiting during election years where everything you say is heard as being declarative of what you should do. And they just don't listen to descriptive statements like if politicians say X, voters will do Y, which is interpreted as if politicians say X, voters should do Y. Yeah, there's a little bit of that for sure. Okay, there's definitely a little bit of that. I think people firmly commit themselves to a specific camp. And for a lot of people in this community who are progressively minded people, harm reduction makes logical sense because it does, right? They don't recognize that, especially if they've only like been interested in politics for like the last 2 cycles, let's say, they still haven't developed this understanding that like it kind of seems like the things that the Democratic Party is harm reducing on are just getting smaller and smaller, and the window of harm reduction is getting shorter and shorter as well. Like I'll admit, it was shocking to even me, a person who has been very interested in the nerdiest ways possible in American politics for quite some time, who's been doing this professionally for 10 years. I was shocked at how fast the Democratic Party went from we're running against Donald Trump's immigration policies. If you don't vote for us, you want kids in cages, to we want to actually do Donald Trump's immigration policies just 4 years prior. That was shocking To summarize, your point isn't that harm reduction is wrong, but that it doesn't convince undecided voters at all. Exactly. But the problem is, because a lot of politics understanders in air quotes, are really, really invested in this political process, and that political process is basically just team sports. It devolves specifically into team sports. They are watching MSNBC and they're hearing harm reduction, and that's the only thing they can think about in terms of like motivating people, and that shit doesn't work. It's fucking annoying. You would never sell a product if you've ever been in a sales position, or if you've ever been a marketing position, if you've ever been approached by someone who does sales, right? If you haven't personally done it, this kind of like woke scolding is genuinely annoying. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine someone trying to fucking sell you something by being like, if you don't fucking buy this product, the other product is going to be successful and it's going to kill people? You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Even some libs like Hayes now are recognizing, they're realizing the Hitlerian nature of American immigration sentiments. It's partly ludicrous and partly funny. By the blood libel being stoked against immigrants is genuinely dangerous and disgusting. They have no shame, but they should be ashamed. And if they're religious, they should repent and ask God for forgiveness. All the same disgusting bullshit was said about Jews before pogroms and immigrants before lynching and riots. They said it about it. Yeah, Chris Hayes is a HasanAbi head, but he seemingly hasn't been watching a lot of my latest coverage because I've been fucking screaming about this for a while. I remember you constantly saying this in 2020 for Biden. You'd say the liberals don't just want you to vote for Joe Biden. They want you to be happy about it. Yeah, exactly. I did say that a lot. They would get mad because I was criticizing Biden in the same exact way. They'll get mad in the same exact way now, too. They'll be like, well, what the fuck? You're not sufficient. Well, I'm not even like openly pro Kamala or anything either. So like, at least in 2020, I was like, listen, like, you know, Joe Biden, awful, horrible, but that's the choice you got. This time around, I'm not doing that at all, okay? Vote for whoever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. Sorry. If you want my undying loyalty, you got to give me something.
America.
And the
like
things
bringing
that I
down
want,
the cost of living.
And the things that I want are you know, pretty fucking valid. Things that I want are openly popular things that everyone else wants as well.
Heard from Donald Trump. Instead, it was the same old show. That same tired playbook that we've heard for years, with no plans for how he would address the needs of the American people. Because, you know, it's all about him. It's not about you. Well, folks, I said it then. I say it now. It's time to turn the page. Turn that page. Because, to your point, America is ready for a new way forward. We are ready for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic about what we can do together. That is why Democrats, Republicans, and independents are supporting our campaign. Over 200 people who worked for President George H.W. Bush, President George W. Bush, John McCain, and Mitt Romney have endorsed me for president. Former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congresswoman Liz Cheney are supporting me as well. Because...
like, I get why she's saying this, because she's in fucking North Carolina. Okay? I get why she's saying this. She's in North Carolina. But that's like an ad, okay? That's an ad that you run in very specific suburbs. That's not what you come out of the gate swinging. Look at all the young black men behind you and young black women behind you. Look at all the young people behind you. They don't give a fuck about Dick Cheney. They're just clapping because you're saying that. Okay? I get why you would make this argument in North Carolina, make no mistake. But like, that's not what you come out with, you know? That's not your like immediate posture, okay?
With affordable care, paid leave and affordable health care. A future where we build what I call an opportunity economy so every American has an opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, to start a business. And, you know, I talked about it the other night. I love our small businesses. I really do. I love our small businesses. And many of whom are here. And the thing about our small businesses is they are, so first of all, my mother.
Chatters, what do you think is a larger number, okay? Regular workers or small business owners in this fucking country? Okay? Serious question. What number is larger? People who own small businesses or people who work in fucking retail? People who own small businesses or people who work at fast food restaurants? People who own small businesses or people who fucking are delivery drivers? Who do you think? What is the larger number? Okay?
$1,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses. Started out with $400 million on a silver platter and then filed for bankruptcy 6 times. But a whole lot of people have the ingenuity, the entrepreneurship, the work ethic.
This is like electoral poison.
That kind of work and just need to be
33 million small businesses in America. She's talking to 10% of that crowd statistically. Okay, here's also the funniest argument. Who do you think is larger in numbers? Small business owners or people who work at small businesses? That's it. There you have it. Okay? What's the larger number? Guy who owns a small business or guy who works at a small business? Truly a tricky question.
I have a plan to lower the cost of living for America's families on everything from healthcare to groceries. Under my plan, more than 100 million Americans will get a tax break, and thousands of dollars of your hard-earned money.
What percentage of those groups donate and show up to vote? What are you talking about? In totality, the number is far larger. It doesn't matter if the higher percentage, there's a higher propensity of voters in one group over the other. Like what? At that point, you have the totality is significantly larger, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? You're talking about millions of people versus hundreds of millions of people. Hello? Yeah, it's the start of small business, not continue a small business. It doesn't matter, dog. It doesn't matter. The reason why I'm saying that, what is the number of people who own a small business versus the number of people who work at small businesses, means people who even want to start a small business and have started a small business and have successfully continued their business, okay? It's a smaller number. There is a larger group of people out there with genuine issues in their lives, okay? And you can address some of those problems. You know what else is funny about this argument? If you were to make broad declarations in terms of policy, like fucking saying stuff like, we're going to do federally mandated paid leave, okay? Every other country has it. We have to have it. You know who would benefit from that? Like a lot? Fucking small business owners. You want to know why they benefit from it? Because they don't have to cover that anymore. That's not an amenity that they have to give to their workers. No one has money to start a small business. I'm agreeing with you. Okay, I misunderstood. I'm so primed for fucking liberals to come in here and yell at me.
Tax. I call it a Trump sales tax because it will be a tax on everyday basic necessities, which the economists have measured will cost the average family nearly $4,000 more a year. And the top economists, they've previewed our plans. They've reviewed them.
It's like the question is, again, fuck, she's doing the top economist shit. The question I have to ask you once again is like, what do you think is the larger number / the larger concern? People who have enough capital, okay, to start a small business and are just like looking for that $50,000 tax cut that will truly benefit them, or people that don't have $400 extra to spend on an emergency. In the United States of America, you don't have to look that far. I know what the number is. It's the second thing, okay? It's people that don't have $400 in their fucking bank accounts to spend on a medical emergency or just any emergency whatsoever. That number is much higher than the people who have like scrounged up enough dollars to be able to start a small business, but this is really going to give them the leg up that they need, okay? It's like laughable to compare either of these things, okay? You're right, you need a day off, making it kind of toxic right now. No, you need a day off because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break and you won't see those ads for the entire day if you take a day off. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Now we're going to move on. I'm going to hear what Kamala has to say. Okay, here it is.
Actual plan concepts.
Oh, she's cooking
And
him.
understand what's at stake on that. 45 million Americans are insured through the Affordable Care Act. And he's going to end it based on a concept. And take us back to when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Well, we are not going back. We're not going back. No. We will move forward. We will move forward because ours is a fight for the future and it is a fight for freedom. Like the decisions about her. And we know how we got to this issue because Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe versus Wade, and they did as he intended. And now, in over 20 states in our nation, they have what I call Trump abortion bans, including North Carolina, every single state in the South except Virginia. Think about that. Every single state in the South except Virginia. Now, 1 in 3 women in America lives under a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions even for rape and incest. It is immoral. It is immoral. And I know we all here understand and agree one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. And what we know is that the impact of this is, you know, it's been over 2 years now since that decision came down. The impact of this is so real. It's affecting people every day, just based on the stories we know, and there are so many stories we don't know. Think about it. Because of Trump's abortion bans, women are being refused care during miscarriages. Some are only being treated if they develop sepsis. And when asked on Tuesday night, Donald Trump refused to say that he would veto a national abortion ban. You remember that? He refused to answer that question. Refused to answer that question. Well, I'm going to tell you, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. And across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms and rights, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water, and the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And North Carolina has a history of the point I'm about to make. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now the baton is in our hands. It is in our hands. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And we who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass an assault weapons ban, universal background checks, and red flag laws. So much is at stake in this election. So much is at stake in this election. And understand, this is not 2016 or 2020. For a number of reasons, including why the stakes are higher, because 2 months ago, the United States Supreme Court basically told the former president that he will effectively be immune no matter what he does in the White House. About that, just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Right? He who has vowed that if reelected, he'll be a dictator on day one. That he will weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States of America. Think about that. And let us be very clear. Somebody who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again. And you know, one of the points that I mentioned on Tuesday, so the people who served under him at the White House, who saw him every day, right? His national security advisor, his defense secretary, his chief of staff, and his vice president, all have warned, all who worked with him every day in the White House, sat with him in the Oval Office, have warned America, Donald Trump is not fit to be president of the United States and should never again occupy our nation's highest office. So and we're not going back. So it comes down to this. It comes down to this. We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. And we understand the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And so, I believe it is the highest form, then, of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So, North Carolina, we have 54 days until Election Day. 54 days. And just 35 days until early voting begins. And it's not only the presidency that's on the ballot. There are many important races, including Josh Stein running for governor, whose opponent was handpicked by Donald Trump and wants a total ban on abortion in this state. Right. So these are the stakes in this election. Up and down the ballot. Up and down the ballot. But we know the power is with the people. The power is with the people. And your voice is your vote, North Carolina. Your vote is your voice. Now, here's the thing also. We are loving our campaign, aren't we? We are loving this campaign. Also the thing, ours will be a very tight race until the end, okay? It's going to be a tight race until the end, and we are the underdog. Understand that. We are the underdog. There are powerful forces trying to convince people that their vote doesn't matter. There are powerful forces here, too. But I say all that to say we've got some hard work ahead of us.
Bae, she's talking about AIPAC.
I love about everybody here. We love hard work. Hard work is good work.
She's about to start ripping into Israel. She's like, Donald Trump was right. Elect me and Israel will not exist in 2 years.
With your help, we will win in November. We will win. We will. We will win. North Carolina, today I then ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we have opportunity? Do we have a promise, America? And we ready to fight for it? And we win. God bless America.
Yeah, I mean, this is still very much in the same fucking pocket, in the same vein. You know, fuck Donald Trump. I'm the guy. I'm the gal. She has better stage presence. I think she's like developing more confidence. She has more, she has definitely more charisma, I would say, overall. But it's just that I think personally, it's just not going to carry her across the finish line. And what you say at your rallies matters, right? What you say at your rallies matters. What do I mean by this? You are talking to your hyper-focused base. Donald Trump in his rallies goes nutty mode. I mean, he's saying unhinged ass shit, right? That's his campaign messaging. That's what he cares about. That's what he knows his fans care about. And in a lot of instances, like, he's actually speaking to some of his loyalists, right? He's speaking to the people and reflecting back their most unhinged sentiments. It always strikes me as odd that whenever I listen to Democrats, I feel like Democrats are teaching members in their most like hyper-focused group of support, like what they should be excited for, rather than reflecting back to them what they are excited for. They're like, hey, listen, like, we're going to attack Donald Trump. Listen, we're going to do harm reduction. Listen, we're going to be better than the Republicans. Like, the Republicans, on the other hand, are like, when they go to their rallies, because these are the most loyal supporters, right? These are the people who are diehard. They're like going there and they know exactly what those people want and they're giving that to them, right? And they say unhinged ass shit at those fucking rallies. It is really interesting to see this dynamic that, like, Democrats go there with one goal in mind, and that is to be like, listen, you got to vote for us because we're better than those other guys. Like, I don't think that's all people want to hear about. You know what I mean? They are just spoon feeding libs talking points as to why they are the greatest because these idiots are tribalism incarnate. Another Bush Republican endorsement. Alberto Gonzalez, oh my God, who was President George W. Bush's attorney general, found legal rationale for torture and warrantless surveillance of American citizens, endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris. J.D. Vance went on a podcast called Viva Fry and said that we are currently in an internal battle that is a continuation of the Civil War, and he's on the side of the South. Couldn't be more of on the nose if a Hollywood lib spoofed it. That's insane. I need to see the video. Come on, dog. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh, this guy is literally just, he is poison, man. He is fucking poison. He is so, how can you be this bad, dog? I mean, dude, I swear to God, it's column A, column B, column A, column B every single time. Motherfucker, you're a senator from Ohio. What the fuck's wrong with you? You literally played a formative role, okay, on the other side, or your ancestors did. That's number one. But what I want to talk about is how funny it is that we just got done being like, the Democrats are just like playing to lose. They're playing scared. They're not reflecting like what people on the ground want from them, right? And immediately it's like, these guys are just exploding. They are so fucking bad, dude. How? It feels like it's a race to the goddamn bottom at this point. Like, you have to understand, like, who does this appeal to, my man? Like, you already have the base. You already have the base. Who is like, oh, hell yeah, J.D. Vance is not gay and loves the Confederacy? Well, I wasn't voting for Trump, but now that I know his idiotic baby man with a beard and mascara is actually saying the South's going to rise again, I'm going to vote for Trump extra hard. Like, that's a guy who was voting for Trump already. Who are you messaging to? I love this fat baby man with a beard. It's going to bring out the Klan voters. Dog, if you think the Klan voters weren't already primed to vote for the Republican Party, I don't know what to tell you. They don't need any additional messaging. The only thing that this does is piss some people off in the fucking North who are like, oh, what the fuck are you saying?
Mike once told me that American history is it's a constant war between Northern Yankees and Southern Bourbons, where whichever side the hillbillies are on wins, right? And that's kind of how I think about, you know, American politics today.
Wait, what? But the Confederacy, what? Who were the? Is he saying the hillbillies were on the northern side?
Is like the Northern Yankees are now the hyper woke sort of coastal elites. The Southern Bourbons are sort of the, you know, the same old school Southern folks that have been around and influential in this country for 200 years. And it's like the hillbillies have really started to migrate towards the Southern Bourbons instead of the Northern woke people. That's just like a fundamental thing that's happening in American politics.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Are you saying that the old South was woke? Like, what the fuck? Like the Confederacy was woke? and that's why the hillbillies were on the side of the Yankees. But now the hillbillies are on the side of the fucking Southern extension and continuation of the fucking of the continuation of the Confederacy. Like, what the fuck?
Politics, guy. But Mike once told me that
it's so dumb, dude. This guy's so fucking stupid. Please translate. I don't speak JD Vance. Yeah, the Confederacy wasn't racist enough for the hillbillies. I love these guys so much. Like, these right-wing podcasters who are like, we're the real Americans. And it's like, dude, you are just as gay as everyone else, okay? Straight up. Like, look at me, look at you, okay? We're the same, dog, okay? We're the same. Not really, because at least I fucking work out and shit. Like, it's my favorite fucking thing when these, like, right-wingers are like, yeah, we're fucking macho alpha dog, you know? And then what's your output? Your cultural output is a podcast that 8 people listen to? You're fucking pathetic, dude. You're just as gay as I am, okay? And on top of being a homosexual just like myself, you're a fucking failure, okay? These guys are like, oh, we're so fucking alpha. We're so goddamn alpha, dude. Yeah, hell yeah. I love being a right-winger alpha dog. It's like, what are you doing? You're speaking into a microphone. Holy shit. I agree, but working out is gay as fuck too. I know, it is. I work at Boeing and I'm back from voting to strike. The result will be ready by 9 p.m. tonight. 33,000 workers about to strike. Let's go, baby. Congratulations to the Boeing workers. It's strike time. I think JD's so desperate he would come on your show even. Ugh. I think he's a repulsive little freak. I would have a hard time having a conversation with him. I also am, like, legitimately afraid of Peter Thiel. He's like one of the only people in this country that I'm actually scared of. Like, not even a joke. Why? Peter Thiel? Good reason to be afraid of Peter Thiel. All right, let's do the Harry Enton analysis.
On stage at the VMAs to call on voters to register, young voters especially, to register to vote. The night before that, she had announced her support for Kamala Harris. And one voter registration group has pointed to a huge spike in traffic and telling CNN the swift effect is undeniable. Let's look at all of this. Harry Enton is here. So, undeniable.
Great
You
word.
get to be the judge on that. This all gets to young voters.
Yeah.
How much does she need help? How can?
Yeah, I mean, why does Kamala Harris welcome Taylor Swift's support? Why does she need the help? Well, let's just point out something that I have been noting all along during this campaign, and that is the underperformance that both Joe Biden and now even Kamala Harris has among young voters. All right, so this is the Democrat versus Trump margin among voters age 18 to 29 or under the age of 30. You go back 4 years ago at this point. Look, Joe Biden had a 28-point advantage. A 28-point advantage over Donald Trump. Now, you look when Joe Biden dropped out of the race, he was up by just 7 points. Now, Kamala Harris has improved on Joe Biden's standing, but look at this. She's only up by 15 points. That is significantly less than Joe Biden was up at this point among the youngest voters in our electorate. It's only about half the margin that Joe Biden was pulling in. So Kamala Harris will absolutely welcome in the support of Taylor Swift if she can move young voters at all, because the bottom line is Kamala Harris is, in fact, not doing as well among young voters as you might expect a Democrat to necessarily be doing based upon history.
And what we heard from Taylor Swift last night was a call to register to vote, get involved. Why? How much of voter registration and why is that key? How important is that?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's go to the key battleground states of Pennsylvania and North Carolina, all right? And what we're going to do here is look at the Democratic advantage over Republicans in voter registration. This is party registration, registering as a Democrat, a Republican, or unaffiliated. Look, if you go back to September of 2020, look, among active voters in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, so Democrats, look at that, a 559,000 voter edge over Republicans. You jump now, look, Democrats still have an edge. But look how much that's dropped. It's now just 169,000. We're talking about the Republicans closing the gap by nearly 400,000 voters in just a 4-year time span. You go to North Carolina, it's the same exact trend, right? You go back to September of 2020, you see Democrats with a 415,000 voter edge, and now they still hold an edge, but it's just 128,000. And of course, both of these states were determined by less than 100,000 voters.
Sorry, my mom went and picked up Kaya from the vet. Do you find it incredibly interesting that mainstream media never tries to dive into why Kamala and Biden aren't doing really well with young voters? No, because that would require them to think about like progressive policies and how they should lean into certain things like that. And obviously, corporate-backed mainstream media absolutely fucking hates having that conversation, because corporations hate having that conversation, because young voters are obviously very invested due to their current class status. Especially young voters are very interested in policies that are very progressive, and progressive policies are harmful to the corporate profit motive. They are harmful to the bottom line of corporations. That is precisely the reason why they will never fucking talk about that sort of thing. Okay? That is also the reason why they have created this mythical narrative surrounding the undecided voter. It is a lie, okay? I don't know how else to describe it. It is a fucking lie. This mythical undecided moderate is always in the middle on these issues. They're the middle of the road guy who's just simply in between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. The median voter in the United States of America has some collective total of the most insane and oftentimes inherently contradictory positions. You have to look at what their priorities are in their top 5 things that they care about and try to tackle those issues. That's it. That's how you win. And when you look at the top priorities for people, year over year, it is always going to be people that want, healthcare to be affordable or free. People that want educational attainment to be affordable or free. People that want rent to be affordable. Okay? Free would be even better, but you know what I mean. Like, those are the main things, right? Those are the main things that people care about. Those are the main things that impact their lives. And it's especially so for younger people. Okay? Why are they voting right then? Because okay, so here's how this goes. And I will use the example of Latino voters in the state of Texas, because I think that's one of the best examples that you can use in this regard. A lot of people go, why the fuck are Latinos in Texas voting for the Republican Party? This doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? They're a pretty solid, reliable voting bloc for the Texas GOP. Why? Well, because, one, they've been, generationally Texans for a lot longer than most white people in this fucking country. That's one of the reasons. And so, they don't consider themselves to be in the same vein as undocumented migrants in any capacity, and inherently might even have reactionary attitudes towards that sort of thing. But beyond that, Latino voters in general, especially in the South, consistently poll very positively on progressive economic policies, a bigger social, welfare state. They are for it, okay? But if one side is never actually advocating for that at all, and the other side is not advocating for that either, but at least they're giving them something that they care about, like if they're Catholic, for example, if they're very religious, for example, the other side, the Republican Party, regularly hits them on that note on issues like abortion, or consistently pumps their communities full of misinformation in terms of trans people. They're transing the youth. They're doing this. They're doing that. Especially if you have lower educational attainment across the board, okay, you are more likely to hyper focus on at least some of the things that these people are putting in front of you. Okay, that's it. And in defense of this, if the Democratic Party wanted to launch a solid defense against this kind of strategy, all they would need to do is offer the Hispanic voting bloc, the Latino voters in Texas, the Latino voters in all these other states, things that they care about, okay? Things that they fucking care about, things that improve their lives, okay? But when they don't do that, and the other side at the very least looks at their situation and says we're not going to fix your material conditions, but hey, these guys are trying to make things worse for you. They're transing the children. And we're going to protect abortion, or we're going to make sure that, nobody gets an abortion or whatever the fuck, then yeah, they go, all right, well, this guy at least offers me guns, and I like guns. This guy at least offers me, at least tells me I'm right to be angry, and that I should be angry at this thing that I don't fully understand. And then they go and fucking vote for the Republicans. That's how it works. Half of my boyfriend's family's undocumented. They literally want to have family. They literally want to have family members who are citizens vote for Trump because Dems are transing the kids. And I don't know how to explain to them that they will get deported if Trump wins. Yeah. I don't know a single Latino voter who thinks that. Well, you might be in a fucking primely blue state. Also, you are literally in this chat, which means you're probably like close to the age of 30 or under the age of 30. And of course, Latino voters under the age of 30 are some of the most like pro-socialist motherfuckers you've seen in this goddamn country. They were the most reliable voting bloc for Bernard Sanders. So that's an entirely different conversation to be had there. We're not talking about you, okay? We're talking about seventh generation Texas, seventh generation Texans of like Mexican descent that have been in this country for longer than most white people in the fucking Northeast, okay? Do you think Kamala is 13 on young people than Biden was in 2020 because all the Sneeko, Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate viewers being under the age of 18 back then? Young men are 50-50 now, or is it more so because of the greater awareness of the Democrats' policy on Israel-Palestine? I think it's both. People who had Texas moved to them. Yeah. The dudes who say the border crossed me. Yeah. I'm from Texas and Latino. Half of my extended family is hardcore MAGA. My parents still talk to this day about how Reagan was giving, how great Reagan was for giving them amnesty. That's the other side of the equation too. Leftist Latinos really need to start speaking up. Latinos are about to overtake the white people in the next decade as the majority Republican voters. I mean, Latinos are the white people in this equation. At least in terms of like census data and the way that like a lot of Latinos view themselves. Whiteness is not about the color of your skin. Whiteness is a socio-political construct. Okay. And there's hella Latino voter blocks that have already been firmly committed to the white voter block regardless, like Cubans, right? And what is actually currently happening is that with the reactionary slant that you're seeing, there's even like fucking Mexican dudes and Guatemalan dudes and shit that are also now joining that categorization. When will they stop trying to use colors with this concept? Is single-handedly is keeping it from being understood by the masses? No, not single-handedly being. That's only one of the tricks that is being used to undermine the truth and change public sentiment. This is an inherently white supremacist system. It's there's a shitload more propaganda, trickonology. Yeah, I will never forgive Yakub. I will never forgive Dr. Yakub for inventing white people. He ruined the planet.
Back in 2020. So the bottom line is Republicans have been doing a significantly better job of registering voters than Democrats have been doing over the last 4 years and getting folks to switch over from Democratic registration to Republican registration. So yeah, Kamala Harris would definitely welcome the idea if Taylor Swift could bring in some more younger voters, Democratic-leaning voters in the electorate, because the bottom line is Republicans have been doing a heck of a lot better job of registering voters than Democrats have over the last 4 years.
I mean, this seems like a warning sign. Well, in the result of it, we have to wait and see, right?
Yes.
I mean,
the Dem edge over GOP and voter registration is dropping in key states. I don't know what the current registered voter number is. I think this is just like new registered voters. But from what I understand, Michael from Pennsylvania was talking about how like the Democratic Party's like registered voter advantage over the Republican Party in the state of Pennsylvania in 2008 was 1 million. 1 million. 1 million. Okay. That's pretty fucking crazy. Here, let's talk about one other aspect of the youth vote.
The thing, Christian, is that right now on the ground here in the U.S. with young voters, particularly young voters who are not white, the issue that they are talking about is not Ukraine. The issue that they're obsessed about, and I would say rightly so, is what's happening in Gaza. So that I would say I would have liked for the debate to have spent a little bit more time on international issues, on the question of Gaza. And I just have to say that in that moment when Kamala looks at Donald Trump and says this, right?
Wait, what do you mean? This is on Christian Amanpour, chat. No one is watching this, okay? I'm sorry. This might as well be CNN International, okay? You're not going to see this. New York Times is not going to incorporate this to their analysis ever. And Jake Tapper's never going to utter those words, and neither is Dana Fash nor Anderson Cooper.
When she looked at him and said it to his face, you are considered a disgrace.
Also, she said rightfully so. So before you fucking yell about that.
obsessed about, and I would say rightly so, is what's happening in Gaza. So that, I would say, I would have liked for the debate to have spent a little bit more time on international issues, on the question of Gaza. And I just have to say that in that moment when Kamala looks at Donald Trump and says this, right? When she looked at him and said it to his face, you are considered a disgrace. On the international scale, this is where people are just like, wow, this is going to be the president? This is going to be our president again, when it's not just Ukraine, now it's Gaza. But sadly, she was not able to seal the deal on the question of her position on Gaza. And I think that this is one of the main points for international foreign policy that will, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but it could make or break her election. And so that's where I would be focusing the attention now.
I know you hate my take on this because I have faith, hear rumors law, but I think Kamala goes left on Israel-Palestine by going anti-Bibi with a Gaza reconstruction plan within a month. I'll put my flag down. If I'm wrong, I'll be mega sad. Yeah, let me tell you something, okay? One, too little, too late, and also not enough, okay? Not only is it too little, too late, but it's also going to not be enough. So even if she did that, even if she fucking did that, she should have done that a month ago. She should have done that a month ago and then fucking built off of that, built off of the momentum from that into taking a hardened position, okay? She has routinely said that she is not denying weapons transfers to Israel at this point. It's just not going to happen. ABC covered the story of some HasanAbi heads who are, refusing to serve in the Israeli military, by the way. I thought that was interesting. I thought that was fun. The main thinking is that she's waiting until it's too late for AIPAC to spend election money. I'm pessimistic, though. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Because let me tell you something. Okay? At that point, it's done. Okay? It's done. Like, people need time to trust you. Okay? People need time to believe you. And if you have spent that time, if you have spent all of that time since the swap out, positioning yourself directly in opposition to the point that you're going to inevitably arrive at, it's going to be too fucking late, okay? Early voting has already started. You can't go Holocaust Harris mode for like the past 2 months and then be like, oh, just kidding, actually. We're going to switch that off. And knowing how the Democrats operate and knowing how she's communicated on this issue with like some of the residual Obama stank associated with this kind of sentiment, like the NGO focused approach to the subject matter where she says like Palestinians need self-determination. Like, as every other day, there's like fucking 70 Palestinian children that are being wiped out by American weapons that we're shipping them still. Okay? You don't share the opinion that people think she's trying to hint at a better position for Palestine, but can't go full on without basically contradicting Joe Biden that she's still vice. Yeah, no, I don't. I think that's bullshit. And if that's the case, then it's not only is it cowardly, but it's also idiotic. And I gave you a historical reason as to why that's idiotic, okay, with LBJ. It was a failure. It was a failure of Humphrey to do this far too fucking late. And, you said it first, and I found an article about LBJ's Vietnam issue. Yep. The specter of Hubert Humphrey haunts Kamala Harris. A Democratic convention in Chicago isn't the summer's only echo with 1968. After the Democrat in the White House decided not to run for re-election, the VP got the presidential nod. Hubert Humphrey faced that choice in 1968. Kamala faces it now. There are so many patterns that keep repeating themselves. That have happened throughout American political history. The LBJ, Joe Biden versus Hubert Humphrey, Kamala Harris dynamic is glaringly obvious. It is so obvious that I'm shocked that more people don't actually talk about this. Okay? Not only that, but also on the other side, you have a Ronald Reagan style presidential candidate who has basically carbon copied Ronald Reagan, who has every opportunity to sidestep the Democratic Party and communicate directly with Benjamin Netanyahu. Republicans have, under Nixon and under Reagan, literally fucking cut deals with foreign nationals, with foreign entities, specifically to cook the books in terms of the election on an unfavorable issue. Okay? Ronald Reagan survived an assassination, so did Donald Trump. It's like bar for bar. Chatter's thinking that Kamala is somehow more left-leaning than she is because of her takes in 2020 when she instantly went way to the right on everything is naive, wish people wouldn't do this shit. I mean, that's why I was always very careful. I was to not instill to not create like a sense of confidence in Kamala Harris of her like being secretly this like progressive. The reason why I didn't want to do that is because I told you, like, a California senator in 2019 was always going to be more progressive than their actual ideological, their actual real opinions and how they would legislate, because they have no power. When Democrats have no power, they'll fucking act like they're Maoists. She just made $600 million in 2 months. What is Chatter's yapping about? HasanAbi talking to an average American voter be like, nerdy ass politics chatter needs to understand who really votes. Yeah, this is the other side of the equation. She has fundraised $1 billion. Okay, she has fundraised $1 billion fucking dollars since she was announced. According to leftist YouTubers, you apparently didn't do that. It's like they don't listen to any words you say. Yeah, they're leftist YouTubers, brother. What are we talking about? Like, I'm sorry, no disrespect. I love them all, but they're fucking leftist YouTubers, okay? They do not represent a fucking real constituency. It's not a real, we're not having a serious conversation at this point. There's a reason why I never fucking talk about like other leftist YouTubers if they, have analysis that I disagree with, because why the fuck would I do that? Like, Republican YouTubers literally have the capacity to change political discourse in this goddamn country and even promote pogroms. Leftist YouTubers don't have that capacity at all. They don't have anything. Half of them aren't even fucking American, if you're talking about like bad empanada or whatever. Yeah, I mean, this is a funny take, but this is the average American. High likelihood that the person that you are subjecting to the death penalty might not have actually committed the crime. There are plenty of people who are currently on death row, including a very famous case of a man in Texas. It's your state.
Yes,
this guy is autistic. In a lot of instances, actually, this happens very, very frequently. People with personality disorders, unfortunately, are overrepresented in people within death row that might get falsely accused of a heinous crime that they actually did not commit. The famous case in Texas I'm referring to is an old man who's been in prison, I believe, on death row for, 25 years at this point. The main detective who actually prosecuted him, not prosecuted, but arrested him and investigated the case, now thinks he's innocent and is trying to get him off death row, but he still cannot do that.
Let me stop you right there.
What? Yeah. Kamala Harris raised $47 million in the 24 hours after the debate, her biggest 24-hour period since the launch days. I think these are also the reasons that, okay, these two stories, I'm going to show you side by side, okay? This, Kamala Harris campaign raised $47 million in the 24 hours after the debate. And this, J.D. Vance went on a podcast called Viva Fry and said that we are currently in an internal battle that is a continuation of the Civil War and he's on the side of the South. Okay? Those two stories back to back is exactly why I still think Kamala Harris is going to win. Okay? That's it. Like, Republicans have horrible instincts and they're leaning into like the most insane shit when they could be running an adequate campaign, but they just refuse to do so. They refuse to be fucking normal. Okay? And the Democrats do have a lot of promising prospects, let's say, like that show that there is a lot of popularity or there is a lot of need. Here's a TikTok from a HasanAbi head that sums up what you've been saying about Kamala.
HasanAbi said that Democrats will always manage to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory, and he is so correct. We're 2 months out from the election, about 30 days before... I saw this TikTok. It's a great TikTok. I gotta pee real quick here. HasanAbi said that Democrats will always manage to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory, and he is so correct. We're 2 months out from the election, about 30 days before early ballots start going into mailboxes, and the presidential debate is tomorrow. And the Harris campaign has finally announced the policies that they believe in. There's two problems. Actually, there's more like one problem, but the one problem has two facets to it. Basically, what they've done is essentially just copy and paste the Biden campaign's stance on policies. That's what we in the biz call a bad move. Because it means that just like the Biden campaign, the Harris campaign's policies are incredibly unspecific. Like, they say they want to raise the minimum wage. Okay, to what? They say they want to restore Roe v. Wade. Okay, how? They say they want to, like, ban assault weapons. Through what means? And since these are all the exact same vague promises that Biden made, why should anyone trust you to actually deliver on it when the administration that you're working for isn't doing that? All of the exciting things that make people want to vote for Democrats are gone, and all of the things that basically just make Democrats Republicans from 2008 are present. The only things that are really specified in this policy page are tax credits. And Democrats, I'm gonna hold your fucking hands when I say this. No one cares about tax credits. Just give people free money. Finally, deciding to run as Joe Biden's Agenda Part 2 was stupid because people didn't just not like Joe Biden because he was old. He is a historically unpopular Democrat due to his politics. The old shit just pushed him over the line. This race should be nowhere near this close, but Democrats are addicted to losing. It's like they can't get enough of it.
Another similarity is that Hubert Humphrey also never won a single primary contest, although he did get votes from closed caucuses and being friends with the party bosses. Why tie yourself to a dude with 30% approval? Yeah, it's really funny because that dude's approval rating went up because he dropped out, okay? That's the funniest thing. Like, people were like, thank God he's no longer fucking the bag up. So his approval rating went up, and Kamala was like, that's the guy I want everyone to associate me with. The guy who I literally replaced because he was so patently unlikable. And before people say it's because the Democrats are the controlled opposition party, okay? Before people say that it's because Democrats are also backed by the same corporate entity and that they are the opposition party, they have a vested interest in continuing the profit-focused, short-term collapse of the American economy in the same way that the Republicans are, yada, yada, yada. It's like, dog, I know, okay? I know, but that's not who I'm talking to right now. I'm talking to you, okay? And I'm making an argument as to, I'm helping you and others like you arrive at that conclusion by showing you verifiable fucking proof that, like, the Democrats are working to lose. There is a shit ton of people in here that do not have that same approach that you do, okay? There's a shit ton of people in here that think that the Democratic Party is doing their best, that believe what they see when they hear the MSNBC coverage on the mythical moderate, or when they see the CNN coverage on the moderate undecideds that just want, like, middle of the road policy from Kamala, and that's how they're going to get off their asses and go out and vote. I have to counter that propaganda, okay? I have to counter that propaganda. That's my job, is to counter that propaganda. That's what I'm doing when I do that, okay? But yes, that underlying basis for why the Democratic Party operates that way is, of course, true, and I talk about it all the goddamn time. Just now is not the time for that.
Registration doesn't equal votes, but it's something of an indicator.
It's an indicator.
Speaking of indicators, what is the Swift effect?
Yeah, what is the Swift effect? So, look, what do we know? Visitors to vote.gov due to Taylor Swift, who clicked on that link on her Instagram post. As of 2 p.m. yesterday, look how many folks clicked on that link. It was 338,000 folks. Now, not all those folks, obviously, are going to register to vote. But the bottom line is this is a ton of folks who could be entering the electorate. Look, it's not necessarily something that's going to change the election if Donald Trump ends up winning by 2 or 3 points. But, of course, the votes in these key battleground states are so tight that any help that you could get at all, this is a clear effect of folks going and getting interested to register to vote. You saw last night Taylor Swift again urging folks to go register to vote. Democrats will take any of the help because the bottom line is this election is so close that any small impact could be all the impact in the world, Kate.
Are you saying turnout matters?
Turnout.
Sarah?
You two goofs. All right, so how much of an impact might Taylor Swift make with young voters? I'm joined now by CNN political commentator Van Jones. He's also a former Obama administration official, and Meredith McGraw, national politics correspondent for Politico. Van, to you, we have to see if there is a Swiftie effect.
The guy who really is tapped into the youth vote is the guy who cried real tears on camera when Joe Biden dropped out. Let's go to that guy who cried real tears when Joe Biden dropped out. Okay? Fucking Harry Sasan has a better understanding of the goddamn youth vote, and he certainly doesn't. I'm just saying he has a better understanding of the goddamn youth vote than fucking Van Jones. Okay? I compared you and HasanAbi and your chat's reactions to the debate and Asman and his chat. Are there actually a large amount of Russian boss trolls, or are there genuinely so many people who believe Kamala is just a liar? If yes, how do you win them over to our cause? Wait, dog, yeah, there's a lot of Republicans in Asmongold's community. No, like, those are genuine people. Also, Kamala does lie. What do you mean? Every politician lies.
Coining the phrase, a Swiftie effect. She certainly had an effect on people being interested in registering to vote. We don't know if they actually did. They did click on the link. Do you think she could make an impact? Because you and I have talked about this before. Usually celebrities don't really, they don't really change people's minds.
Well, here's the thing. What she can do is to motivate people who might have been Kamala curious to actually look at Kamala Harris as an option. And you do have a whole different world. You and I, we watch television, we know the news, hopefully everybody at home watches us every day. A lot of people don't. Wake up call to the political class. A lot of people don't follow every Donald Trump press conference, everything that Kamala Harris has ever done. And so when they're on in their Instagram, their TikTok, with Taylor Swift, if she moves her left elbow, it's massive news. And so what you're doing is you're creating an on-ramp to politics for a generation of young people that may not honestly have been paying attention at all. And so just the mere fact that you get a little bit of a looky-loo, that people are looking over there, gives Kamala Harris an advantage that she would not have had with people who are not political junkies.
That is a heck of a lot of people, 337,000 people.
No, million people, right?
I mean, 337,000 that clicked on the link, but there are millions of people on her.
Well, there's 300,000 people, as you said, who clicked, but she has 300 million social media followers. She's got more social media followers than a lot of countries have citizens. That's a big deal.
It's about the size of the United States. People following her from all over the world. All right. I want to talk about swing states because this is an incredibly close race, and we need to recognize that. Debbie Dingell, Congresswoman from Michigan, talked about her particular state, which was a huge state and a state that Hillary Clinton really needed and lost during her campaign against Donald Trump. Let's listen to what Debbie Dingell said.
I think. I wonder what Van Jones will say about Michigan. I wonder if there's like an automatic 200,000 fucking voters plus that Kamala Harris could win over in the state of Michigan. I can't seem to place my finger on why Michigan seems so close. I just don't know why, especially when Michigan was actually wider when the original swap out happened. And then the communication from the Harris team made that so much closer for some reason.
I think Michigan is a dead heat. People know, but there's just a lot of people in the middle. I don't understand at times what people see in Donald Trump. They know what will happen to this country if he's president again, but they believe strongly. And it's just closer than people realize.
Meredith, why is this race so incredibly, literally historically close when you look at the polling right now?
Well, we're seeing that there still remain millions of undecided voters. And these people are younger. They seem to skew a little bit male. And there are a lot of educated women who are in this group who still have not made up their minds about Harris or Trump. And both campaigns are working hard to try to win them over and also find out where they are in these key battleground states so that they can campaign there and they can tailor their messaging for them. And the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign are on this blitz in the next few days to try to go to these battleground states and make their message. For the Harris campaign to try to, move forward with the momentum they have after the debate, and for Trump to try to reset and refocus on the policy issues that he failed to really talk about the other night.
Van, I do to you. I don't remember.
Like, do they kill you if you say it's Israel or something? Like, do they just do they fire you? Like, what's going on? Like, you can't be fucking avoiding this shit. Like the top of the hour ad break, the mythical moderate that you've been talking about. Yeah, the Democratic Party is avoiding the truth. The mainstream media is avoiding the truth harder than subscribers avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's 3 minutes long and it's here. You might not have recognized it if you were already subscribed for $6 or for free. It's 3 minute ad break now.
Remember, and maybe you do. You've been doing this. You've been in this game a lot longer than I have. But
that's true.
But I'm not sure I remember ever hearing someone say we really have to focus on the male vote, the men's vote. But the men are actually making a difference here, and they are going towards Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, look, we have a gender gap. There's been one for a while. That's not new. But what's new is, I think, the intensity of it. Okay. I think Donald Trump is running a very masculinist campaign. Kamala's not running a feminist campaign. I mean, she's not, underscoring the fact that she's a woman. Hillary Clinton did that, didn't work out as well. But there is this kind of masculinist approach where you're going to what's called the manosphere, which is a bunch of podcasts that are really aimed at men. He's trying to bring in a lot of the so-called bro culture, and it does have an effect. A lot of young men are saying that they don't feel the Democratic Party sees them in a good light. They think the Democratic Party sees all men as being, quote unquote, toxic, and that's starting to have an effect. And so I think Kamala Harris has an opportunity to make up some ground here, because I know her personally. Nobody more enthusiastic about young men being successful than a former prosecutor. She's been somebody rooting for young men in California to get jobs, to get out of trouble, to get on their way. That needs to be underscored more, given the dynamics of the race.
I do want to talk to you about something that the campaign did, the Harris campaign did. They went on Twitter, as one does, and they trolled Donald Trump. I want you to see it. They said, this is our latest campaign ad. And what is it? It is simply the entire debate. There's that laugh again. There it is.
I'm just saying, that's kind of mic drop on that. I love it. It's fun. It's funny because, she whooped him, and I think that Kamala Harris did something that no politician's been able to do in this whole past decade. Donald Trump has been eating up politicians like Pac-Man. He went through 16 Republican governors and senators, whooped them, and made it look easy. Kamala Harris went out there, and she just owned him on every question, and I just think that she's right. I think that's hilarious.
I'm going to show you now our power rankings about to be revealed for the first time.
There is a very real problem with the young male demographic that extends far beyond the Democratic Party's future prospects in this election. I don't know how we're ever going to address that, but the same dynamic exists for them. The same dynamic exists for them in the exact same way that you saw in that fucking Tyler Adolf Hitler Oliveira video. It's not just Andrew Tate. It's not just TikTok and gender wars. They play a very prominent role in radicalizing young men. Okay? But having said that, beyond the manosphere shit, there are a lot of men who are, one, being left behind in school. They are not receiving the same educational attainment that women are, okay? For a multitude of different reasons. This also cuts at their job prospects. Their job prospects are diminishing. Their material conditions, especially when paired up with the entitlement that they feel about where society is supposed to place them as young men is causing them to be resentful and angry. If you do not solve the underlying material problems, you are not going to win these people over. You are just going to make them more and more right-wing, more and more radical. That's it. Republicans love this environment. They make no sense since the economy is doing better. Bro, what are you talking about? The post-COVID recovery bump understanders or the post-COVID recovery bump explainers objectively forgot that the economy, not by the metrics that you look at the economy on, but just like by how people experience the economy, how like real working class people feel about the economy, was never good. It wasn't good in 2016 either, okay? It's so fucking stupid that people are just like, but I don't get it. It's like objectively better. It's objectively better than it was like, during the peak of COVID. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? This makes it seem like everyone was happy with the fucking economy in like 2016. Why do I do any of this fucking commentary if people just like objectively forget all of a sudden? They like shut off a part of their brains. Shit's not good. Doors open. Doors open. I gotta go outside.
And we mentioned a moment ago that there are changes, all right? Let's put it into motion, okay? We believe right now that North Carolina and Georgia have had a shift. They've had some movement. So I want to direct your attention down to the southeastern corner of the country. Georgia and North Carolina are considered toss-ups. So we will now put them.
The American economy has been, in terms of GDP, blowing the fuck up since the 90s. And yet, for some weird reason, people's living standards and conditions have gotten worse beyond like technological advancements making things easier. I wonder why. I wonder why important things that you need for upward social mobility, like educational attainment, have exploded in fucking cost. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Housing is something you need to survive. Exploded in cost. Perhaps that is probably more meaningful in terms of the way that people analyze the economy.
In the same category that we had 4 other states for some time. Nevada and Arizona, no change. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, no change. At the moment, we've got Michigan, lean Democrat, or we should say, yes, right here. Right here is lean Democrat in the blue on the far side of the screen. So watch these states as they hit both of them. Come on, Mr. Magic. Don't fail me now. Okay, we're going to do something super ugly, okay? Team?
We're with you.
Doesn't work. Just doesn't work. I mean, you got to shut the thing down. You got to restart it.
But can you point to Wisconsin and tell me about the closeness of that race?
Here's what I wanted to show you. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay, now we can go back in here, Dana. Let's do this. Voila. Apologies about that. Sorry, but these things happen. You know where that would not have happened, Dana? On Elon Musk's spacecraft earlier today. All right, they did it perfectly. These are the states to focus on right now, okay? These are the area that we are going to watch 78 electoral votes among 6 different states and how they break. I would say Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. It's the biggest batch in this list here. But don't overlook Georgia, 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes. Taken together, it's 32, right? Okay? So they matter. They matter in a significant way. In a moment, I'll show you just how much going back to 2020. Our forecast at the moment has Kamala Harris the lead. We've got her at 241. We've got Trump at 219. You need 270 to win. That's the magic number in the end. Okay? And that's our power rankings as of now. A bit later, I want to go back to 2020. I want to show you 3 states in specific. I want to show Wisconsin. I want to show Georgia. I want to show Arizona. Dana, do you know what the total was between those 3 states?
I don't.
Wasn't even 43,000 combined, and that was the difference with Biden winning all 3. And in the end, Trump would have ended up with 269 electoral votes.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Remember that number. Remember that number. This is why I told you the uncommitted movement was very important. But nobody listens to me because what the fuck do I know? Donald Trump was objectively less popular back then at the end of his presidency than he is now. He had 4 years of Democratic Party incompetence from the eyes of the broader electorate and a shitty-ass fucking economy, numerous world wars to benefit from. He obviously is really fucking bad at campaigning. He has a hard hill to climb. because people straight up have made their minds on him. Having said that, however, this is why I always say this is the Democrats' race to lose. This is why I say it's the Democratic Party's race to lose. Hey, notice how Donald Trump is not running around being like, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and lawyer endorsed me recently. I wonder why. Because that's what it sounds like when fucking Kamala Harris runs around being like, Dick Cheney endorsed me. It's awesome.
For me, this got to be a bad thing, but they said they gave you total phony stories. Kamala Harris said that no state allows abortion.
Do we have a Donald Trump live stream with a subtitles? Right Side Broadcasting usually has
subtitles. And even after birth, in some cases, she claimed, "I want to monitor women." I don't want to do that. I don't want to. It's a total lie. I don't want to do that. Women, I won't be following you around to the hospital monitoring. No, she made it up. She's a liar. She doesn't work at McDonald's. She said she worked at McDonald's, right? Right? She worked at McDonald's and she was working so hard. There's only one problem. She didn't work at McDonald's. She's a liar. Liar. She claimed that I want to deny people IVF treatment when, in fact, I want to require insurance companies to pay for it. And I came out totally in favor of IVF. That's fertilization for the men in the audience, of which we got a lot of tough ones here. She claims she doesn't want to ban fracking when she said repeatedly over a 10-year period, I will not have fracking. Then about a little while ago, she goes, I'd love to have fracking. Her pollster came back and said, this is not good. In Pennsylvania, you want to ban fracking. That's not so good. That's a big part of what they do, right? And she came back. All of a sudden, she thought fracking was wonderful. Here's what happens with all of these things. Right after the election, she goes back to where she was. She claims she doesn't support mass gun confiscation, when in fact, she supported it entirely. And through her entire career, think of that, she wants to confiscate your guns. Does anybody in the audience have a gun? Raise your hand. Would you mind if this lunatic knocked on your door? Hello, I'd like to take away your gun. Is that all right? Especially the women won't allow it. They're not going to allow it. That's unbelievable. What is that, about 100% of the audience? Let's go. Does anybody in the audience not have a gun? Wait, there's somebody. So if you want to keep your gun, we don't have to go through the rest of it. You want to keep your gun, vote for Trump, okay? I promise. But, you know, she did something even worse than that. You know what it is? She was the leader of a thing called the movement, Defund the Police. How about that? She was the leader of the movement to defund the police. Now think of it. Anybody that wants to defund the police, that's called, she's down and dirty left, okay? That's down and dirty. If she's in there for a week at defund the police, we don't want her to be president. We don't want her for anything, frankly. But all of a sudden, she says, no, I never said it. You know, she actually goes around saying she never said it. But we've got like 10 years of tapes where she's saying it. With the guns, with the fracking, with everything we mentioned. She had many years of tapes. But the public was not fooled. They saw right through it. Kamala's lies and unprecedented partisan interference of two low-life anchors. They're low-lives. For them to do what they did, and they wouldn't correct her on like Project 25. I don't know what the hell it is. I purposely have not read it. I could, but I don't want to, because they never had my authorization.
He said, I could. I know how to read. I promise you.
With me, everything I said. Well, we don't think it's true, like the crime statistics. The FBI didn't report the most crime-ridden cities. They didn't do it. They left out large numbers of areas where they had a lot of crime. So the numbers came in. They weren't up too much. And if anybody in this audience doesn't think there's more crime now, there's so much more crime now, but they gave false and fraudulent numbers. They did it with something else. 818,000 jobs. Think of it. They said they had 818.
Bro, does he think that FBI is the only fucking place that compiles this data? Like, does he think that, because he's talking about LAPD and NYPD, right? Does he think that like LAPD and NYPD does not have their own metrics that they release? Because it's true. the FBI stats. FBI crime data is collected nationally, but some departments don't fucking work with the FBI on this. For example, California and like Los Angeles Police Department, NYPD don't work with the FBI on this data.
Different kind of a word. Nice name. Very nice name. But you know her as you don't know her as Harris. When you say Harris, everyone says, who the hell is that, right? But she immediately called for a second debate, which means that she was like a prize fighter that lost a fight. We had 2 debates, though.
Who's BTSM?
I had a debate with Crooked Joe Biden, right? And I had another debate with her. She and Crooked Joe have destroyed our country with millions of criminals and mentally deranged people pouring into the USA, totally unchecked, unvetted, and with inflation bankrupting our middle class. It has gotten bad. Everyone knows this, and all of the other problems caused by Kamala and Joe. It was discussed in great detail during the first debate with Joe and the second debate with Comrade Harris. She was a no-show at the Fox debate. You know, Fox invited her. She was a no-show. I sat with the great Sean Hannity. Does anybody know Sean Hannity? Good man. He's a good man. And I said, where is she? She didn't show. So we did a town hall. And he got great ratings on that town hall, I'll tell you right now. Got really great. Led all of television for the week. It's not bad, right? Simple town hall. Turned out to be a town hall from what it was supposed to be, but she didn't show up. And refused also to do NBC and CBS. She went over to ABC, which in my opinion has taken a big hit because these 2 people were bad news. They kept screaming at me. I said, why are you screaming? I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at him. I always liked him. I'm not going to watch him anymore. I'm not going to watch him because he's not legit. What he did, I'm not going to watch him. And his hair's not as good as it used to be, you know? Kamala should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. She kept complaining, well, you know, when I'm in, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And at the end of the debate, I said, why don't you just do it? You could leave right now. Why don't you do it? I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do this and that and that. Remember at the convention when she went out and they nominated her, even though she got no votes, they nominated her? No, she came in last place in the primaries, right? And then she said, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. No, she's a threat to democracy. She is a threat to democracy. But do you remember when she went out and she said thank you? Do you remember that? It was the weirdest thing. Am I wrong? Because they were saying JD and I are weird. No, we're very solid people. She's weird. And that vice president of hers is really weird. That was a soundbite. You know, they said, oh, he's weird. That was, in other words, they gave it to their friends in the fake news. Weird. It's something I've never called. I've been called a lot of bad things, but not weird. But, you know, she went out and the people were applauding and stuff. And she goes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. I think she went nuts. There was something wrong with her. But I was very happy because I got the endorsement of the vice president's family. And I got the endorsement of the vice president's brother. And even sent me a contribution. And I was very happy because Barack Hussein Obama, his brother, as you know, endorsed me. So, no, his brother endorsed me. That's not easy. Now, so we have the endorsement of President Obama's brother. We have the endorsement of the brother of the future vice president. He better not win. If he ever won, this country will be in bad shape. It's already in bad shape. 3.5 years of what they've done to this country, especially, look, we're laughed at all over the world. We would have never had the Russia-Ukraine problem. We would have never had October 7th, Israel, the attack on Israel. None of these things, and we wouldn't have had inflation. And we wouldn't have had that horrible, the way we pulled out in Afghanistan was so horrible. None of those things would have happened. We would have had a much different country. And we wouldn't have 21 million people in our country right now that shouldn't be here. That I can tell you. So because we've done 2 debates and because they were successful, there will be no third debate. It's too late anyway. The voting's already begun. You got to go out and vote. We got to vote.
Fucking loser,
This is going to be the most important vote in the history of our country. It'll be the most important.
That's such
People said
loser
that I
shit,
was
dog.
angry at the debate. Angry. I was angry. And yes, I am angry because he allowed 21 million illegal aliens invading our communities. Many of them are criminals. Many are criminals. I'm angry. They said he's an angry person. No, they're destroying our country. I don't like. She's smiling. All practice, right? Did you see her? She's like, we're talking about a border invasion, the likes of which no country has ever suffered. And she's like this. But I am angry about Venezuelan gangs taking over Aurora, Colorado, and illegal Haitians. And he came in, illegal Haitian migrants taking over a beautiful place. It was so beautiful. Springfield, Ohio. I was there. I campaigned there a while ago. Springfield, it was so beautiful. Now it's just, what a place. Can you imagine you have this small little community. All of a sudden you have 20,000 illegals in your community. Nobody knows where they come from. I'm angry about young American girls being raped and sodomized and murdered by savage criminal aliens. I'm angry about rampant inflation destroying our middle class, and the American people are also very angry about that and every other thing that we've had to endure for 3.5 years. That's why 54 days from now, we are going to tell Harris that we've had enough. Our country.
We're literally watching a Hitler rally, straight up, colorized, 2024, in broad daylight. And it's kind of fucking wild that the Democrats have not made a peep about this shit.
You had no chance of getting this position. You shouldn't have had it. You got no votes, whether you like Biden or not. He got 14 million votes. He had none, not one.
The Democrats' counter messaging on this front is no longer a matter of like winning the election, even though it does have positive electoral consequences. It's more so a matter of like saving America and not allowing it to turn completely into Adolf Hitler's vision, his grand vision. And I think that that is completely unavoidable at this point. Like the less interested they seemingly are in combating the narrative that like undocumented migrants are just like sodomizing your daughters, which is insanely fucking, like, that is scary as shit. Okay, the more they capitulate to the right-wing framing, the more unhinged the right will get. This is at the basis of fucking this is the basis of the ratchet effect, and we're watching it unfold in real time in front of our fucking eyes, and no one is saying this shit.
Strong military. They don't want a border invasion. They don't want people pouring across the border illegally from prisons and places. So they go in, they say, no, I'm not for Trump at all. I will never vote for him. Then they go in. It's true. And then they go out and they do exit polls. And, in 2016 and 2020, where I got millions more votes, by the way, I hate to say that. They say, oh, that's a conspiracy theorist. No, it's called, I got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country.
Yeah, except for Joe Biden, who beat you.
They said we lost. I was told if I got 63 million votes, which is what I got in 2016, you can't lose. Just get 63. I got close to 12 million more votes than that, and we lost. But we didn't lose. And we're never going to let that happen again in this country. We're never going to let that happen. We can't let that happen again. But when they had exit polls, 2016, and they said, oh, he's getting killed in the exit polls. And I remember NBC and that stupid ABC that did this horrible debate. Those two people should be fired as an anchor. A couple of more years, they'll be fired. And she was nasty. She looked at me with hatred in her eyes. And him, he's a nice guy. I mean, they were told to do it by George Slobodopoulos.
Wait, David Muir was way more aggressive.
Right? George Slobodopoulos.
He just hates the woman because she's a woman of color. That's it, bro.
So people are walking out and they're saying,
David Muir was fucking bouldering him.
Sir. Who'd you vote for? And they'd say, Crooked Hillary or Trump, right? But so many of them, like almost 50%, said, none of your business who we voted for. They have a tougher word, 2 words, not like Biden, 1 word, and then he gives 2. 2 words. They begin with the letters F-U. That's what they say to the people. F. You. I would never say him because we have a lot of young people here. My audience they've gotten younger and younger. Do you notice that? Younger and younger. Don't worry, I still like the old people the best. I don't care. I don't care. Let that cost me, all these young people. Let that cost me the election. I still like the old people the best. Got to stay with the people that got you there, right? I love what we're doing for the old people. You'll hear. But so that was the two words, but I don't want to use those words. So they said, none of your business, which is not really what they said. And they walked out, and everybody said, Trump is finished. He's not getting the numbers. Because in the past, nobody said that. They'd say, I'm voting for this one or that one. There were no people that wouldn't say, they'd just say who they voted for. So what they did, thank you, darling, thank you. So what they did, she keeps saying, I love you, right in the middle of my punchlines. So they always say one or the other. And I had one analyst who was very smart.
He's talking about how, like, Republicans are not reflected in the polls. That's what he's trying to explain.
I'm sorry, sir. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And they say, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon because, they've interviewed all these people. And another one would call me. They all said, they were actually happy. Most of them were happy. Some were really sad, though. A lot of the people were really sad. So it came out, this is going to be a very short evening for Donald Trump. They were so happy. Martha Raddatz was actually crying at the end when I won. She was crying. You don't think she's biased, do you? Martha Raddatz, also of ABC. ABC is the worst of the group, by the way, I have to tell you. They're all bad. But the worst is ABC, and they proved that with the stupid...
The funniest thing about this is that they literally fucking abolished the debate council, the presidential debate council that used to exist because Donald Trump didn't want to play ball with them. And then they ended up coordinating with the Democratic Party individually, okay? And they chose to do it on ABC. Like, Trump chose to do it on ABC. It was CNN and ABC that got it, okay? And he's still complaining about it. It's like, dog, you did this. Like, you chose it. Also, I will say this much. This level of chirping gonna make it a little bit harder to fucking, make it seem like you won or that you believe that you won. Know what I'm saying? This is not the statements coming from a man who truly believes he won the debate, and that's why he won't do another one.
I said, if you don't catch a pneumonia in this business, you're never going to catch a pneumonia, right? But I went to our great First Lady, and I said, darling, and I felt okay. It was amazing because, the athletes, they say, I left it on the field. I left it all on the field. Well, I did. Because
Wait, what? He said he received more... he chose it because he knew that if he lost, he could blame the bias on the moderators? No, dude. He just... didn't think that ABC would fucking actually fact check him. That's it. That's the only reason. And he also didn't think, in my opinion, that Kamala Harris would fucking clobber him, which is really funny. It's really funny to think about because, like, I didn't think he'd be this bad. Like, I did not think he would eat every bait. I don't think his advisors thought he would eat every bait like that. Like, it wasn't even that Kamala Harris expertly crafted her statements. She did. She definitely did a really good job. But, like, he also did incredibly poorly. Like, he did worse than you would have expected him to do.
Not good. She said, does it look like you're not going to win? I said, it really looks that way. And we'll get by it. It's one of those things, but I was very disappointed. But I just felt it wasn't like, gee, if only I worked a little bit harder, because humanly, you couldn't work harder. Then about 5:30, I get a call from a very smart political guy. And he goes, sir, I'd like to congratulate you. I said, on what? He said, you won this election. And I said, what do you mean I won the election? I was told by every pundit that I lost the election. He said, no, you won the election. I'm 95% sure, because we've never seen so many people leaving an election that said, it's none of your business, right? Meaning, you know what? It's none of your business. We've never seen that before. A massive number, like almost 50%. Who'd you vote for? None of your business. He said, every single one of those people belong to you. They're up here.
I love this idea that, like, the actual election, which you can consider a census or a poll, right? But not like a regular poll, but, you know, probably the most decisive poll, is completely unimportant in this process. What is important is the exit poll And even in that exit poll, what did the people say? They didn't say they were voting for Trump. They just said none of your business. Like the stretch at this point that like 50% were embarrassed to admit that they voted for you after they voted for you is not the exact fucking ownage that you think this is, big dog. I feel like you're, desperately trying to hang on to anything you can. Oh, he's talking about 26. Oh my God, that's even more pathetic. Oh my God, that's even more pathetic. Oh my Lord, he's talking about 2016. Oh my God, he's talking about the last time he won an election, which was 8 fucking years ago. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh, I thought he was talking about 2020 still, which I thought was still pretty fucking pathetic. Like, talking about 2020 and how you lost is pathetic. But you know what's even worse than that? Talking about 2016. Okay? That is 8 whole years ago. People who are now eligible to vote at this election were 10 years old in 2016. 10, okay? They were saying goo goo gaga, and now they're gonna fucking vote. You're insane for bringing that shit up.
It's amazing. And now they see how bad a job they've done. Think of it. The inflation, the economy is terrible. Everything's terrible. We're not respected in the world.
How is this comparable to a Hitler rally? Neither agree nor disagree. Just want to hear your opinion. I think a lot of people look at like Hitler rallies and only hear the highlights that are collected, like the worst moments where Hitler's like, Jews are eating your babies or whatever. Like, I'm sure there was plenty of boring moments where Hitler was droning on in the exact same way that Donald Trump is in between the worst aspects of the rally. And when all is said and done, you look back at rallies like this and you probably will only play the fucking high notes, which are moments where Donald Trump will say immigrants are sodomizing American children, which is what he literally said. Now, I've heard that there's like this big new meta on TikTok where people are like AI translating like Adolf Hitler speeches and posting them. And some people are like, wow, he's so based. And the reason why those people feel that way, okay, is because he sounds exactly like Donald Trump. That's why. Because you're that fucking primed to literally agree with Adolf Hitler because you are currently excited at the prospect of voting for Adolf Hitler. That's it. But isn't Kamala also in support of deportation? Doesn't that make her sub-Hitlerian? Yes, of course it does. It's straight up like 75% of the way versus 100% of the way. That's it. That's the distinction here. Yeah. If you hear Adolf Hitler speeches that are translated and go, wow, we were told so many lies about how bad Hitler was, instead of going, oh my God, this sounds exactly like Donald Trump, and that's terrifying, we're fucked. It means that we are fucked, okay? And there are a shit ton of people who actually look at that and go, God damn, he's based.
Für richtig hältst, ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich my work for correctness. Whether you believe that I have been diligent, that I have worked, that I have advocated for you in these years, that I have been decent, I have spent my time in service of my people. Now cast your vote. If yes, then stand up for me as I have stood up for you.
He said Volk in the beginning, which is like, the in-group, okay, white people, whatever the fuck Trump would consider, like, Tucker Carlson calls them legacy Americans.
Like, she's a fantastic person. I've known her a long time.
This Loki sounds more like Netanyahu. The sound isn't available. That's so funny. He said, just listen. And that's the one thing we can't do. Damn, they really do sound alike.
It's horrible and dangerous, and we're ruining our country. We're destroying. So Carrie told me that she's going to be focusing on the border, right? And she is, you're going to get it fixed, right?
As a German, I got to say, comparing Hitler to Donald Trump is dangerous. Man, Germans, shut your bitch asses up, okay? First of all, Donald Trump absolutely is comparable to Adolf Hitler, and so was fucking George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, and so is Benjamin Netanyahu, okay? Suck my fucking dick, you stupid little bitches. You're literally like, you should be more embarrassed to fucking try to like put on this like weird facade, okay? Oh, we're so sad about what our grandparents did. that it's like it's uniquely bad and attributed to just us, and also the Arabs that are doing it to like Israel right now, because actually it's worse even what the Arabs are doing to Israel. Okay, I hate this fucking gatekeeping bullshit, dude. What reason is there to learn about historic wrongs if you cannot fucking apply them to the current wrongs that are happening that are damn near identical to the historic wrongs that happened? God damn, dude. Germans are playing the exact opposite side of the never again means just never the Holocaust and nothing else. Okay? It's one of the most frustrating aspects of like people gatekeeping certain aspects of history. It's like, oh, don't call them concentration camps. Call them something else. No, man, I'm going to call them concentration camps. Just suck my fucking dick, okay? Go take it up with your granddad, dumbass. Fuck. Why are you calling him names? Because I don't have any fucking time for a German guy that looks at literally the Hitlerian prototype, and as I'm doing political commentary, hoping that people can fucking understand that, like, this is Adolf Hitler. We shouldn't do this again. Okay, and some German guy who's got his fucking grandpappy's like best interest in mind comes in here and he's like, no, you don't understand. It's very dangerous to call Donald Trump Adolf Hitler. It's like, bro, go worry about the AfD. Okay, go do some more anti-fascism by fucking dumping pork lard on Muslim bakeries. Okay, that are anti-genocide in Gaza. Okay. Fuck, dude. I just, like, spiritually, so many goddamn Germans are fucking broken, okay? You don't understand, okay? Das ist dangerous. You don't get it. Yeah, it's additionally funny when Germans say that, because then it almost seems like you're flexing. To us, in the outside world, it seems like you're flexing. Like, don't compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. That's dangerous. Like, we know what you really mean, dog. You're like, no. Adolf Hitler was like way better and way cooler, is what it sounds like to us. Okay? If you try to gatekeep Hitler like that, for us, you sound like a fucking fascist hipster. Okay? I'm just letting you know. Fix your fucking priorities, dude. It sounds weird as hell. I know that there's, for the record, I know that there's hella fucking actual leftist Germans in this chat. Okay? Make no mistake. You know better than anyone else how fucking annoying liberal Germans are. Okay? You know what I'm talking about. That person is exactly who the fuck I'm talking about.
And it's dangerous work. And, you know, they want to really do the job. They're stopped from doing their job. They want to do their job. They want to work. It's more dangerous. It's harder. But they want to save our country. These people are incredible, I'll tell you. As the people of Arizona understand better than anyone else, under Kamala Harris, our country is under a thing called invasion. Did you ever hear the word invasion?
When you say what? Oh, yeah, here. Listen
like
to
a
Adolf
military
Hitler.
invasion. We're being conquered and we are being occupied by a foreign element. And, you know, if you think about it,
Adolf Hitler,
China
ladies and gentlemen.
has a 5
Welcome back.
million
Welcome back, Adolf
man
Hitler.
army, mostly man in that case, I can tell you. But they have a 5 million person army. And we have 21 million people coming this year, this period of time, 21 million people over the period of the last few years. Think of it. They have a 5 million, that's a big army. And we have 21 million people here. So cut out half. That means you have 10 million people and they have guns. You just see that. If you look at Colorado, take a look at Aurora. They have guns that are the most sophisticated guns anywhere in the world. High-powered stuff. And you know, you say to yourself, so if you cut the number in half, 10 million people, and cut that number in half, 5 million, that's the size of China and what they have as an army. It's pretty dangerous stuff. We got to get them the hell out of here.
What is he talking about? Oh, just every person that is undocumented living on U.S. soil is actually a part of a fucking army that is there to destroy the United States of America. Mind you, they are literally coming from every fucking country on the planet. He's saying that, like, the army that we have bred in our ranks is actually like the Guatemalan abuela who is fucking living here and like maybe cleans your mother's house or some shit, or the Caribbean auntie that is taking care of your fucking grandparents, okay, who are more racist than Adolf Hitler in some ways, okay? All of those people are actually a part of a fucking body, a hive mind, an organization that is trying to destroy the United States of America, okay? Your moms, some of you have undocumented parents, some of you are undocumented, right? He's saying all of these people are together and they're actually here to kill Americans. They are an enemy. They are foreigners that are living in every corner, and they're enemies, and they're here to kill you.
Fly them in. Think of that. They fly them in by jets. They're flying in all the time. And Art, they don't count those numbers, do they? They don't talk about them. When they fly in, and then they have a special app, right? They have an app with a card.
Here.
Advise that this video includes causes.
Du, meine Arbeit für Richtiges. Tormented Jewish people is shameful. In connection with the Jewish question, I have this to say. It is a shameful spectacle to see how the whole democratic world is oozing sympathy for the poor, tormented Jewish people, but remains hard-hearted and obdurate when it comes to helping them, which is surely, in view of its attitude, an obvious duty.
The Germans, it sounds like you belittle Hitler's actions. I wouldn't use it myself because German sensibilities start kicking in. Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, there is no reason to ever learn about the Holocaust if you're not going to use the example and the lessons to not do it again. When we are sitting at the eve of the Holocaust, a comparison to that is apt, okay? Like what he is saying about Jews, Donald Trump is saying about immigrants, okay? The choice of words, man, I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm not here to fucking play some song and dance with you, okay? I don't care. I don't care how fucking Germans feel about the Holocaust. You want to know why? Because there's currently a genocide happening in Gaza, and at least the way that Germans, liberal Germans, are communicating their fucking sensibilities on it is literally Hitlerian, okay? They love Adolf Hitler, or the Jewish version of Adolf Hitler, in fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. So miss me with this fucking bullshit. If you are coming in here to be like, oh, you're minimizing the Holocaust, then you probably are that liberal German who's doing that as well on the other side, okay? Because that's fascism. What Donald Trump is doing is fascism. The underpinning of this sentiment is just fascism, okay? Ultra-nationalist, tying the in-group into a genetic predisposition and simultaneously fucking claiming that the out-group has inferior qualities, that they somehow want to fucking murder all of us in the in-group, that want to destroy American society. That's just fascism. That's exactly what Hitler was, and that's exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu is, and that's exactly what Zionism is as well. So if you come in here and you cry about the comparisons, then I'm sorry, you are exactly the kind of fucking liberal that your grandfather probably was, that allowed this fucking fascist monster to rise to power, because you were too predisposed with the KPD being the real problem, the trade unionists being the real problem, the socialist Germans being the real problem. Oh, God forbid we have a red revolution in Germany. That would be terrifying. That's exactly what your dumbass liberal grandpappy thought too. And then that dumbass liberal grandpappy of yours picked up arms and went to slaughter Jews. Okay? That is how fascism works. And it's happening right now. It's happening in Israel, and it's happening in America. And if you come in here and do some aesthetic bullshit on that issue, you can suck my fucking Turkish cock. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
Arguments that are brought up as an excuse for not helping them actually speak for us Germans and Italians. For this is what they say. One, we, that is the democracies, are not in a position to take in the Jews. Yet in these empires there are not 10 people to the square kilometer, while Germany, with her 135 inhabitants to the square kilometer, is supposed to have room for them. Two.
Talking about the Haitian illegals now. Let's hear it.
Was charged with savagely murdering his two roommates. He had two roommates set up by the people that set that up in this country. Welcome. They go, welcome. What would you like? Oh, I'd like to have a nice room. Okay, we'll give you two
By the way,
roommates.
like, it's even close. Benjamin Netanyahu's statements are even closer to Adolf Hitler's, because that's exactly what he said about the Palestinian. Nobody wants to help the Arabs. No one wants to extend an open arm to the Arabs. Nobody wants to help us in Israel either. Okay, it's literally verbatim, 1-to-1, which is why it's additionally hilarious that so many fucking anti-Semitic fascists are like, oh yeah, like they love Hitler, and then they secretly hate Benjamin Netanyahu, I guess. But it doesn't matter, because like, you just come across as jealous because he's getting to do what you want to do in America, okay? You're just jealous that Benjamin Netanyahu gets to do what you want to do in the United States of America, and he gets to do it with your tax dollars. That's it. That's it.
Get it ready. We'll bring back our country in many ways. That's one way. But to me, that's like one of the most important ways. Well, we'll also stop World War III. That's an important way.
Like, you think Hitler didn't present himself as like a guy who was just, you know, forced to do this? He doesn't want to do this. Why do you think the Tucker Carlson, the fake podcast historian guy that talked to Tucker Carlson was saying exactly that? Okay. Of course he did. He presented, like, people need to make an argument. Okay. They can't just like magically wake up one day and be like, we're going to kill all the Jews. And then all the Germans are like, all right, let's do it. That's not how this shit works. Okay. That's not how this shit works. Hasan, I just wanted to point the view of the liberal Germans with regards to the choice of words. I agree with what's happening in Gaza is a genocide and Trump is a fash. I don't care. I don't care about fucking liberal Germans and their sentiment. Okay. I don't care. That's my point. My point is I don't care. I don't care about the optics of the situation from the perspective of liberal Germans. Like, God forbid. I can't even get fucking liberal Americans to understand what the fuck is going on. You think I give a shit about liberal Germans? Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck.
And I'm telling you, this is true. Kamala, a committed Marxist, you know, her father's a Marxist professor, will be far worse than crooked Joe Biden. She's going to be worse because he doesn't really believe it. She does. She does believe it. And she'll go back to no fracking and all the other things we talked about. She'll go back to them on day one. But on day one of my administration, I will stop this invasion. I will seal the border. I will end the Harris migrant flights. And I will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Right? Have no choice. We have no choice. Thank you. Thank you. We will not allow our country to be destroyed. They're destroying our country. We will get the criminals out, and we will not...
Hey, dumbass lib Germans who were worried about the optics of comparing it to fucking Adolf Hitler. Google the Madagascar plan, okay? So that you can better understand your own grandfather's history, okay? Like, it didn't start off with, like, we're just going to fucking execute every Jew, okay? It didn't start off like that.
Over the world, and they're coming from prisons and they're coming from jails. We're not going to let this happen to our country. Another terrible effect of the Harris migrant invasion, and she's the one that wanted it more than Biden. Biden didn't know what the hell was happening. He said, oh, that sounds like a nice idea. Is that it is driving housing costs through the roof. You know that, right?
Yeah, housing is a problem. Why? Migrants. Fucking grocery costs are high. Why? Migrants. I stubbed my toe yesterday. Why? A Guatemalan migrant is responsible. Everything is migrants. Migrants are in every corner. Migrant, migrant, migrant.
They assure us we cannot take them unless Germany is prepared to allow them a certain amount of capital to bring with them as immigrants. For hundreds of years, Germany was good enough to receive these elements, although they possessed nothing except infectious political and physical diseases.
Wow. Wow. So these Jews who migrated into, migrant Jews who migrated into Germany, migrants, brought infectious diseases with them? Who else says that? Like right now. That's right. It's the buttoned up version of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. He says that.
What they possess today, they have by a very large extent gained at the cost of the less astute German nation by the most reprehensible manipulations. Today, we are merely paying this people what it deserves. When the German nation was, thanks to the inflation instigated and carried through by Jews, deprived of the entire savings which it had accumulated in years of honest work, when the rest of the world took away the German nation's foreign investments, when we were divested of the whole of our colonial possessions, these philanthropic considerations evidently carried little noticeable weight with democratic statesmen. Today I can only assure these gentlemen that thanks to the...
It's like, oh, we lost our colonies, oh, and then the democratic statesmen didn't even care about us losing our colonies, dude.
Brutal education with which the democracies favored us for 15 years, we are completely hardened to all...
By the way, woke mind virus is I mean, it's directly one-to-one. It's not almost one-to-one. It's directly one-to-one. It's just the language has been updated because, like, everybody kind of, like, liberalism defeated Nazism and basically became Nazism, okay? Like, they militarily, the Western powers, along with the USSR, militarily defeated Nazi Germany, and then the Western powers, in an effort to continue or not even neoliberal, but at the time, like, liberal hegemonic dominance, and defeat the much larger scourge of socialism, communism, basically adopted the same exact people, the people that were responsible for the death and destruction in many of these circumstances. And what ended up happening is just fascism never died. It actually thrived under liberalism. Fascism thrived under liberalism in the beginning stages of like fascism's rise to power anyway. Okay? And that exact same cycle has continued for the past 100 years. Okay? That's precisely the reason why you see even direct people that held the guns, okay, against the Jews in places like Ukraine, for example, get standing ovations from liberals because they don't think beyond the fact that like this brave Ukrainian veteran in the Canadian Parliament was anti-socialist during World War II. Hitler lost personally, but fascism won. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why, you're experiencing Hitlerian speech by the United States of American Congress members, by the president of the United States, the former president, and the liberals are playing the exact same fake defensive posture in this regard as they did historically back then. It is very, very frustrating. It's a one-to-one. People understand that Nazis are bad, so you can't say Nazis are good. You have to say something different. So you can't say, for example, that the Frankfurt School is causing the collapse of Germany by instilling us with Jewish mind poison. You say woke mind virus. You say cultural degeneracy. You say cultural Marxism. You don't say Judeo-Marxism. You say cultural Marxism instead. Okay, not that long ago, Christian fascists used to openly fucking state that this was a Christian nation. Now they say it's a Judeo-Christian nation, our Judeo-Christian values, okay? But that is an allegiance that is fraught, okay? It's a fraudulent allegiance. It will end up hurting Jewish people as well, okay? Cultural Bolshevism turned into cultural Marxism. This is something that I used to talk about with respect to Jordan Peterson all the goddamn time, a person who presented himself as a liberal for years and years and years, right? When it was very obvious that he was a fucking fascist. This is a reach. It's a reach for you because you don't understand history. You don't understand anything, really. It is not a fucking reach at all. Every single thing that I said in terms of like the American and Western powers, but specifically the Western world under the Marshall Plan and under NATO, straight the fuck up implemented, put fascists in positions of prominence, positions of power. In West Germany, they directly re-Hitlerized the country. That's 100% correct. Like, that is literally what happened. Okay? That is exactly what happened. Like, you can consider that a reach, but the unfortunate reality for you is that you are no different than the Republicans that you think you're smarter than. Okay? They deny reality about, like, they deny reality that is in front of them. You deny reality throughout history and also subsequently the reality that's in front of you. If you don't recognize that these guys are the exact same type of fascists, but with like different language and sometimes not different language at all, as a matter of fact. Okay? East Germany, not West. The West is still normal. No, dog. I'm talking about West Germany. West Germany was directly ruled by the same fucking Nazis. Okay? I'm talking about the Cold War. And what are the consequences? What are the consequences of the collapse of the USSR? What are the consequences of East Germany and West Germany fucking unifying? Okay? Underserved, underprivileged communities that were in a state of disrepair, that didn't get the fucking Marshall Plan dollars, that then also did not get developed adequately, and the horrifying circumstances that East Germany was subjected to post the USSR collapse is exactly why so many fucking poor Germans in East Germany are AfD supporters. Okay? There is no difference between those guys voting for AfD than the Springfield, Ohio white guys who might have been lifelong Democrats turning into fucking Hitlerian fascists there. That's it. What? Time-stamped Hitler's speech? What?
One be ill-advised by those isolated bourgeois weaklings who vegetate in every country and who cannot understand that in the life of nations, it is not necessarily cowardice, but also courage and honor that may prompt wisdom. As regards National Socialist Germany, she is well aware of the fate that awaits her if ever an international power, whatever its motive, should succeed in overcoming fascist Italy. We realize the consequences which would follow upon such an event and face them unflinchingly. The fate of Prussia in 1805 and 1806 will not be repeated a second time. In German history, weaklings like the advisors of the King of Prussia in 1805.
Yo, he's just like Trump, dude. Straight up. No, he's just like droning on and on and on. Just like boring ass son of a bitch, dude. Talking about how like people have wronged Germany. People act like Hitler's ancient history. This shit was 80 years ago, not that long ago, folks. Yeah, I mean...
Attacks of sentiment. After more than 800,000 children of the nation had died of hunger and undernourishment at the close of the war, we witnessed almost 1 million head of milking cows being driven away from us in accordance with the cruel paragraphs of a dictate which the...
Yeah, replace Jew with migrant and you get Trump. Replace Jew with Palestinian and you get Netanyahu.
Humane democratic apostles of the world forced upon us as a peace treaty. We witnessed over 1 million German prisoners of war being retained in confinement for no reason at all for a whole year after the war was ended. We witnessed over 1.5 million Germans being torn away from all that they possessed in the territories lying on our frontiers and being whipped out with practically only what they wore on their backs. We had to endure having millions of our fellow countrymen torn from us without their consent and without their being afforded the slightest possibility of existence. I could supplement these examples with dozens of the most cruel kind. For this reason, we ask to be spared all sentimental talk. The German nation does not wish its interests to be determined and controlled by any foreign nation, France to the French, England to the English, America to the Americans, and Germany to the Germans. We are resolved to prevent the settlement in our country of a strange people which was capable of snatching for itself...
That's interesting. That's just... I mean, half of this shit is like things you hear now on a regular basis. Okay?
All the leading...
Does this mean Trump will kill himself? Fuck no. He's way more narcissistic than somehow even Hitler was. Like, Hitler also was like an ideological... Hitler was an ideological operative. Okay? Hitler was an ideological operative. He had like a cause. Donald Trump does not. He's just using Hitlerian terminology and just like Hitlerian politics to advance the only thing he cares about, which is himself. That's it. He is far too narcissistic and self-important to like actually kill himself at any given moment. But we know Hitler believed that Jews wanted to kill Aryans all behind closed doors. Does Trump even believe this bullshit? It doesn't matter what Trump believes, dog. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have to be a fucking loyal servant to fascism ideologically, okay? He is presenting himself as that, and people are listening, and they're saying, that's my shit, I agree with you. At that point, it doesn't matter if he's truly invested in, in creating the Fourth Reich in the United States of America, because he's doing it regardless of whether he personally believes it or not. The reason why Hitler's ideas aren't taught and therefore refuted is because the United States needs fascism to continue to fight socialism in the world today. That's why they turned Nazism into a boogeyman of evil rather than an actually existing idea. Yeah. It's also because it's an actually existing idea that they kind of agree with. That's the other thing. Like, immediately, they absolutely openly agree with it in terms of collaborating with fascists, in terms of, like, the number one thing that fascists did, which was kill socialists. They love that shit. So why would they openly explain what fascism truly is? Capitalism has inherent contradictions, okay? And the weight of such contradictions become glaringly apparent at a certain point, and the system collapses under its own weight, okay? That is where barbarism comes in. That is where fascism comes in. Fascism is to reassert the same dominant forces by extra military force, okay? That's what fascism is. That's precisely the reason why Adolf Hitler and Mussolini as well both of which used a lot of populist and even, dare I say, somewhat leftist sentiment when they were rising to fucking power. Leftist only for the whites, though, for the in-group, for the Volk in Germany, for the real Italians in Italy. That is precisely the reason why, despite co-opting certain like leftist aesthetics, okay, they ended up collaborating with small businesses, and big business owners in it, and destroyed trade unions and killed socialists. Like, that was their number one enemy, was socialists. And a bunch of fucking hapless, baboon-brained liberal idiots at the time were like, well, the communists are the real fucking problem, actually. So, you know, we have the communists are the reason why fascists are actually so prominent. Folk just means people. You should stop saying that. Yo, Germans, I don't care, dude. Okay, I know what folk means. Okay, folk means is the same word in English too. Folk.
Positions in the land and to oust it, for it is our will to educate our own nation for these leading positions. We have hundreds of thousands of very intelligent children of peasants and of the working classes. We shall have them educated. In fact, we have already begun, and we wish that one day they, and not the representatives of an alien race, may hold the leading positions in the state together with our educated classes. Above all, German culture, as its name alone shows, is German and not Jewish, and therefore its management and care will be entrusted to members of our own nation. If the rest of the world cries out with a hypocritical mien against this barbaric expulsion from Germany of such an irreplaceable and culturally eminently valuable element, we can only be astonished at the conclusions they draw from this situation. For how thankful they must be that we are releasing these precious apostles of culture and placing them at the disposal of the rest of the world, in accordance with their own declaration.
Okay, the irony is that the Japanese were like, no, actually release them to us, please. But that's a funny little chapter in the history of fascism. The philo-Semitic Japanese who saw the anti-Semitic scriptures and were like, damn, these guys are like magic money people. Give them to us, please. We will put them in Manchuria. But outside of that, you know.
They cannot find a single reason to excuse themselves for refusing to receive this most valuable race in their own countries. Nor can I see a reason why the members of this race should be imposed upon the German nation, while in the states, which are so enthusiastic about these splendid people, their settlement should suddenly be refused with every imaginable excuse. I think that the sooner this problem is solved, the better, for Europe cannot settle down until the Jewish question is cleared up. It may very well be possible that sooner or later an agreement on this problem may be reached in Europe, even between those nations which otherwise do not so easily come together. The world has sufficient space for settlements, but we must once and for all get rid of the opinion that the Jewish race was only created by God for the purpose of being in a certain percentage a parasite living on the body and the productive work of other nations.
Literally just straight up fucking substitute Jewish race for migrants in America, you get Trump. Substitute Jewish race for Palestinians or Arabs and you get Benjamin Netanyahu. Like verbatim. If you're like, damn, man, this sounds real fucking familiar to me, it's because you've heard it as many times as you've heard the top of the hour ad break that comes at the top of the hour and sometimes 20 minutes into the top of the hour when I forget to run it at directly the top of the hour. There is a 3-minute ad break coming for you, by the way. I'm German. I can say this. The worst thing you can do to a German is try to teach them about fascism, let alone the show. Germans believe we can't be fascists because we atone for our greatest sin by helping Israel as much as we can. Oh, I know, chatter. Oh, I know that. Germans, by the way, that are chirping in here are so funny because like this will get Nets DG'd so funny, so quickly that half of the Germans will not be able to watch this VOD anyway. So enjoy the last time you can watch this broadcast, at least for the time being. Like this is going to get Nets DG'd. I will not be able to say the fucking word. It is impossible. It's like one of those insanely complicated German words to say. Netze deutsche Vergewaltigung or some shit, okay? It's the hate speech laws that Germany has. Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz. Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz. Jawohl!
The Jewish race will have to adapt itself to sound constructive activity as other nations do, or sooner or later it will succumb to a crisis of an inconceivable magnitude. One thing I should like to say on this day, which may be memorable for others as well as for us Germans, in the course of my life, I have very often been a prophet and have usually been ridiculed for it. During the time of my struggle for power, it was in the first instance the Jewish race which only received my prophecies with laughter when I said that I would one day take over the leadership of the state, and with it that of the whole nation, and that I would then, among many other things, settle the Jewish problem. Their laughter was uproarious, but I think that for some time now they have been laughing on the other side of their face. Today I will once more be a prophet. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth.
He's going to stop World War III.
And thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. The nations are no longer willing to die on the battlefield, so that this unstable international race...
People never actually read / hear the things Nazis said because they're just described as some abstract evil. Yeah, worst of all is that it's not even considered just abstract evil. It's the abstract evil of one man, okay? And yes, this is an evil man, okay? But if you consider what the Nazis did to be like this horrifying atrocity that was caused by like the personal convictions of a singular person, a singular evil person, yeah, of course you're never going to understand how we are arriving at that exact same circumstance right now.
Race may profiteer from a war or satisfy its Old Testament vengeance. The Jewish watchword...
Yeah, Germans lecturing others on how phrasing and optics is important. Meanwhile, their states are getting more and more fascist. I think their methods aren't too good. Yeah. Germans need to tell me. I will listen to fucking Germans about like how to defeat fascism when they don't allow the AfD to keep gaining more prominence, and also don't give everything Israel wants to Israel as it's doing its own fucking Holocaust in Gaza. Okay? This is the first time hearing the AI English version of his voice, giving me chills. It's so good that you show this to an English audience. Reading the speeches is different than actually listening to them. I am German and I'm also black. I believe in, and many do so, that Hitler was a tipping point and that the Holocaust was basically the culmination of all the genocide that countries Germany colonized in Africa. By the way, none of these is taught in schools and 99% of Germans don't know about it. I mean, he's literally saying it. He's like, we gave away our colonies, which he didn't volunteer them, okay? And nobody even said thank you for that. Like, and then he continues to talk about the hypocrisy of Western nations who also personally have their same colonies, like that they still operate. Okay. Officers of the Namibian genocide became Nazi officials. Yes. Like France in particular. I know France is again, dude, it is everything old is new again. Okay. Everything old is new again. Everything old is new again. Look at Vichy France, okay? Everyone is going through their own 1920s to 1930s evolution towards fascism right now, with one very important distinction. We do not have an FDR, and there is no anti-fascist counterforce on the planet, okay? There is no socialist, ideologically minded socialist revolutionary country that will become the other global superpower. Before you say Xi Jinping, as much as I glaze China for high-speed rail and like, you know, killing billionaires that poison children or whatever, if you think China is an ideological counterweight to growing capitalism and growing fascism on the planet, you are delusional, okay? They are not. They only care about China, okay? China only cares about China. And sometimes China only cares about China to a degree where, like, you can literally have Maoist or socialist groups that China doesn't even help, okay? The USSR, for all of its faults and failures, even though they were obviously personally invested in, whatever their project was, they still absolutely were either A, forced into this dynamic, or B, genuinely helped their ideological allies in their own personal anti-colonial endeavors. China does not do that. If they did do that, it would be literally beneficial for them to do so in the Philippines. Okay? There are active Maoist rebel groups in the Philippines. Okay? It's just waiting. It's right there. They constantly are fucking having issues in their own backyard. Okay? They're, hitting their fucking Coast Guard boats on the Filipino boats, and they're spraying them with water. Okay? If they wanted to cause instability or even engage in some kind of intervention in the Philippines, they're right there. You could just do that. America does it all the time. You could literally do that. You could just use the Maoist groups there and fund them and cause them to overtake the Filipino government. Obviously, it wouldn't be that easy because America has too much vested interest in the Philippines. It's yet another unsinkable aircraft carrier for them. But you could at least cause some level of instability and leverage the ideological allies that you have in the Philippines. China doesn't even do that. They don't do that at all because China just wants to sell product. Okay. At the end of the day, they don't want to fuck up the bag. They don't want to rock the boat. They just want to do their own thing. And they want to keep pumping they want to keep pumping out product, and they are looking for new markets to sell product to. And they've realized that the Western world is tapped out. So they have to develop Africa so they can find a new market that they can pump their product to. That's it. They stay grinding. That's it. They just want to get their money up and not their funny up. They don't have they do not have a committed ideological project in letting socialism thrive or anything like that. That's it. Now things might change. Who knows? They might be forced into, taking global action inevitably. But the reality is from where China is standing, at least looking at their actions, when China takes Taiwan, 95% of this community is going to freak the fuck out. Oh, brother. Who knows? Forced to take over Vietnam and Taiwan. Oops. As far as I understand, okay, in terms of Vietnam, there are more trade relationships between Vietnam and China than ever before, and that the way that the Vietnamese-Chinese relationship works is no longer as hostile as it once was for obvious fucking reasons. Okay? Bro, China is just patient right now. What do you want us to do? Give the U.S. a perfect excuse to start World War III with us? No, I just don't think that China is even remotely interested in fucking up the bag. That's all I'm saying. Vietnam and America are close. Oh, so is China. China is very close with a lot of countries. A lot of countries that have been fucked over by the West, and even some countries that have been funded and pumped by the West. The China is colonialist take is dumb. Wait, I never said that. What are you talking about? I'm simply stating that the USSR offered two ideological allies. The USSR offered financial support, okay? Or they also offered logistical support, okay? China doesn't even do that in places where they can at least cause a little bit of instability in an effort for self-preservation. Does that make sense? It's already over. The new Cold War is happening. The U.S. realizes that China is outpacing the U.S. on strategic technology and just raw industrial power. Harris is all in on confronting China and trying to stop their economic growth. I know. And considering the past, 30, 40, 50 years of Western dominance and what that meant for developing nations, there are a lot of people who have been fucked over by our side of the world, our sphere of influence. So they are incredibly happy about creating a new allegiance with another nation that is also an industrial powerhouse, if not a larger one than the United States of America is. China is the biggest imperialist nation in the 21st century. Wait, what? China is the biggest imperialist nation in the 21st century? You're an American and you just said that? What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, the example... even a defense of China. This is just a defense of the truth. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Dude, first of all, nobody comes near the United States of America. Okay? Nobody. You are the most delusional person on the planet if you think that that is even a comparison. This does not make other countries' imperial ambitions appropriate. Okay? But you are out of your fucking mind if you think that that is the case. An example I regularly use is, for example, everybody constantly being like, the Chinese Coast Guard is actually harming the Filipino boats. Okay? They're spraying them with water. They're ramming into them, and it's really disruptive. Okay, America is doing a genocide in fucking Palestine right now. Like right now. Okay? Or if you want to think of like an adversary of America, because your brain only works in this direction, okay, in one direction, look at what Russia's doing in Ukraine. Do you think these are even remotely comparable? We got 800 fucking military bases that we know of all around the planet, and you're like, man, the most imperialist nation of the 21st century is fucking China. That's crazy. Yeah, they got back Hong Kong from the UK. Jesus Christ. Bro, they're hosing those boats with water, they'll rust. I know. Chatter is fucking due for a lobotomy. America was a unipolar hegemonic force in the 21st fucking century. Reddit as take. Holy shit, G, please nuke Reddit. Yeah, see, he won't do that. Okay, because he doesn't want to fuck up the bag, dog. That's what I'm saying. Russia, for all of its fucking awful and outright fascist invocations of empire, okay, with much less money, is doing everything in its fucking power to like to make territorial gains, and which is incredibly fucking costly. Okay, incredibly costly in terms of lives. I'm saying, like, it's brutal, it's barbaric, it is completely unacceptable. But they do a shit ton more in trying to, at the very least, combat American hegemony, and they're at their own, for their own personal gain, mind you. Okay, is Russia more imperialist than America? Oh my god, bro. God. America is doing a Ukraine, or has done a Ukraine for the past 20 years. The only difference is you don't have the capacity to analyze it in the same fucking vein. That's it. This is why whenever I criticize Russia for being like America, so many Americans would be like, what the fuck? Why are you defending Russia? It's like, no, I'm saying they're the big bad. Okay? America's the big bad, and what Russia is doing is akin to America, which is the worst thing you can be considered from where I'm standing. After Saigon fell in 1975, China invaded Vietnam only 4 years later. There's a long history of mistrust between the countries in China's periphery and China. The two biggest heroes in Vietnamese lore after Ho Chi Minh are famous because of them protecting Vietnam from Chinese incursion. Quang Trong was famous because of his victory over the Qing dynasty, and Tran Hung Duao because of his victory over the Yuan. How likely is the U.S. to do a genocide domestically? Well, that comes back to the conversation that we were just having about Donald Trump being Hitlerian. Can't believe every conversation has to go back to China somehow, because Americans cannot just like analyze our own problems with, by being compared to an even bigger bad historically, without immediately being like, well, what about our foreign adversaries? They're doing some fuck shit too. And then me being the stubborn, annoying, autistic asshole that I am, have to immediately correct people for having the wrong opinion and not having any of the fucking knowledge on historical facts. Yeah, the U.S. already finished their genocide once. I'm saying that they're going to do another domestic one seemingly soon. And I don't know if it's going to be the Democratic Party that conducts it or the Republican one. You know what I mean? It's going to happen, though. Yeah, let's just ignore the Uyghur genocide. Brother, you're doing it. You're doing the thing that I'm saying, okay? There's never been a moment where I'm like, that's like the Chinese government did not engage in cultural genocide and also fucking mass concentration camps or mass re-education camps for the Uyghur population in Xinjiang. Okay, I never said that. Please shut the fuck up. Okay, Jesus Christ, you're doing but China again. This is not about China versus America. This is about what America is doing. The only reason why you do that, is because you feel bad. You feel bad. There's a little Western chauvinist dog in you that's barking every time I talk about this.
It considers their protection. It's
literally one guy says this. You got Adrian Zenz. No, I didn't get Adrian Zenz. Come on, dog. Like, dude. There's an understandable reason to be like risk averse and not want an active hot or cold war with China. Okay, that is the correct position. And then there's being a MAGA guy, but for Xi Jinping. A lot of leftists go between the two, like in almost a second. Okay, There is no reason for you to be a MAGA supporter, but for Xi, all right? Like, the irony of that sentiment expressed is that he literally said he's doing this tailored off of America's war on terror, okay? You cannot point to separatist movements. You cannot point to separatist movements as a reason to do mass surveillance and wholesale dragnet operations on every single person that you claim is trying to separate Xinjiang from China. Okay, you cannot point to knife attacks, acts of terror conducted by Muslim Uyghurs to say we have to do mass surveillance in an entire region and just like forcibly try and Hanify or pacify the entire fucking area. Okay, the United States of America did similar things as well. It was completely unacceptable. It is ridiculous to try and defend this position. What you can say, however, is that this is no longer a thing that is occurring. Okay? How do you explain the fact that every single country has Chinese shops in every single corner? I don't know, because the food is good. Like, what? There's a lot of people, man. There's a lot of Chinese people, okay? And the food is bomb. Like, it's yummy. There's just a lot of Chinese people, dude. There's a lot of Indian people, too. There's a lot of Indian restaurants, too. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, who the fuck looks at a Chinese restaurant and goes, this is imperialism happening? You have to be a real brain-broken idiot to fucking have this attitude, dude. How do we stop the Uyghur camps, though? They are no longer in operation, at least according to the Associated Press. So, unless the Associated Press is in the pocket of big China, which I doubt they are, considering our own personal vested interest in, like, undermining China at every step at the behest of the U.S. State Department, it doesn't exist any longer. That's probably the reason why there's so many fucking TikTokers that suspiciously go to Xinjiang and you know, TikTok in Xinjiang about how sick it is over there.
Task of the enemies of the state is its duty. The National Socialist state is neither prudish nor deceitful. There are, however, certain moral principles, adherence to which is in the interests of the biological health of a nation, and with which we tolerate no tampering, pederasty, and sexual offenses against children.
Yeah, these pedophilic gays, dude, destroying the moral fabric of society. Huh. Bro, conservatives only conserve one thing, and that is talking points, okay? They only recycle one thing, and that is talking points. Bar for bar. Verbatim, okay?
Are punishable by law in this state, no matter who commits such crimes. When some 5 years ago, certain heads of the National Socialist Party were found guilty of these crimes, they were shot. When other persons in public or private life, even priests, are guilty offenses, they are, according to law, sentenced to terms of imprisonment or hard labor. It is no concern of ours if priests break their other vows, such as chastity.
Okay, enough. Let's get back to pederasty defense. Yeah, I mean, they won't hear you, dude. They won't hear you, okay? I mean, he's right, but they won't hear you. Also, you know who's on the Trump train, dude? And this is why I'm definitely voting for Joe Biden? Joseph Robinette Brandon. That's right, folks. In the interest of experiencing true bipartisanship, Joseph Robinette Brandon, as a joke, as a goof, as a gaffe, but I will take it very seriously, put on a MAGA hat.
Presidential hat. Presidential seal on it. You want to autograph it? Oh, sure I'll autograph it. Huh? Yeah. You remember your name? I don't remember my name. I'm slow. You're old part. You're an old part. Yeah, I know, man. I'm an old guy. And you're an old part, right? I know you would know about that. What? About being old. Oh, I know. All right. I'm a young timer.
God, he's so okay. This is, man, he's fucking good. This is why I used to say he's a good retail politician, okay? Because this motherfucker's got Riz, bro. That is Riz, okay? He's good. When he's got it, he's got it. Okay, that's fucking cute. Like straight up. I mean, he's a genocider, a piece of shit. But in terms of like retail politics, he's doing it. That's why I'm voting for him. That's why I'm voting for him. That's why I'm writing his name. Okay.
You know, he reminds me of the guys I grew up with. There was always one in the neighborhood.
Damn, we just fucking called him out in the entire room. What the fuck? He reminds me of the guys I grew up with. There's always one in the neighborhood. That's crazy.
There you go, man. I need that hat. Want mine? You know mine. There you go. Dude, this is fucking... This is why I'm voting for him, because I believe that the only way that you can be bipartisan as a Democrat is if you are literally a Republican, okay? And that's why I'm voting for Joseph Robinette Brandon. I heard your messages, all the liberals in the chat, they keep telling me about fucking harm reduction, lesser evil voting. Like, in order for the Democrats to win, they have to become Republicans. The closer you are to being a Republican, which is literally just saying like I'm riding with Trump, okay? It's the most Republican you can get. I'm tired of seeing Hogs. I'm tired of seeing Hogs say that Biden did this because he's mad at Kamala for overthrowing him. Yeah. Hey, I'm proud of you now. Hey, they're good. Thank you. They're good.
I genuinely don't understand why he did this, because he's just trying to be cute. He's just having a fun time. He should have never put the hat on, though, because it's a fucking power play to give a Trump supporter the presidential hat. But, like, putting on the Trump hat is so stupid, okay? But also, at the same time, it's not stupid for him because he's a Democrat. And Democrats want to fuck Republicans. They want to suck Republicans. They want to be Republicans. Remember that. They love Republicans. They want them voting for the Democratic Party. They want to advance Republican policies. Okay, it's a swastika. No, it's not, dude. Shut the fuck up. And even if it is, like, you know, you can make the same argument about the Democratic Party too. Hey, hell yeah, brother. Maybe he's a big Hank Pecker fan. Yeah, brother. Hell yeah. He's got my vote. He's got my fucking vote. Let me tell you, writing in Biden, he's got good smarts because he's pro-Trump.
Good Kentucky Fried Chicken. I hope you like it.
How'd you get another hat there, though? What do you mean?
Both presidential candidates are back out there campaigning after Tuesday night's presidential debate, watched by some 67 million Americans, which is not an NFL number, but pretty good for everything but football. And
you were just saying Trump is like Hitler? Bro, they're both like Hitler, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu is like Hitler. They're all Hitler. It's just Western politics, okay? It's just one Hitler after the other. What do you want me to do? Sometimes I got a meme.
There is continued conversation and fallout this morning about a phony, fear-mongering claim about immigrants from former President Donald Trump.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Trump was referring to Springfield, Ohio, where an estimated...
Controversial take. I happen to think there's a difference between Trump and Harris. Yes, there is. Okay? Donald Trump, no new wars, baby. That's right. He's the peaceful dove. Okay, I'm done. I'm done memeing. Listen. Yeah, the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in terms of how the Democratic Party operates is 4 years, okay? Watch this space. 4 years in the future, you'll see Kamala Harris, maybe 2 years in the future, because that time frame of like Democrats catching up to Republican policies is actually shortening too. You know, we'll see. 2 years. Come midterm elections, Kamala Harris is going to be advocating for mass deportations too, I think. Fuck.
15,000 new refugees from Haiti have settled into a city that only had about 60,000 people as of 2020. Lilia Luciano went to Springfield to talk to people there about changes in their city.
At this community center, Haitian immigrants get food, clothes, and help finding work.
They're here, and they're our responsibility.
Casey Rollins, who runs the St. Vincent de Paul Society, says the supplies are an open-armed welcome from this community for asylum seekers, especially from Haiti, fleeing violence and starvation from a country in collapse.
They work 3 jobs. They just never stop working.
But when it comes to immigration, Springfield has become tense since last August, when a minivan driven by a Haitian immigrant without a valid license collided head-on with a school bus, killing 11-year-old Aiden Clark.
We're not taking any more. And who can stop them from coming?
The pain in the community has been real for a while.
What does it feel like, though, to hear the kinds of things that are being said?
Unfortunately, it's about Haitian. The bad topic is the Haitian people. I'm not too afraid of that. I'm not too afraid of that because I think it's going to pass.
Springfield was once a manufacturing hub. Since 2000, jobs have dropped by nearly half. And while Haitian immigrants, most of whom have temporary protected status and work permits, have been blamed for stealing jobs,
there are more than enough jobs.
Business owners like job recruiter Alex Muller see their presence as vital.
They are accepting and helping certain supply chains where we...
Do you agree with Sam's take that this will cause an economic renaissance in Springfield? It already has started. Dude, whenever there is a mass influx of migrants into any particular area, it 100% helps the economy. These people are fucking delusional. They're just straight up primed to look at the conditions deteriorating around them. And then some guy comes in and says, it's the black people that caused it. And they go, oh, yeah, you're right. It is the black people. That's it. Why have they gone to Springfield? Because there were a lot of job openings in Springfield. That's it. There was a lot of job openings in Springfield and not enough people to fill those roles. So a couple Haitian migrants went there. And then, I mean, that's how every enclave starts. There were job openings. So they were like, oh, shit, they need people. Like, they need people to work these jobs. So they went there. And then other Haitians came afterwards as well, word of mouth.
We saw a vacancy in people that rejected those jobs prior.
It's a complicated issue that can't be divided along political lines.
What needs to happen or what needs to come in for that coexistence?
As apolitical as I would like to remain, I think a lot of politicians are sort of caught up in the need to criminalize and criminalize this whole situation instead of humanizing it.
For Nathan Clark, his message to politicians surrounding immigration is deeply personal.
Using Aiden as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible.
It was his son who was killed a year ago in the bus crash.
My son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community.
I don't understand how this story started. It's because 20,000 Haitians went and started living in Springfield since like 2020. Okay, that's it. The story starts even before then, though. The story starts with the economy tanking in the Rust Belt when factories started closing and opening up new shops in either Mexico or even in certain instances China. Then the jobs went away. Once the jobs went away and the shops went away, all of a sudden, 20,000 is a lot, though. Seriously, 20,000, you think it's okay? Dude, of course I think it's okay. Why would I have an issue? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? People love that, like, everyone is leaving California to go to Florida. The same, I bet you, as a right-winger, you probably love, okay, that there's so much migration happening into Florida, interstate migration. They're just people, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? You just don't analyze them in the same vein as, like, you know, the regular, normal, good Americans. That's it. I'm willing to bet if it was 20,000 white people, if it was 20, think about it this way. If it was 20,000 white people that moved from fucking Idaho to Ohio, okay, to work those jobs, you would be talking about this as a phenomenal achievement for Springfield, okay? You'd be like, damn, how incredible that Springfield's economy revitalized so unimaginably. What the fuck is going on? But when it's Haitians, you're like, whoa, 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 the fuck? Anyway, at least you recognize that you're getting bad propaganda. I'm glad that you, that's a very healthy first step. Anyway, that's it though. That's literally it.
The state and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate.
We learned that during the pandemic, some people here left the workforce and didn't come back. So those Haitian immigrants are...
20,000 is a lot, by the way, for Springfield. Springfield's population size now is 154,000, okay? It's a lot of people, but it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. That's the difference. In Vegas, we don't like Californians. That's why I'm looking for a different feed, lol. Wait, what? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Chatter is an anti-woke YouTube grifter. Mecha Random is an anti-woke YouTube grifter. This is their real Twitch account. How the fuck did you figure that out quickly like that? That's crazy. I thought he was being kind of normal about it. Oh, you said if it was 20,000 white people or something. If 20,000 Californians moved into Vegas, which I'm sure there has been an even larger number of Californians that have moved to Vegas in recent years, especially during COVID, you would fucking cherish that. You could say like, oh, I hate that, but like the benefits to your economy is positive. Like it's a good thing. It absolutely is a good thing. That's so silly. It's true. Nevadans hate Californians for no reason. Like most of us here aren't born in Nevada, but we still hate them. Shaking my head. Yeah, see, nearly 158,000 people relocated to Nevada from California since 2020. I didn't hear no dang Californians eating fucking rats or cats or other pets. Wonder why. Wonder why these people are being analyzed differently. Perhaps there's some other reason as to why this has become a major story. Ain't nobody talking about Californians bringing diseases to Vegas. Think, chatter. Think. People didn't fucking complain about this with Ukrainian refugees either. I wonder why people don't fucking complain about this with Canadians either. I wonder why. It's because they're Haitian. That's it. For those of you who are not understanding. In 2 years since Russia's invasion, the U.S. program has resettled 187,000 Ukrainians with little controversy. Objectively a good thing, by the way. Like, I've always been in support of this. Chatter's moved the goalpost to legality now. Yeah, no, I know that they moved the goalpost, but like the difference between Ukrainian refugees coming into the United States of America and Haitian refugees coming into the United States of America is nothing, actually. It's literally nothing. They also have the proper paperwork. They're a temporary protected status. So they're actually just refugees. There is one difference, though. Can you figure out what the difference is? Because they both have TPS. Can you figure out what the difference is with Venezuelan refugees and Haitian refugees as opposed to Ukrainian refugees? I'm having a really hard time trying to figure out. Because it's not like they all speak English. I wonder what it is, bro. I wonder what it is. Oh, it's because they're black and brown. Got it. That's what it is. Never mind. Ain't nobody's out here talking about Ukrainian refugees eating fucking household pets or Ukrainian gangs taking over fucking apartment complexes. Yeah, what was that about, dude? What the fuck was that about?
Keeping some industries alive, but that this small city needs more resources from the government to continue to adapt for the growth. Nate.
Lilia, thank you.
New reaction tonight in the wake of a debate talking point last night about Springfield, Ohio, which we should say right off the bat is not supported by any evidence that we or really anyone has been able to find.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
I also don't really like this. Because it's like, just say it's a lie, man. It's a lie. We haven't been able to find evidence for this claim that they're making is not strong enough, okay? Just say they're lying because they're lying. And I think they know that they're lying. They don't give a shit. So you might as well just openly address that that is what it is. Yeah, they're giving it attention, which is super 2016. Just, if you're going to cover it, don't say unsubstantiated claim about pets. Just say, this is a lie. We went there. We talked to officials. We talked to cops. We talked to the Haitian people. And we didn't talk to the most inbred racist hicks that call all the Haitians, like, you know, sand N-words or whatever, which is wild because, like, that's not even the proper racial terminology for Haitian people, but, like, that's besides the point. Okay? And that's it.
The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
He's talking about black people, Haitian migrants.
I agree with you, but wouldn't the counter argument be that they're coming from a broken economy, having less to offer? Not that I think this, just that I don't know better and would like to understand. You think the Ukrainian economy, even before the invasion of Russia, was not damn near identical to like any number of different broken fucking economies? Ukraine was a third world country. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Californians moving to Nevada. Oh, I thought he was trying to be like, no, you don't understand. Like, I was talking about Ukrainians coming to America, which they should. There is no problem with this, okay? I have no issue with this. This community fundraised so that Ukrainian refugees could relocate, okay, and escape Ukraine. So, like, 100%. This is not only something that I agree with, but also something that I funded and facilitated and supported, okay? A lot more than I can say on this issue than, like, all these other fucking random, like, I'm pro-Ukrainian because I want them all to fucking die type accounts on Twitter, all right? I have done more than Drew Pavlo for Ukrainians and Ukraine in general. Just want to point that out. For that fucking little piece of shit gets another check from some ultra-Zionist fascist dude to do the worst type of defense for Israel. Do you know what the fuck third world means? Okay, shut up. You know exactly which type of terminology I used when referencing Ukraine. Ukraine is a developing nation, okay? I don't care about its alignment. Ukraine had the same conditions of every other developing nation, okay? Of course, Moldovan Mama Liga gets mad. And even then, significantly better than Moldova, okay? At least they have 44 million fucking people before Russia invaded. What the fuck does Moldova have? 8 cows. Don't get me fucking started on this. Moldova got 10 cows now. My mistake.
Migrants. And yes, that actually happened last night in the presidential debate. The former president amplifying a claim going around in right-wing media. He's also been citing the death of an 11-year-old Springfield boy last year when a Haitian driver, now in prison, hit the school bus he was riding in. Here's what the father, Nathan, said last night at a public meeting.
You think you won't suffer consequences for your Moldova slander? I think it'd be really funny if there was like a Moldova nationalist who ends up killing me out of all of the fucking people that I've pissed off. It's like the one Moldovan guy. And he's like, we have 10 cow, you fucking piece of shit. We have 10 cow. You said we have 8 cow. We have 10. You fucking piece of shit.
They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio.
Well, tonight, Aiden Clark's dad built on his remarks, saying in a statement, the attention brought to our case in the last few weeks is 100% politically motivated. We've been grieving for over a year now, so why are you suddenly concerned? Politics. More on the politics of that and the related theories, conspiracy theories about house pets from CNN's Omar Jimenez.
When you hear allegations of Haitians eating dogs and cats and taking them off the street and stealing them from people's yards, what is your reaction when you hear that?
It was shocking to me, honestly, because the first question I asked myself, where in the world do people are eating pets?
Viles Dorsonville is the head of the Haitian Community Help and Support Center in Springfield, Ohio. He came to the United States about 4 years ago from Haiti, and he hasn't just questioned the nature of the recent rumors, he's questioned what they will do to his community.
It's just like xenophobia, it's just like bigotry, discrimination, and racist. And they do not normally take time to see the impact that can have on the mental health of the immigrants fleeing the country from all kind of chaos.
To be clear, former President Donald Trump's claims are not supported by evidence. In a statement to CNN, a spokesperson for the city of Springfield said there have been no credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community. But all of this has also come as part of a very real surge in Haitian population in Springfield.
We have realistically been saying 12 to 15,000 immigrants is what we have counted through the health department and other agencies.
And they are here legally under the immigration parole program. Once here, immigrants are then eligible to apply.
By the way, if you want to understand why fucking Springfield is so angry all the goddamn time, or the people that you've seen in those videos are so fucking angry, Springfield is one of the highest crime rates. Springfield, as of 2021, before the Haitian migrants came into Springfield, Springfield had one of the highest crime rates in America compared to all the communities from all sizes, from the smallest towns to the very largest cities. One's chance of becoming a victim of either violent or property crime here is 1 in 17. Within Ohio, more than 99% of the communities have a lower crime rate than Springfield. In fact, after researching dangerous places to live, Neighborhood Scout found Springfield to be one of the top 100 most dangerous cities in the USA. Okay? This was before Haitian people came in. This shows me and everyone else that understands how crime works that obviously Springfield is a underserved community that has been left behind that, of course, had a shit ton of issues. This is also probably part of the reason why there is a massive this is probably part of the reason why there's a massive influx of migrants coming in to Springfield, because that's usually where a lot of immigrants are like, there's some opportunity here. Okay? There is opportunity here. It's not going to be, they're not like, immigrants are not going to be able to go to places where there's like already super expensive housing and very little unemployment overall. That's probably why they went to Springfield to begin with. And in that situation, they actually unironically end up making the town thrive, which then leads to more tax revenue, which then over the course of many years allows the town to fix itself, and then it allows the town to become gentrified, and then the cycle continues. Okay? What is this? Ilhan Omar talked about Haitian immigrants on CNN.
Overall, it's obviously a much more complicated and nuanced picture than what the Trump Vance campaign are painting about what's happening in Springfield. But when you hear a false claim like that amplified to nearly 70 million people, do you worry about what it means for the Haitian refugees who are living in places like that?
Well, first, I want to say just the insanity of having a senator, a candidate for vice president, and a former president, and now a candidate for president, really talking about memeing into reality.
Yeah, Springfield has more people living there in 1920 than it does now. It was a dilapidated, dying town that was injected life by immigrants. Yes, exactly. Same with Hazleton in Pennsylvania. And the same fucking anti-immigrant, racist-ass sentiment was launched towards Hazleton, Pennsylvania, even though, ironically enough, Hazleton, Pennsylvania also saw a period of revitalization as a consequence of an influx of migrants.
Reality, a racist conspiracy, dangerous story like this. What it means is that there are so many people now who are looking for stories to make this true. And it gins up this dangerous reaction by folks who are unstable, in which then they go and try to protect these animals that they think that are being attacked by Haitian immigrants and cause harm to people who are already vulnerable, who came to this country seeking stability and safety and coming from situations that were already volatile. And I think, when we think about the bigger picture, is thinking about what kind of country do we want to be, right? Is this the kind of rhetoric and messaging that we want the world to see about who our leaders are and those, that could potentially be elected into the highest leadership in our office and in our country? And I think what Harris did so well last night was remind the American people that this manic, dangerous liar cannot be reelected as president of the United States, and how crucial it is for us not to go back to the dark and dangerous days of the Trump presidency.
That's the other part of this story in terms of like making a coherent narrative for the election. People do not remember the dark days of the Trump administration. It's been 4 years since the last day of the Trump administration. And one of the key aspects of the Trump administration, beyond the fact that he was just like telling a million lies a minute, was how fucking racist people got. Okay? If the Democrats want to win, and this is a win-win situation, if the Democrats want to remind people how fucking unimaginably racist the Trump presidency looked like, they should just talk about this. They should be like, hey, it's happening again. And this motherfucker ain't even president yet. And it's already happening. But that would require them to have a backbone on the issue of immigration. It is kind of shocking. At the very least, Democrats used to fucking put out like a statement, right? They'd be like, oh, it's unacceptable to do this kind of anti-immigrant sentiment. Immigrants are the backbone of this nation type shit. They don't even do that anymore. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts.
For temporary protected status. Haitian temporary protected status was recently extended and redesignated for Haiti, mainly due to violent anarchy in the country. But the total population of Springfield is around 58.
But you said that it was good that Democrats weren't running on social issues this time. This is the problem. This isn't like fucking identity politics, which is a hollowed out version of like actual tangible policy. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the real fear that Democrats have, by the way. If they fucking talk about this shit and be like, remember how shitty it was when Trump was president? People are gonna be like, oh, doing identity politics, I guess. No, dumbass. I'm trying to fucking stop a goddamn pogrom from happening. They don't know how to do it with nuance, though. All they know is shame, and that doesn't help. Honestly, this is warranted. You should be ashamed if you believe this shit. Straight up. You should be ashamed. If you believe any of this stuff, you should be very ashamed. Maybe that shame will cause you to fucking, I don't know, behave normally next time around, like at the top of the hour, and subscribe for $6, 30% off right now, or for free with a Twitch Prime, so that you can avoid seeing the ad break at the top of the fucking hour. You know what I mean? Who knows? We need more shame. Bring back shame, I say. Here's the ad break now.
8,000. So that's around 25% Haitian, and the growing pains in the community have not always been easy. State officials say it's stressing resources.
That obviously represents a massive increase based upon percentage of the population in Springfield. It is unprecedented in such a short period of time. The federal government simply has to be part of the solution. They have to step up. It is their policies that have created these surges.
The influx of Haitians has also manifested itself in other ways, including a tragedy, specifically in 2023 when
like, this is what I mean. This is disgusting. This is CNN not actually like covering the story with honesty. This is CNN giving veracity to the fucking claims being made by like Haitian migrants coming into the town. Dog, I tried to look this up. That's how I got to the Springfield, Ohio, like rate of crime. I was trying to figure out like what the vehicular manslaughter number is in Springfield, Ohio. And one of the things I found out was that there was another fucking car crash that happened 6 days ago. It's just like, it happens all the time. Of course, car crashes and car accidents happen with regular frequency. Okay? Why are people talking about this a year after the fact, though? It's because the dude who was responsible for it is a Haitian guy. That's it. That's why it was like, I mean, I was joking about this yesterday when I was watching the fucking Adolf Hitler reincarnated fucking YouTube video, but it's like, do you know anything about the Midwest? Like, Ohio is car crash city, dude. The fuck? These motherfuckers don't know how to drive sober, okay? It's crazy that they're like, I can't believe it, dude. A thing that is insanely commonplace must be the Haitians. Like, that's crazy. That is a crazy thing to think.
11-year-old Aiden Clark was killed in a Springfield bus crash, one that involved a Haitian immigrant who had a driver's license that was not valid in Ohio, as reported by the New York Times. Aiden's father...
You're wrong, Florida has the car crash state? No, dog. Ohio literally has party plates. What are you talking about? So you can honk and party with the fucking party plates, people.
Father declined to speak on camera, but as others have posted about the tragedy recently, he told CNN in a statement, "We just want our family out of the news and for Aiden to not be mentioned in regards to politics." Putting aside any unverified theories about cats and dogs, Vilbrin Dorsonville, also Haitian, says he understands the criticisms about the strain on resources caused by the influx of immigrants.
I agree with these people.
But he also painted a harsh reality.
If it was not for a matter of death,
look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this.
It would be better to get back.
Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. Worst states for drunk driving. Number 1, Montana. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. Ohio's ranked number 24. Florida's ranked number 34. I talk about Florida drunk drivers all the time, but like, oh, California ranked 30. Holy fuck, we're worse than Florida. That's nasty business. New Jersey is the best state for drunk driving, as in like, I mean, the worst state for drunk driving. As in, there's just not a lot of that happening.
And that's also something we heard from another Haitian immigrant who spoke at that city council meeting, saying that she estimates most Haitians would want to go back if it were not for the crisis there right now. Now, since we've been here in Springfield, no one we've spoken to, we haven't gotten any confirmation of pets being eaten or pets being taken to be served as food, but we did.
They are literally giving this story air and legitimacy, okay? They're giving this story air and legitimacy. What the fuck? You are verifying basically what is going on. Here's a funny aspect of the Haitian story, though. An unforeseeable consequence. Who could have thought that Sneeko, who is part Haitian, would be getting fucking yelled at by all of his fans that he's cultivated over the course of the last couple of years? Wow. Shocking. Sneeko, soon people will know the truth about the beautiful country of Haiti. All that right-wing grifting, and now they're making fun of your father's country is not so funny, huh? His whole fan base turned on him, Lamau. The Haitian cat story is fake, just like little British girl stabbed by Muslim refugees who were actually born in Cardiff. It has already been verified that the cat lady was just a black American, but one boomer makes it go viral on Facebook, and now it's a presidential talking point. It's easy to pick on third world countries like Haiti for being poor, but we should not demonize innocent people. Haiti's been completely destabilized ever since the Clinton Foundation stole billions of dollars in charity money. This is America's fault. Are we responsible to house thousands of Haitian refugees? Obviously not. This motherfucker, he still is like, oh, well, we can't have too many Haitians. But the least we can do is blame our own people when they're eating cats. Yeah, all the right-wingers, all the right-wing grifters have talked to the same fucking 4 insane people in Springfield, Ohio, dude. What the fuck is going on? It's like all these like fucking lonely ass cat ladies with like repulsive personalities and an anxiety disorder making this, talking about how like Haitians are definitely without a doubt groping them and eating their cats. I'm sorry, dude. Maybe we shouldn't listen to like these random fucking schizos, dude. What the fuck? It's so crazy. And of course, the foreseeable consequence of this is now some Haitian families are keeping their children home for their safety, and one woman says she had her car vandalized in the wake of GOP's repeated racist anti-Haitian rhetoric. This is according to HaitianTimes.com. Aside from anxiety caused by Tuesday night's debate, the woman also said her cars have been vandalized twice in the middle of the night. Okay? They are invoking a pogrom. They are trying to do racial animosity. The irony, of course, is that like that black mayor, that dude who's like running for mayor, the black dude who also hyped up this narrative, is probably going to be, just like fucking Sneeko, another obvious victim of anti-black race crimes. Because white people who are racist as fuck, who just don't like black people and are leaning into this like Haitian story, make no distinction between you and a Haitian migrant. Okay? You fucking idiot. Document of a bunch of car accidents in Springfield, Ohio only goes up to 2021. Why is this a Google Drive? Yeah, I mean, this is like the master list of traffic accidents. Oh, kind of cool to see the U.S. copying the UK for once. Your nation is fully, your nation is fully fallen, I'm afraid. That's the other thing that's really funny about, like, again, same principle holds for like Latinos who are anti-immigrant, that like talk about how they talk about like fucking pulling the ladder up, you know what I mean, kicking the ladder down. It's like, bro, the people that want this to happen in this country hate you too, dumbass. They want you to not be here either, you fucking idiot. So stupid. Anyway, let's talk about the actual coverage on the story here, which is right here. And I forgot, but like everyone is eating Megaphonics' ass alive, for the record. From Megaphonics, I'm literally a socialist. Yeah, Megaphonics, how did you not fucking change your name to Benny Johnson Goes on Gay Cruises? Gay cruise merchant Benny Johnson. Like, how did you change your name to Megaphonics, I'm literally a socialist? Wow, that's the only time I've ever found Vosh remotely entertaining. This motherfucker thinks I look like Vosh. Yet another instance. It is now. Benny Johnson can eat shit. No. You should have changed her name immediately to Benny Johnson Gay Cruise Merchant. It's probably too late now. He got timed out, but wanted to send you this. The guy who originally mixed this is having a meltdown because it's not pro-Trump and he's literally a socialist. Receipt in the comments. Well, it's our song now, comrade. Oh my God, they're all making fun of. They're all cooking. They're all cooking megaphonics, dude. That's so funny. Oh my God, that's so funny. I feel kind of bad. This is like he is receiving a fraction of what I experience on a daily basis, and as someone who is, who has like a normal job and shit, like no one deserves that. So chatters need to not make fun of megaphonics in this moment, no matter how hard you want to, because I promise you, you would not fucking want this happening to you, okay? There are probably so many unhinged psychopaths that are up his ass right now, okay? Wait, please play the song. I played it in the intro today. I mean, here's a good example. Well, this is not megaphonics. This is Caitlin Clark, who was also famous, but people are very mad at Caitlin Clark because she liked Taylor Swift's post about how she's endorsing Kamala Harris. Definitely, Cobra Bill says, definitely should have stayed out of politics, Caitlin Clark 22. Love watching you, but now I refuse after seeing you support Taylor Swift and Kamala. Okay? God damn it. God damn it. It's like, dude, you're that fucking bent. What's wrong with you? Here. Was just starting to finally pay some attention to the WNBA because somebody was actually worth watching. Then you caved, says Hogan's Guitars USA. Why did you like Taylor Swift's post about endorsing Kamala? Kelsey Living and Laughing says, please don't. Jay Gale, this is definitely an old lady. She's got an old lady dog. Please don't get sucked into politics. Taylor Swift is fully endorsing candidates that want to allow children to be surgically or chemically treated to change their bodies permanently without parental consent. Do your own research. Think she's a phenomenal entertainer and talent otherwise. Be a meat eater, says, dang, supported you when all the liberal WNBA player were against you, but can't support someone that is voting for Kamalama, who policies will hurt the future generations' ability to own a house or get a high-paying job. You should be out of politics because I was against the bad treatment you have in court, but now I can care less about you. If you like Kamala, I don't like you. Bye. You do realize she hates women's sports, right? MT5918 says, we lost another great baller. One of the best I've seen as a woman. I only started watching because of her outstanding skills. But now she's involved in politics of the Democrats. I'm moving on to something else. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, Kamala Harris will do very little to change the current status quo, but the one thing she actually has outlined she will do is make it easier to buy a house. I know. It's pretty funny that resentment runs so deep that they're like, Kamala Harris would never offer me hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy my first home. Or was it 25 grand? I forget how much. I already forgot her fucking stupid ass policy. God damn it. Kamala Harris would never say she wants to build 3 million new housing units. If there's one thing I know about Kamala Harris, I, as a podcaster, know that she would never give me $50,000 in tax breaks for starting a new podcast. Okay? I've been paying close attention to politics for quite a while, and if there's one thing I know is a certainty, she would never give me $50,000 in tax breaks to start a new business, a startup. Here's a lady burning Taylor Swift records while expressing concern about cats eating migrants. Healthy political environment you got here.
Taylor Swift just endorsed Kamala Harris, and I'm done. I don't want to be a childish cat lady like her. If you really love the cats, you wouldn't let the migrants eat them as pets. That's why I'm replacing all my stuff with end the wokeness stuff.
Bro, this is so crazy. We are so mentally ill. We are so mentally ill as a society. This is not like, it's pretty funny because I do personally believe that unless like there's full blown economic collapse, okay, unless like, you know, the price of food got to a completely unsustainable level. I'm not talking like the 8% to, you know, the 20-point bump. I'm talking like 200 points, right? Like I'm talking hyperinflation. In the absence of that, the only thing that Americans will do in terms of fascism, because we have no organizational capability and no like underlying ideological interest in doing fascism other than like letting the American system carry out our fascist desires, like it's always just going to be, what do people do? What do people do whenever someone is in the crosshairs? Haitian migrants are in the crosshairs. They call the police. They issue a bomb threat. Like, Americans are too fucking fat, too diabetic, too heart diseased to actually like, and too self-involved and too much invested in like the continuation of the flow of the treats to actually get together along like similar principles and like build a coherent fascist movement. We are far too atomized, exactly, to like put together like a real brown shirts type situation. And that's precisely the reason why so much of this like outward like resistance sentiment to like to whatever the fuck they perceive as a real problem happening is always like expressed through commodities. I'm burning my Taylor Swift t-shirt. I've purchased anti-woke t-shirts. So like even our fascism is just so relegated to the fucking cul-de-sacs, the suburbs, and so tame in comparison to like even the fucking EDL and the way that they moved to do like immediate pogroms in the fucking UK. All right, Americans are far too comfortable, is what I'm saying. Okay, and they're not gonna go out and do shit. Like instead, they'll go out and fucking call the cops to do shit for them. That's why they'll just like SWAT someone, right? That's why the most you get is like lone wolf attacks, which are obviously horrifying and completely fucking unacceptable. But like that's the most that ever occurs, right? Ultimately, it's always still about your consumer goods. You're burning your consumer goods. You're substituting one consumer good, one cultural signifier for the next. January 6th, though, incredible. Exactly. January 6th is straight up what, that's my argument. January 6th further proves my argument. Do you think that that was like an organized militia movement, or do you, and also with a coherent agenda? Because it wasn't. It was led by the fucking president too, and that's the most they could do. There was no military coup. There was nothing. Okay? Yeah. A bunch of fucking fat real estate developers and HVAC business owners flew, some of which on private jets, to Washington, D.C., and all they did was take a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They just went in there and took selfies, dog. That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. This is like this is the culmination of like resentment and animosity towards the bi-coastal elitists, the liberal establishment that fucked over Donald Trump, the glorious president. Okay. And what happened? What was the goal? Okay. The goal was I'll fucking clout farm myself inside of the goddamn Capitol building. Okay. We'll break a couple doors in, and then what will we do? Oh, we'll take a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk. Okay. That's it. That's it. There's no real organizational capacity. There are people who are definitely fucking insanely racist. You got the Klan. You got, some of the other elements that are most likely co-opted by our intelligence communities anyway. Like they're completely infiltrated. Okay. Completely infiltrated by the intelligence sector. You got like the Proud Boys, shit like that. But beyond that, you got nothing. You got no movement. You got no motion. We are completely servile to neoliberal capital interests. That's it. Everyone's a liberal. At the end of the day, everyone is a fucking liberal. You might fancy yourself to be a leftist, but like, for example, I'll give you something that's personal, right? What do a lot of leftists on Twitter do? aside from infighting, which is the most leftist thing you can do. But in the process of infighting, what do? They say, Hasan, you're rich. You're rich. You're fucking rich. You can't be a real leftist because you're successful. That's liberalism. You're not supposed to believe that, idiot. You're not supposed to be like, being a leftist is about being poor. That's not. You're stupid. You're a stupid person. You are a liberal. Okay. What is this? Hasan screeching for
so
9.
Embarrassed by it. In Springfield.
Oh yeah, this one went viral. This one went viral.
So embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating.
And then I saw the comments of it, and it fucking broke my brain, dude. Here, you wanna? Let's watch this, and I'll show you the comments to understand how fucking brain broken we are as a society.
The dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
From the perspective of power, isn't that neoliberalism working? My bad, I can't type. Yes, it is. It is. It is. But here, watch this shit.
And it's a
the way I screamed, he actually said the thing. The way I yelled, oh my God, he fell for it. Oh, wait. Never mind. These comments are actually much better. These comments are much better. When I first looked at this, the comments were like, actually, it literally is happening, dumbass. Dayton resident 10,000% believe it to be true. Lol, okay, same. And I believe it to be false. What now? Some people believe that the world is flat and lizards control the Vatican. What can you do? Holy shit. I had a lot of those from my Haas talk. I heard a rumor that comments are sorted differently for people and show negative or positive comments on top. I don't know how it's based on, though. Every fresh politics talk gets inundated with right-wing bots right after posting? Probably. Mind you, the question was about fracking. Fracking. Oh, here, this is the one. Bro, I live in Springfield. It's actually happening. You act like he's lying. Do some research. You got a TikTok? Show us. I mean, it's true. Yeah, there's TikTok videos of it. So, yeah, that's awesome. I've seen comments with like 100K likes saying it's true. I know. It is pretty wild because it is TikTok. We are also unbelievably
to the Sigmas
good.
of Australia, I say that this goofy air government have been capping, not just now, but for a long time. A few of you may remember when they said,
No. I just aged. No. I feel like the last crumb of youth that I had in my body, it just evaporated. Oh no. I hope is it AI? Please tell me it's fucking AI. Stop. It's fake. It's not real. It's not. Continue to dump on Trump because of the eating cats issue will create blowback on November 5th. Haitian voodoo is in fact real. And to dismiss the story out of hand. I just gotta say, this is the funniest response, by the way, to like everything that's going on. I think this is friend of the show, Marianne Williamson. Continue to dump on Trump because the eating cats issue will create blowback on November 5th. Haitian voodoo is in fact real. And to dismiss the story out of hand rather than listen to the citizens of Springfield, Ohio confirms in the minds of many voters the stereotype of Democrats as smug elite jerks who think they're too smart to listen to anyone outside of their own silo. Yeah, I think personally, this is mathematically the funniest way to approach the story. She not only said that, like, no, you don't understand, like, Haitian voodoo is real and they are definitely stealing cats to do Haitian voodoo. Okay. But she also said liberals are out of touch for not believing in Haitian voodoo or the fucking racist Springfielders. The racist Springfielders who also claim that it's happening. I did not say that such things are happening in Springfield. I simply said that the practice itself is ancient and verifiable as reported as such in reputable sources such as National Geographic magazine. See below. My point was that dismissing the stories out of hand is not good politics. My comment had nothing to do with race, Haitian culture in general, or immigrants. Such projections onto my comments are just that. Black Americans know not to cross Haitian people. We are superstitious as fuck. Oh my God. The real horseshoe theory is that there are weirdos who believe in and are afraid of demons. It's not about eating the cats. It's the voodoo. I've been saying this. Voodoo is real. Occult practices are real and cursed and don't please God. However, voodoo priests, etc., don't actually seem to be the demo of Haitians in Ohio. But I understand why the rural poors have their frustrations. This is Louis C.K.'s current girlfriend, by the way. Wait, Louis C.K. is hitting that? That's crazy. Does this count towards HasanAbi vindication year? I mean, like, realize. I mean, I thought that you were a crystal mommy, is what people are calling
Yes,
you
you
in
did
a
think it because
not bad
that's the
way, in a
narrative
good
that's
way.
spun- Well, if I,
I'm reposting that. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing.
yeah, well, but it has been used to minimize. Let's not kid ourselves.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't realize that you were you had no interest in crystals whatsoever.
Well, I think they're pretty. I mean,
Okay.
I certainly think they're pretty.
Okay. All right. Hey, I didn't realize the huge gap between you guys. Yeah. She ate you up. Yeah, y'all were simping for her too at the time, being like, she fucking cooked. Anyway, who's that MILF in the blue shirt on the left? That's me. I'm the MILF. Okay. Holy shit. Bro, she knows where you live. What is this Hasnain
3,
eating?
2, 1. America. Kamala. America. Trump. America. Trump. Dilaver out. Trump. America. Kamala. America. Trump. America. Trump. America. Kamala. Kamala. JD out.
I'm glad that they slow motion that. Like, we couldn't have told. What the fuck am I looking at? What is
Kamala.
this?
America. Trump. America. Kamala. Kamala.
Damn, bro, you
Gaku
jumped.
out. Kamala. MJ out. America.
Bro, swap the
Trump.
flies off the pizza, bro.
America. Kamala. Kamala. America. Trump. America. America.
I believe in him. The one in the front. I believe in him. Like, I feel like he's locked in, dude.
Kamala.
Don't disappoint me. Oh, he's done.
Biggie out. Kamala. Hasnan out. Muzammil winner.
No, yo, you better share that pizza with the yellow shirt kid. Okay, you fucking better. These guys have correctly predicted the presidential race for the past 16 elections. Yeah, Alan Lichtman could never. Okay, this is the real 13 keys. That's the real 13 keys. 13 slices in that pizza. Yeah, people don't actually know this, but that's the Electoral College. Oh, the thing I wanted to talk about was wait, what is this?
What's your most?
Oh, as far as the Ohio story goes, I feel like this right here is the last thing I'm going to cover on that front. And then after that, we're going to move on. Wukong early, bitches 5:30. It's not even early at this point.
The small city of Springfield, Ohio. Today, the small city of Springfield, Ohio, found itself at the center of a fraught election year issue, immigration. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance claims that Haitian migrants in Springfield are, quote, draining social services and causing chaos. He's also repeated a baseless rumor, already debunked by city officials, about pets being abducted and eaten, a story amplified by right-wing media and Elon Musk online.
Over the last 4 years, Springfield has seen its small population grow by over 20%, driven almost entirely by immigrants. William Brangham recently went to Springfield to understand how the city is coping.
The sounds of Haitian Creole carrying across soccer fields, in grocery stores, in restaurants, dishing up the popular Haitian street food.
I'm confused by this entire branch of this as what policy are they claiming is going to fix the problem? Dog, there's not even a problem. There's literally not even a problem. There's a solution, okay? They are the solution to a problem, and that's it. That's the real story. The problem was there were not enough fucking workers in the town, and then these guys moved in, and we're like, oh, we'll do it, okay? So then they were the solution to a problem with a town that was in a state of disrepair. And what's crazy about it is that in spite of the fact that this like immigrant influx, just like historically in many other American towns, also in a state of disrepair, has only contributed positively to the economy of this fucking town that was left behind, is now being treated like there's some major issue happening. Like they've collapsed the entire country.
Food pate code. It's striking hearing all this in the heartland of the United States, Springfield, Ohio. Springfield's a small blue-collar city with a familiar story. Much of the factory work left decades ago, and the residents followed.
Yeah, the only problem is that they're black. There has been annual changes in and mass migration into other states. Okay. Nobody wants to leave Texas, fueling an economic boom. They say the same thing about Florida. They say the same thing about Texas. They say the same thing about any fucking state that people move to unless they're black. That's it. Okay. That's literally it. It's so fucking stupid and so patently racist, like so transparently fucking racist. It's crazy. Ain't nobody said this about the 187,000 Ukrainians that have been relocated inside of the United States of America. Nobody says this about like American citizens from one state moving to another. They only say this about Venezuelan migrants and Haitian migrants.
A community of more than 80,000 emptied out to less than 60. That is, until the last few years.
Our churches, we see new people.
In the pews.
Yes, absolutely.
Wes Babian was the pastor at First Baptist Church for almost 20 years.
For years, we've lost people, but you hope somebody else will come and take their place. That hasn't happened here.
Until now.
Because there are folks from Haiti who are coming to church.
We saw only
Lucas
pieces of it, it's not the full
who,
story.
among his many other jobs, mans the soundboard for Sunday services, is one of those new Haitian members.
Why Springfield?
Of all places. Merzus, with his wife and daughter, were among the first Haitian families to arrive here in 2018.
I got a decent job when I was in Haiti, and then to make a difficult decision to leave, it wasn't easy.
The reason they left is their home country is disintegrating. Protests and increasing violence in the Caribbean nation culminated in the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. Since then, the country spiraled. Armed gangs currently control 80% of the capital, Port-au-Prince. Merzus is one of the estimated 731,000 Haitian immigrants now living in the United States.
I got my brothers and sisters. My mother is still living there. I'm always thinking about my family in Haiti.
Because of that violence, the U.S. granted what's called temporary protected status to Haitians in the U.S., giving them limited time permission to live and work here. TPS was then expanded by the Biden administration.
Yeah,
Merzus
that's the other
says he
thing.
came to
Like,
Springfield for the
guys.
same reason most Haitians did.
These guys have TPS like the Venezuelans and just like the Ukrainians. So just understand that. Like, they have paperwork, okay? They are not like illegals in the way that these fucking people are talking about. They are like, they're legally allowed to be there. They're legally allowed to work. Same with the fucking Venezuelans, okay? Just understand that.
He heard that housing was cheap and jobs were plentiful.
What started slowly, we had an application pool that was a little bit different.
People coming to work here.
People looking for jobs. What he's welding here again are welded axle components.
Jamie McGregor is the CEO of McGregor Metal, which makes welded parts for the auto and farm industries. Right now, about 10% of his workforce is Haitian, over 30 employees.
I wish I had 30 more. Our Haitian associates come to work every day. They don't have a drug problem. They'll stay at their machine. They'll achieve their numbers. They are here to work. And so in general, that's a stark difference from what we're used to in our community.
McGregor acknowledges the sudden arrival of so many new immigrants is a challenge on multiple fronts, but he believes this is partly how the industrial Midwest can regrow.
We want more jobs in our community. And in order to fill those jobs, some jobs need to be people who are not originally from here.
There's things in the last 5 years that have really changed and has been a forward improvement for Springfield, but this is taxing the resources of the city. Well, afterwards.
Springfield's mayor, Rob Rue, says he was cautiously optimistic when the first Haitians settled in town, but then their numbers quickly rose. The city estimates 12 to 15,000 Haitians are here.
That woke libtard got fired today. Hell yeah, brother.
For now.
The infrastructure of the city, our safety forces, our hospitals, our schools. Springfield is a close community and has a big heart, but at the same point, we've had this influx that has taxed all these services.
What? Don't come at me saying I have no vested interest in the election because I'm Canadian. I live closer to DC than you do. I live inside the empire. I'm less than 100 kilometers to the border. You live in Rome. I'm a vassal. I hope you have a great weekend. You should probably take it off. I am. This guy is still chirping. He came back with this fucking Sephiroth ass speech. Okay. Yeah. What is a kilometer, you fucking loser? Shut up, you Canadian cuck. Talk to me in freedom units. Okay. I'm kidding. Don't get butthurt. That was a joke. Sephiroth died. I'm still here. Keep this chatter. He's amazing. Yeah. He just annoys me because his name is Chairman Wow, but he's such a fucking smarmy little lib at times. Okay. You are no chairman. You are not worthy of sharing the name.
The number of students needing English language help has quadrupled in 5 years. Translators at the local health center cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And last year was the busiest year on record for the fire department. But it seemed that for the community at large, the increase in immigration and its stresses largely flew under the radar. A lot of that changed last August. It was the very first day of school, and a school bus full of kids was coming down this road. A driver coming in the other direction came around that bend, said he was blinded by the sun. He clipped the bus, and the bus ended up in this ditch.
We begin with breaking news. Right now, multiple law enforcement agencies are on the scene of a deadly school bus crash.
Dozens of children were injured, and 11-year-old Aiden Clark died. When the driver was revealed to be a Haitian immigrant without a U.S. license, things erupted.
The majority of the Haitians here are low-skilled and they're illiterate.
I want to know who's busing them in, who's responsible for that, and who can stop them from coming.
Our concerns don't have anything to do with racism. They have to do with lack of affordable housing.
For the past few months, Springfield resident and former journalist William...
Oh, brother. Oh, my God. Go to any fucking county commissioners meeting and you will see the worst people of all time. Holy
has
fuck.
Been a fixture at city commission meetings. He helps run a Facebook group that's become a clearinghouse for locals' concerns about the Haitians.
Oh my God. This guy, he's like, oh, this is not about racism. Also, we found out he runs the most consequential racist Facebook group in Springfield, Ohio. Dude, what is up with Americans, brother? Oh my, like, how does this happen? How do you get this way, bro? How do you get this way? You literally have to be the most psychotic little fucking freak. Like, it's like that Street People of Los Angeles account. Like, they lose their fucking minds, okay? This group was created with the intention of keeping the community better informed with accurate descriptions and those responsible for crimes. Only members can see who's in the group. Anyone can find this group. Group created on March 24th, 2024. What do you want me to see?
Group that's become a clearinghouse for locals' concerns about the Haitians, where people complain about everything from reckless driving to higher rents.
Do you shop in Springfield? No. Do you drive the streets of Springfield? No. Do you consider that Springfield is your home? No. Are your kids safe in school? No.
They're talking about, I got kicked out of my house because they're...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, they're doing a Klan meeting. I need these people to be forcibly re-educated yesterday. Stop it. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate this shit. I hate this shit so much. I'm sorry, dude. If you have this level of resentment for fucking people that are just simply interested in the same things you are, okay? Roof over their heads, food on the fucking table. If you get this fucking aggro towards these people, you need rehabilitation pronto. You need re-education pronto. Send these motherfuckers, ship these motherfuckers off to the goddamn countryside, make them toil the land and pick fruits, okay? No way. No way, dude. No way. We cannot fix this society.
Rent went way up. My insurance has gone way up. I don't feel safe in the stores anymore. With maybe a couple exceptions, it's never a race issue. But they want to make it sound like a racial issue so they can demonize us and ignore our concerns. But these are valid concerns.
I have the same fears that you as mom and dads and grandma and grandpas and aunts and uncles have.
I won't say this is a Haitian crisis, this is an immigrant crisis. It's the fact that we have so many people here and we have a culture clash.
Mayor Rue says reckless driving is an issue, but there's been no uptick in crime related.
I personally think this many people should not feel this comfortable just being like, a bunch of black people moved here and I fucking hate it. Like, straight up, I'm sorry. I feel like we have genuinely fucked up somewhere, like, big time. Okay? That's crazy, brother. These are people who are just like in office. You know what I mean? These are people with positions of local power. But that's literally not what they're saying. Go ahead. You have the table. Go ahead. You have the table. Please explain what you think they're saying. And then we can play the same song and dance over and over again. We can be like 187,000 Ukrainians were relocated into the United States with not a single fucking peep from people. Americans cross state boundaries on a regular fucking basis. Americans cross state boundaries on a regular fucking basis by much larger numbers than these 20,000 Haitians that went to Springfield, Ohio. The community leaders, people who own businesses are happy. There's actually fucking people that are working the businesses. There's more people attending church. But a random Facebook group owner, a random guy who made a Facebook group that is just like pure unfiltered Hitlerian nonsense, documenting with vigilantism the accounts attributed to random Haitian people, have decided that there's actually real social instability happening because of what? Just these guys. Just these fucking guys. These guys are just the problem. We're not saying it's a race issue, it's a culture issue. It's just a cultural difference, you know? It's not race. It's not race. If Springfield, Ohio got 20,000 white motherfuckers from Idaho to move in, not a single peep would be said about the issue. If Springfield, Ohio got 20,000 Ukrainians to come into the town, this would be considered a success story about a town that was revitalized. There are a million different success stories about this, specifically ones that right-wing Republicans regularly fucking promote. Like, look at Texas. People love migrating to Texas from California. Look at Florida. People love migrating to Florida from California. It's so good. They're fucking beefing up the economy. Meanwhile, you're over here trying to justify some of the most Hitlerian suburbians in Springfield, Ohio's unimaginably racist fantasies. Oh my God. These people have fucking brainworms. And so do you, if you think that there's any veracity to the claims that they're making. And no, they're not simply talking about the underfunded social programs. They're saying they need more social services. Every one of them said it wasn't a race issue. Oh, shit. I didn't realize they said it wasn't a race issue. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, shit, dude. I had no idea. Because racist people always say they're fucking racist. Like, all the time. They always say that. So if someone doesn't say that they're outwardly being racist in that moment, then who are we to judge them? They said that it wasn't a race issue. Never mind. I'm being sarcastic for those of you who can't pick up on it. Of course they're fucking racist. The fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, I'm going to stop. If they were complaining about social services, they wouldn't have a Facebook group called Documenting Haitian Crimes. It would be called Documenting Local Municipality Crimes in terms of like mismanagement of funds, something like that. Okay? The South says slavery wasn't a race issue. States' rights can't be racist. True. The group was called Stop the Influx. What the fuck, man? Like half the population that we've encountered from Springfield, Ohio, that is like dumb enough to fucking sit in front of a camera has been like, listen, I just don't feel safe going to the grocery store. It's like, what? Because there's a black person there? Like, you should be embarrassed to fucking admit that. You fucking freak. You goddamn creature. What the fuck are you saying? I ain't racist, but my wife sees Haitians at the grocery store and gets scared. Okay, so you're not racist, but you're fucking a racist? Like, what do you mean? Someone here is racist.
To the immigrant population. But with so many new arrivals, he says, the city needs help bolstering basic infrastructure.
We say we need help basically for translation services and safety forces. That's what we're looking at. Our hospitals need.
The funniest thing is the like mass protests against Haitians were literally started by a neo-Nazi group in Ohio. Like they marched through the streets of Springfield, Ohio multiple times now in their anti-Haitian in their anti-Haitian parades that they've done, which is hilarious. Everybody knows that like the anti-Haitian sentiment originally kick-started with the fucking Nazis.
Need reinforcement.
In the meantime,
Blood Pride is the
local
name of the group.
nonprofits like St. Vincent de Paul have stepped in. Here, people learn how to apply for jobs and how to navigate the city's computer system.
It's really important that when you file applications with immigration, that
A translator and a local lawyer help this woman with her visa application. In a building across town, Vilas Dorsonville runs a support center that helps Haitians integrate into American life. He understands why so many new arrivals into an established community can create conflict.
They have the right to express themselves because we are living in a free speech world, whether it is from the Haitian side who are trying to find jobs and opportunities, whether it is from the locals who are complaining because too many people are coming here. It's human being. We are expressing ourselves the way we feel, but at the end of the day, we have to find a way out to live together.
This mayor is complaining about not getting the resources he needs from the feds or state government. This is a resource allocation issue. How much you want to bet he wants to put all of that money in the policing? I will give you, dude, any amount of money, dude. That guy is going to literally get federal allocation and immediately dump it into fucking cops. Okay?
Help bolstering basic infrastructure.
We say we need help, basically for translation services and safety forces.
Why would you ever think that a fucking American small town mayor, especially in a place like Springfield, which is one of the most poverty stricken and one of the most crime ridden places in fucking Ohio, which is Caled, why do you think they're going to do anything different? They got there by doing this already. The only solution is more of this. Yeah, and by the way, now they're getting bomb threats. Springfield bomb threat used hateful language towards migrants, Haitians, mayor says. Springfield is a community that needs help, Mayor Rob Bruce said in an interview in the Post, adding that national leadership provide that help. It's crazy. What Springfield needs is gifted subs so that they no longer have to be fucking wrecked by the top of the hour ad break.
Who are trying to find jobs and opportunities, whether it is from the locals who are complaining because too many people are coming here. It's human being. We are expressing ourselves the way we feel, but at the end of the day, we have to find a way out to live together.
But he says many Haitians would also return home if the violence subsided. Do you hope one...
For the record, that's the other part of this story, which is that, not that like they would go back to Haiti if they could, but also that, here, I'm running the 3-minute ad break now, but also that never going to happen. Oh, you mean the violence is never going to end in Haiti? Not that they're never going to leave. What? Run an ad, you fat fuck. Okay, dude, calm down. Okay, you said every right-wing Republican conspiracy theory you could just to serve me the fucking top of the hour ad break. Calm down now. Okay, we already ran it. And you called me fat in the process, which is crazy because I have fucking, prove it wrong, idiot. Wait, I can't tell if this person is actually trying to serve an ad break or if he like also legitimately believes this. Springfield is not 60,000, it's 156,000 with a 20,000 influx added into the number. So it was 140,000, let's say, or 130,000, and now it's 150,000. That's number one. Number two, it was in a state of disrepair. Okay, show it on screen. Wait, what? Google it. I can't tell. What is this guy doing? I can't tell if he's like actually, what is he talking about? Are you unwell? But he also wants me to serve an ad break? Like what? Why can't you Google it? What the fuck? Oh, Springfield is 60,000 with a 20,000 population. Regardless, doesn't matter. It is 60,000 as of 2022. It's probably a little bit larger than that. The number is wrong. It's not 158,000. It's 58,000. Regardless, Springfield, Ohio is still one of the poorest parts of Ohio. It's 140K in the metro. Total population in 2024 of Springfield, Ohio was listed as 57,000%-ish. With 72.76% white, 17% black. Larger metropolitan area is like upwards of like the Springfield Township, I think, is larger. No, it's not. Poor Lamau. Prove it. You literally made stuff. Wait, because I want to prove how wrong you are to chat. Here it is. He won't look it up because you know she's wrong. He's sorry. What? What are you talking about? Are you okay, chatter? Springfield, Ohio has a relatively high poverty rate. As the most recent data, about 22.7% of its population lives below the poverty line. This is significantly, it speaks for itself. Dude, I don't think you understand what the data looks like because it doesn't actually prove the point you're making. I can't tell if you're like, you just wanted to dunk on Springfield or some shit. Like, Springfield poverty rate is 22.7%. Ohio poverty rate is 13.4%. National poverty rate is 11.1%. What are you okay? Also, okay, my bad, but it's still not one of the poorest or highest crime rates. I mean, where is it? I'm pretty sure Springfield has one of the higher crime rates in Ohio. And it's understandable considering that it has double the national poverty rate. Why are you so fucking confident? That doesn't make any sense. It says in total crime index, Springfield is literally number 2. It's only safer than 2% of U.S. cities in overall crime. Thanks for looking it up. I hope we all learned something. We did. We learned that I was right. And we also learned that you're a fucking idiot. Like, look at this. Prove it wrong, idiot. Show on screen. Google it. You literally just made stuff up. No, I didn't. We learned that I was actually right. Like, completely. Are you going to apologize? In what way? Dog, I said Springfield has one of the worst crime rates in the state of Ohio. I did say my bad. No, not my bad, you pussy. Be a fucking man and own up to your statements. You came in hot as fuck, said prove it wrong, idiot. Came on, said Google it, said that I made it up, and then saw the data that I was pointing to, and now you're like, oh, my bad. No, you have to say, I'm sorry that I was a fucking idiot, okay? And you call me a fat fuck, which is why I thought you were memeing. Like, I literally thought you objectively were joking. I don't think you learned anything. Like, I think you learned nothing from this. No, the chatter can't be 15. He created an account in 2010, dude. What are you talking about? Think he created an account when he was fucking first born? I'm sorry I was wrong about some of the information, but I was still right about the other stuff. What are you talking? No, you're not. You're not right about anything. I got the total population of the greater Springfield metropolitan area wrong, but that still doesn't change the equation because my argument was that Springfield was in a state of disrepair before the Haitian migrants actually moved in. That's part of the reason why the Haitian migrants moved there. That was the argument. The total number of people living there before immigrants or after immigrants doesn't change that at all. You were wrong about nothing. You were right about nothing. You were wrong about everything. I'm bigger than you, incel looking dude vibes. Are you saying I'm an incel looking dude because I said I'm bigger than you? No, he just said I'm fat. And I'm saying like that doesn't match up with the objective reality that you can see on screen. Sure, buddy. Oh God. Why is every internet debate lord like this, brother? Why? Sure, buddy. Okay, dude, you're like I don't know what to tell you. Like you're just objectively wrong. An entire stadium full of people think you're an absolute fucking dumbass and you think you like own someone and you'd rather be continuously wrong and a fucking asshole on top of that. Pick a struggle. You know what I mean? Pick a struggle. Either be right or correct yourself and not look like a fucking asshole. You can't be both wrong and a fucking asshole at the same time. I'm not a debate lord. I just heard you misrepresenting the argument and wanted to clarify. You were wrong. You admitted that you were wrong and I was right. What do you mean I was misrepresenting? Dog, you came in here hot. Holy shit, you are dumb. A small town of 60,000 people got an influx of 20K non-speaking English immigrants. You don't think the issues occur from that fact? It's also not a fucking high crime area, dumb fuck. It's followers only, chat. The only thing keeping you from pissing and shitting yourself, run an ad, you fat fuck. I thought that was a debate. Turns out he's just a fucking hater. Okay, prove it wrong, idiot. Okay, show it on screen. Google it. You literally just made up stuff because I want to prove how wrong you are to chat. No, it's not poor Lamau. He won't look it up because he knows he's wrong. It speaks for itself. Every single thing I showed you was correct. Literally every single thing. And he admitted it. Okay, my bad. But it's still not one of the poorest or highest crime rates. Also wrong. Thanks for looking it up. I hope we learned something. He pulled a Donald Trump. And he was like, oh, I was just asking for Obama's birth certificate so we can all be confident that he's actually an American. In what way? I did say my bad. I'm sorry that I was wrong about some of the information, but I was still right about the other stuff. No, you weren't. You weren't right about anything. I'm not a debate lord. I just heard you misrepresenting the argument. And I wanted to clarify. I'm not going to ban this guy. He's fucking hilarious. That's crazy. This is how American conservatives operate, okay? This is how conservatism works. You just are completely in denial. You get fucking owned. You're very confidently incorrect. And then you get owned and you turn around and you go, I was just pretending to be a person with a severe cognitive impairment. I guess you got owned in that circumstance. Anything else? It's like, no, dude, everyone thinks you're a fucking idiot. You didn't prove anything. That's sad. It's additionally sad because you have a 2010 account, which means you're probably like fucking 38 years old. You should know better by now. And one of the aspects of knowing better is like recognizing when you're in the wrong and then not trying to double down and like save face, because you're saving face to absolutely zero people. Matt, I disproved 3 things you said. You didn't disprove anything I said. Like save face because you're saving face to absolutely zero people. Matt, I disproved 3 things you said. You didn't disprove anything I said. The only thing that I got wrong was the 60,000 number. Okay? And that wasn't even wrong. Every aspect of this you just made up and then claimed I made up. It just happened. Why are you saying I disproved 3 things you said? We were there. We watched it happen. Like, your logs are right here. What is going on? You literally were so wrong that you had to recognize that you were wrong and then said, oh, well, I was actually wrong so that you can, prove your point once again and show us the data. Like, you try to do that face-saving operation that not a single person believes in here. Like, you were like, oh, well, I was wrong, but like, honestly, it was so that you can, show your work again, that type of shit. Like, as though that's a successful strategy here. You know what I mean? Just as planned, I was going to be confidently incorrect so that Hasan would show his data. Hasan, you're so dumb. It's not one of the worst areas crime-wise. It's only in the bottom 2% of the entire country. Yeah. I just want to know where he got. I want to know where he got the idea from. Like, why was he so confident in being wrong? It's also funny because we saw what Springfield, Ohio looks like. Unfortunately, it looks like many other places in this damn nation. You know what I mean? Like, ain't no point in time where you look at that situation and you go, that shit looks like, that shit looks good. Okay. He's from a certain community. I found his Twitter. Yeah, I know he's from a certain community from the way he's operating. He said, sure, buddy, after he got abysmally fucking owned. Oh my God, you're fucking gross. You're also a pedophile. Oh God, Chatter. Oh God. Come on, you've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of a little Tykes? Oh, gross. Okay, we are banning him. Never mind. Oh God, Destiny's fucking fans are so gross. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my God, holy moly, nasty ass motherfucker, average Destiny fan, dude. Holy fuck. Dumb, confidently incorrect, thinks that they're being brilliant, gets immediately destroyed in the marketplace of ideas where they think they thrive. And then as soon as you do like surface level research on like their background, you find them defending pedophilia. God damn. Gross ass motherfucker every fucking time, dude. Oh, as soon as I saw Twitch accounts is 2010. Oh no, this dude is not well. Why are you in the village? Have you been playing offline, cheater? Yes. Why are your haters always like this? Why are my haters always like this? Because I bring a certain vibe to the party that like 40-year-old debate lords, or at least the consumers of a 40-year-old debate lord's content, especially on like age of consent laws and like lowering them, they don't really like the type of content that I put out there. They don't like my advocacy, I suspect, especially on this issue, the issue that we shouldn't lower the age of consent laws. He subbed to you? Yeah, probably back in 2019 when he thought that when he thought that I was good because his intellectual daddy, who he cannot fucking breathe without, was presenting me as like a favorable person in his community. Or he might have been gifted. Did you finish the ball of death? I did, by the way. I did that off stream, but I did do that. Not you saying objectively again. Do not even get me fucking started on this shit, okay? I gotta pee real quick too. That's so funny. That was a fun little exercise of yet another one of Destiny's fucking top fans who comes in here and outs themselves as a pedophile. Great stuff. Great work, guys. Wonderful community you got there. In 10 minutes, his argument fell apart and he was proven as a weirdo pedophile sympathizer. Yep. Super smart. Never fails. See how far shutting the fuck up would get you? We wouldn't have known anything about your background. You could have just been watching quietly. You could have been watching this shit quietly, enjoying the show, you know? But no, had to fucking chirp. Had to open your stupid ass fucking mouth. Have you played since last time? No, I passed the ball area. That was the last thing I did. I passed the ball area. I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll be back. All right, it's gambling time. It's Gamba time. Gamba heads rise up. I don't know where the fuck I am technically because it's been a while since I last played this game, but I passed the ball of death and I think I'm following the fox sissy.
I brought him here. It's the destined one. Brother is not around. You can hand it over to him now. Brother will surely give up on his plan once it's returned. And then we will be a family again.
Turn around and go left to the secret area. Did I fuck up?
You dare to push your luck, but always have a way out.
Wait, fuck! Did I miss the secret area for this? Wait! No, you can do it later. Oh my god, you guys fucking suck. You scared the shit out of me.
Are you not thinking straight, Father? I brought the destined one here to save you.
I may be unwell, but I am not blind. You are not blind.
How can you say that to me? I went through flames to find the destined one for you. But you, Father, don't you see?
What if I beat the boss?
I should locked my eyes out too.
What if I beat his ass right now?
Save me from your pretense.
No, I'm asking. Don't worry, you won't. No, I'm serious.
Old horn fool. I'll see you short.
It's two phases. Second phase is wild, not gonna lie. Wait, what the fuck just happened?
You could have enjoyed a good show, but you simply lack the taste. I should have just killed you all. My guise was perfect. No one could see a single flaw in it. How did you find out then?
She needed to fake her respect for me.
Interesting. That little fox. I will find out if it's true after I hunt her down. But first, I should burn you two together and mix your ashes to honor your friendship. Entertainment.
Can I, chat? I don't know if I'll beat her, but can I fight? Can I go back even if I do beat her?
My fire point is up to blood. You don't know when to quit, do you? Let us ignite!
Wait, what the fuck? What is that?
Fun! Really fun!
Oh shit.
You thought you could defeat me, didn't you?
Wait, what? They can still see me? Fuck! Oh.
Spin a blaze!
Wait, that didn't do much damage. Oh, what the fuck? What is going on? Why is she up there, bro?
Hey!
Oh, fuck, I fucked up! Oh, why did I use this? I used this on accident, shit! Fucked up, I fucked up this boss battle. Damn. I died. We can barely hear you. Wait, is that loud? Okay, I died. It's not a problem. I fucked up in the boss battle anyway. I'm happy to have died. It wasn't. It was just phase 1 anyway. It was phase 1 anyway. There's 2 phases, I think. I want to do the... no, you're quiet? Wait, why am I quiet? Okay, I lowered the audio a little bit on the game. Maybe the game audio went up again. No, you're not. There's a checkpoint like yellow brow. Okay. Chatters. This is important. Okay, please explain this to me. Can I fight the boss? Can I fight the fucking boss and still be able to... Can I fight the boss and still be able to go to the secret area? No, yes, I did that. Yes, find out in RP, no politics stream. Oh, my shit resets in phase 2. And yes, you can go back to the secret area. Oh no, I fucking threw, dude. I straight up threw. I threw because I thought that like I was gonna die anyway. So I just like, fuck it, why not? Yes, you can. I did it, and everyone I know did it well. Everyone I know also did it, and they did it well. All right, do the gamba quick. I don't know why. Secret bosses help with final boss of every chapter. Is recommended to do the secret boss first. Okay, I'll go to the fucking secret area, chat. God damn it. All right, restart the fucking gamba for the other boss if you want. I have 12 points now because you threw. Okay, well, it is what it is. It doesn't help with the final boss at all. Is this even the final boss? Bro takes no blame. No, for chapter 5, I mean. Walk until you can go left. Is this going left? No. Is the last boss of chapter 5? I didn't realize that was the last boss of chapter 5. I want to do the secret area before I do that. Fuck, I should have just done the secret area. Is this the way? Is this the way? You literally just shirt buddy chat. Why are you running? Oh, you're doing the meme. 2016 meme, shut your ass up. How about you shut your ass up? Wait, this is the wrong way, bro. This is literally where the ball was. Why am I going to the... Isn't this the fucking way that the ball was? It is, bro. Back up, you went too far. Go left, you just passed the slope down. You ran past it. No, I didn't. Okay, maybe I did. Oh, this is the slope. Don't say Zorro, okay? I mean, I love Zorro, but like, yeah, I fucking suck. That's a boss, I bet, right? Dude, I was so focused on getting the fucking stupid ass tree. I didn't pay attention to the fucking... Oh god, that scared me. Grown man, by the way, shut up. Grown men are afraid too. I am in touch with my emotions. I am unafraid of showcasing my emotions like that. This is definitely a boss, right? Yeah, Flint Vanguard. There it is, dude. Whoa, what the heck? What the heck in pepperoni, dude? Fuck my shit up. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh, I hate these fuckers, dude. Goddamn annoying with the way that they fucking work, too. More of them. Wait, is he just spawning more? Wrong one. I hate this. This is my least favorite type of boss battle, bro. Wait, that didn't do again. Did it miss? Go, rock monster, go. How dare you, chatter? What is he doing? I'm almost done. I'm almost out. Holy shit, I'm almost out. Oh, shit. Why is he on his last leg, but he's got so much smoke left? Fuck you, dude. Holy shit. I've lost my two-step, I'll be honest. My 1-2 punch is no longer what it used to be. Like, I'm not liable for the things I say during the course of gaming. God damn it. God damn it. I'm on fire again. HasanAbi never taking accountability. I mean, I'm white. I'm a white man. Why would I ever do that? Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy for this one. Thinking that I would ever take accountability. Oh my God, you guys are annoying. So many of these little shits, dude. Wait, can I open it now? Yes. You should bring back Blammo. Blammo was never a thing that I said. I think PewDiePie said something. You said you think PewDiePie said something similar once? Okay, dude. Yeah, what the heck in pepperoni is not, I think, in the same zip code, territory, field as saying the N-word with a hard R, okay? Wait, what? I can't fight this fucking thing. I got no mana. I didn't realize. I thought it was gonna take me to the fucking boss area. I got no mana. Oh, this doesn't count, dude. That's whack as fuck. Nobody told me the fucking... Oh shit, did it work? What the fuck? Wait, what? This doesn't do much damage, does it? Where is she? Oh, she's not here. Wait, what the fuck? My fucking... Oh, wait, oh, she hit me. Oh. I can't believe I ate that! No! What is happening? Just fucking mana! Bought it! Oh, fuck! Fuck, that's crazy! I'm not gonna make it through this fight! No! No! Dude, what the fuck? How many heals do you have? Goddammit, 10! What the fuck? Do you have a problem with my heals? All of a sudden you got an issue with the heals? Nurse! Shut the fuck up! This is a long-ass boss battle for no reason. Holy shit, it's annoying. Suck me! Suck me! Suck me dry! Suck me dry, doubters! 17 million! Do you want it to count? Wait, why? You said it doesn't count? I think it counts. You motherfuckers came in. Yeah, it counts. It fucking counts. What the fuck? If I lost, it wouldn't have counted, but now that I won, it does count. You could cry all about it, doubters. You could cry about it all day, every day. No more bosses this way, is there? Do not ruin the integrity of the process. What do you mean? You knew that there was a boss there. You didn't fucking give me forewarning. This is why I don't watch gaming streams. Okay, shut up. Wait, oh shit, upgrade? Oh my god, the staff of Bazinga? This is a crazy staff, but it dramatically alters the trajectory of the crit poison character that I have been kind of cooking with so far. The last crystal is near the second two-man fight. Wait, it has useless stats. You still need to fight the 5th cart, right? Yeah, so question, what the fuck is this area? Like, is there still... Last cart leads to a secret area? A place to collect upgrades and fight mini-boss? So there is a secret area still here, you're saying? Whoa, what the fuck? What? How is he not there from that? It's like Mushlame challenges or whatever it's called. At the lava area, you fought the heads. There was a card you needed to talk to at Harsky in it. I did that already, Fluff. Fluff Productions. You need to fight the cart first and the secret area unlocks. So there's still another boss battle here, and I'm like tapped out on mana. So I should probably shrine it. Is there a shrine in this area before the boss battle? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Oh my god. Okay, thank god we did it. Needs new glasses. These are actually my old glasses. There's a rock guy by the cart guy. You need to make that weapon. Cart boss is right after the shrine. Good luck. Is this gonna be another cheeky ass boss, dude? I also think that like, I think that the current thing that I have, the current transformation that I'm using is probably not the best transformation because I don't ever end up doing the varied combo. With at least one focus point, Death Trilogy replaces Fatal Shadow, Yellow Long leaps in the air. No, it's the moving cart, and you have the bull guy helping you. The Yellow Long doesn't do any damage. It like doesn't do a lot of damage, basically. You have to counter to have focus. Is by far the second best, is how I beat the game. Yeah, I think the problem is I'm not charging my focus. And in order to charge my focus, I need to parry. And I don't parry. And a lot of people simply end up praying instead of me parrying. A lot of you are parrying on my downfall. Yin Tiger is probably the next best. I have never used the Yin Tiger one. Also, these are like rock type Pokemon. Yeah, the horse is the best in my opinion. Someone said Yin Tiger is like kind of slow. I'll try it. Light attack, onslaught, blade, raise the great iron, strike the target, build up focus with each hit as focus increase. Enemies are more easily staggered. Hold heavy attack to unleash a powerful cleave. Yin Tiger is slow until he casts Cloud Walk, then it melts. What is Cloud Walk? You can't Cloud Walk while you're in Yin Tiger mode. Okay. Oh, it's Cloud Walk as in... hold on, I gotta fucking change the settings again. So stupid. It just changes it automatically, which is really weird because this game is not even available on Xbox, but the Xbox controller auto changes on the PC every time. I don't know why. Where you fought the Flint Vanguard, there's a path you can go down and has the final card. What are you talking about? Isn't it right here? I assume the final card is right here. Xbox controller on this game is smooth as fuck. This game is smooth as fuck. I love this game, man. I'm having so much fun playing this game, and I think Chad is having fun too. Skip that. Only when you lose. Damn, his tail's on fire. I'm not having fun. Fun is for the bourgeoisie. Wait! That's crazy. I hate that. Oh my god, he's tanky as fuck. Oh. Wait, what? God damn! Oh shit, his ass is bleeding too. That's that he fucked my my luck of many up in the beginning. Oh! What? God, it's my least favorite thing that happens, dude. Wait, why can't I do the Windwalker? Oh God, dodge! No, Walker once, please! Please let me do it. Once, on accident. You can block with triangles? Oh shit. Oh, I got nothing left for this motherfucker. Oh shit, back that ass up. Back that thing for me. Back that ass up. Shake that ass for me. Hands on your knee. Oh God. Why am I singing Drake? No! I'm singing Drake! No! No, 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 no! No! That boss battle would have been dramatically different if I was able to pop that fucking pluck off in the first try. This is what happens when you fucking devolve, dude. Boss battle so hard. Boss battle so hard got me singing Drake. Read the text on screen, bro. You can deflect. Wall transformed. On the whole game not blocking. Yeah. You're right. I did do that. What of it? Deflection blacksmith. Upon full focus during transformation. Light attack, storm surge. Upon entering Windwalker state, press light attack, transform into a gust of wind, swiftly close in on your target and deliver a devastating blow, inflicting massive damage. Yeah, I think I like this. I like this spell. This is fully loaded. 3 focus bars, by the way. Block attacks is Tiger to fill focus. I thought you knew you could block, but just didn't want to. That's actually impressive. You've gotten this far without it. No, I'm a dodge demon, dude. Are you kidding me? I don't need blocking. What does maximum might do? Each talent level slightly increases maximum might. What does that do? Snow Veil, Rage Burst. Might is the transformation's health. I know, but oh, this is might decay. Okay. What difficulty are you playing on? Easy difficulty. Of course. I'm a coward. Oh no, are these little shits gonna follow me into the battle now? At least I can do this though. Half of his fucking health, dude. Oh shit. I'm gonna try something crazy here. I think this is... Wait, it doesn't do the extra bonus damage? Oh shit. Oh the fuck? That didn't do nothing. Wait, why did it? Oh! Why did he? Fuck. No, 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 no. Yes. He ate that. Nothing. Like it's nothing. Oh, shit, I ate that like it's nothing. Oh, fuck. There's not a lot of openings here. Like, I mean, I guess he doesn't have like too much range. So that's the opening. But if I'm close up, he's just like pretty fucking devastating. You know what I mean? Especially if he's like right in front of me. No, eat it. Oh, thank God. Why doesn't he fucking stagger? Oh, shit, no, no. Oh, thank God. No. Yes. Oh, bruh. That was hard. That was hard as fuck. That was a hard ass boss, dude. Straight up. Cooked me. Also, suck on that, doubters. Let's go. Where my bro at? Where my bro dog at? Hey, yo. You suck.
My king. He treated me well.
Yeah, he gave me gifted subs so I can avoid the top of the hour ad break.
I would not regret it.
Yeah.
But I failed, brother. Failing his mission is what I regret. My king must have done something reckless for that dumb boy. The truth, I wager, lies beyond that door. That cursed cart was no match for me. I went easy on it. That's all.
Dog, that card cooked you, bro.
Quite a good lad you are. But remember, don't be swayed. Stay true.
When you smoke that gas station weed, that K2, bro, it is what it is, you know? Many have been lost. Should I go back and fucking reset and then go in? Should I go back and reset and go in? Yes. Is there a boss in there? There's a shrine in there. Man, why do fucking chatters do me like this? Why? Why do chatters do me like this? Why do y'all gotta do that? Why do y'all gotta do that? Trust no one? Yeah. The only man... You missed an important item? Really? The only man in this world that I ever trusted was my father, and he fucked my mom. Turkish saying. There you go. Bro, there's chatters in here that are believers and they're still being like, go back, you have a boss that you missed. It's like, bro, you want a gamba or not? Like, how are you gonna, on the one hand, fucking gamba, and then also on the other hand, simultaneously lead me astray? Go left for frog boss? Nah, fuck the frog boss. Let's move. Let's boogie. Let's do some real shit. For this boss, you can lead it behind a wall for a secret phase. I don't want to do that. What just happened? Why is there a loading screen? Bishui Cave. Oh shit, the homies are in here. Damn, they eat the hits, bro. They're tanky. What a tank. Is that a shrine up there? No, it's just on fire. Just a lantern. Learn Chinese? I want to. And now I need to. Once Donald Trump deports me, I'm gonna need to learn Chinese anyway. I hate these guys. Oh, he's not dead. We're getting deported to China. Exiled. How are you gonna exile me to a better place though? You know what I mean? Be sweet, pussy water. That's what you think I said? Maybe that's what Bishwe. Bishwe? How do you say it? How do you say Bishwe in the name of the cave? Bishwe? Bishwe? Do you know any Mandarin at all? Not even a little bit, dude. Not even a little bit. Ooh, celestial ribbon time. Yeah, I'll buy that shit, dude. Fuck it, YOLO, why not? You should get classes from Nick Mullen. I don't think he knows how to speak Chinese. I think he just knows how to do a Chinese American accent. How's he rich in the game too? The rich keep getting richer, dog. Don't you know this? Wait, why am I not rich? What's wrong with me? No, he actually speaks Mandarin pretty well. Where's this goddamn boss, bro? Come on. How many bosses? Other way for meditation? How many bosses in this area? Okay, this is probably the boss. Like 2. First, I gotta pee. First of all, the word that sounds like the N word with a soft A just is like the way that you say in Mandarin, I'm pretty sure. You hate the cat dance emote? I think it's one of the best. How do you hate the emote? It's the best emote. In Turkish, we say shay. And in Chinese, they say the N word with a soft A. Like that's the fill-in word, the filler word. No! No way. I can't fight this fucker again.
Even uglier than me. Are you still in the haze or what, you wicked lad? Our lady asked us to guard this place, not to check another face. Kill whoever breaks in was the order.
Oh, it means that. Bottom takes top, top takes bottom. That's a hilarious name. Wait, it worked, right? Oh, it did, thank God. Where's the other one? Oh, fuck, I hate when that happens.
Leave him to me!
Can you hit them while they're not fighting?
Right! Death!
Oh, wait, I thought I dodged that. I did not dodge that.
Oh, I'm worn out.
Okay, if I keep dodging like this, I'm gonna lose this battle. Straight up. Come on. Stop swapping! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh. What do I do here? Fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, I did the wrong thing.
Quit lacing around! Get to it! Don't you come on!
Is this good enough? Oh, yeah, it is.
Kick it below the belt!
Wait, did I do it? Wait, what happened? What happened? Wait, what happened? Oh, I missed it. It's supposed to be up close. Oh, shit.
Not for long!
Okay, now y'all are being you're being sneaky. I don't like that.
Get right!
Oh.
No sweat! Quit nagging!
Oh, shit.
What
are you doing? What are you doing? Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, 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 chill.
Watch out for your slacking off!
Oh, shit. One more. Oh, God, I'm almost out of fucking not mana, fucking... Yes. Okay, one's down. Down the road. Woo, baby! me.
Just you wait.
My doubters. I wish you well. You know what I'm saying? Wait, what? What did that look like? What did that gamble look like? Let's see. Fucking wow. 50-50 even split. That's lickety split down the middle. 25 to 25 with the doubters still 25.8. Interesting to see that the doubters are fewer, but they're pumping more. They're pumping more funds into doubting, making it seem like there's an outsized community of doubt. The doubters are actually pumping the numbers up. They're big spenders, which implies, considering that I've been winning a lot, that my longest term community subs with the most points are usually the ones that are doubting, because they must have more points to lose. Interesting. Something to consider. All right, where do we go from here? Sad state of affairs, honestly. What is this area to fight in? What a silly area to fight in. Whoa, what the fuck was that camera? That was a crazy camera work. Y'all see that? Oh, shit. Where is he going? I can't even tell. Dude, damn, he's like, I got the smoke for you one by one, baby. More? If that chest doesn't have some fucking super sweet shit in it, I'm gonna be pissed, chat. Is this one of the higher skilled builds you can choose in this game? Yes. All right, you guys fucking get that guy. I'll deal with this one. How does that not have AoE there? You know what I mean? Like, how does that not have AoE? Okay, cleared this entire area. Burned my plug. Try learning the deflection here. Nah. The Bull King's Iron oh, that's a mat that I definitely needed for... And a Celestial Ribbon. Okay, you were right. That was valid. Valid. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what is this? What is happening? Oh, shit. I fell off. Can't go back up there. Do you say that to Kaya? Say what to Kaya? Dude, where is the fucking boss? The prediction has made me feel like the boss is already here. And now but considering how far I am from any discernible boss, it seems like, and also like it made me fight a bunch of like random creeps and shit for no reason. I suspect the boss is right after this, right? Are you gonna get the DLC? Bro, I haven't even finished the game yet, but considering that I've like burned this game crazy, like played all the fucking side shit, am currently doing another side quest. Is there the ice while you break open a secret little thing? Considering that I'm currently playing the side stuff, I will definitely play the DLC. Wait, what? I hate that. God damn, these balls are tanky as shit, bro. And they hit fucking hard. What the hell is he doing? Oh shit, wait, what the fuck? That's craziness right there. God, I hate it when that happens. Oh, he scared me. Do I make him break this ice wall or something? Is that what it is? That's good. I can't fight this guy. I can't fight this guy. He's gonna kill me. I mean, I can't fight him. Like, he's an evil boss. It just sucks that like he fucking cooked my cloud right off the jump. You know what I mean? Oh, he grabbed me. What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay. Wait, did that work? No! Oh, no. What? Hasan what? Why are you saying Hasan? Oh, shit. I'm dead. I fucking suck. I suck. And my eyes hurt. Why did I do this secret area? I could have just finished this stupid fucking chapter. No, I gave up. I gave up after my first, after it fucked up my, after it disrupted me doing the plug. I just gave up straight up. I'll admit it. Like, that was some loser shit right there, but I straight up did some loser shit. One of the hardest bosses? No, it's not. It's not one of the hardest bosses. It's not. Swap Tiger because you suck with it. I mean, I really do. You got a bunch of mats, go upgrade. It took me 5 hours to finish this boss. I could have killed that boss first try if I was able to. If I was able to, bro, use the parry transform is so easy and strong as fuck. I can't upgrade shit yet. I guess I could upgrade to this spike shaft staff, which sucks. I could go for the visionary centipede. Upon a successful hit with a charged heavy attack, each focus point slightly recovers health. If the enemy's in poison state, massively enhances recovery. Do you have the rock transformation? What? No, stop. Stop. We're not doing that. Did you ever try the spear? No, I never did. Wish I had like better soaks. Like, there's just so much stuff that's in this game that I have tried. There's so much, like, I've roamed around so much, and it literally, like, I've run around so goddamn much and it's done nothing. Like, I genuinely cannot find a single. I got a bunch of mine cores. Are you using the lava resistant gourd? No. I do, however, have the currently have the power that, like, gives you more protection. What am I doing? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh! I forgot that he does the fireball. You see why I get mad when I miss that cloud, like the flush? That's like a quarter of his health that is gone because he stopped my transformation. Oh shit! He would have not let me get away from that. You slow, dude. Behind him, what the fuck? Aw, non-human bosses, I hate them. Fuck. Non-human bosses are so goddamn annoying, chat. Oh shit. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Wait, no, no. Oh, did I do that again and again and again? Again and again. He's gonna kill me. I'm done. Stop fucking saying heal. If you can see the health bar, I can see it too. What the fuck is wrong with you chatters, bro? I don't understand. I was so goddamn close on that one. Oh my god. I almost second tried the boss. I almost first tried the boss. The difference between me go through that ice wall. I don't know how to go through that ice wall. I don't know why. Like, do I try to force him into the ice wall? Use thrust and rock solid? I don't have that. Fuck, the Yin Tiger one sucks. Chatters are like, bro, you fucking suck. You're not doing the things right. But it's like, I actually honestly don't know what I need to be doing better there. Like, I think the macaque was probably better. The parry one will pay off. No, dude. Bro, you fucking suck. You're not doing the things right. Wait, why is the transformation? Oh, because I changed it. Yeah, we're back to macaque Tua. The tiger is useless if you don't play it right, and I don't play it right. What? A lot of fucking mana, dude. That's craziness right there. Holy shit, that was good. Oh, I forgot that he does that. Oh, I forgot he does that too. What am I shooting at? This is 1,000 damage and it did nothing. But my cloud hit. No, I hate that. We hate that, folks. We hate that. Now I'm on on fire. It takes so long to stun him, dude. It takes so long to stun him. It's crazy. Everything is on fire. I don't know where to go, Finley. Oh shit! I thought I. No. It's over. God damn, that was tough. That was tough as hell. Holy moly, that was tough as hell. Baby? Wait, are those doubters I'm hearing?
Be born, but he never knew my struggles.
Oh, those are the doubters. Those are the doubters I'm hearing.
How can we but follow the Master's word? Rakshasi, you know it was he who made you drink from the river of childbearing.
Shut it. You shall never speak of it. The king knows why I had to drink it.
You can shut up, respectfully.
I haven't glimpsed him ever since then. He made it another reason for his absence.
Rakshasi, your husband shirks dishonor this way. He granted you this cave with his Mount Bishui beast as its sentinel. He's compromised enough for the sake of our master.
You will seal your lips on this. Our family would be doomed if anyone knew the truth behind this child.
Fear not. Master bids me aid you in secret. You and the bull. You will rear this child to manhood.
Is this the origin story of the red
boy
child?
Comes of age. Well, on that day, he will be living proof of the dark deeds of Mount Lingshan.
Baby too red, his bitch too bad. Honestly, that's a healthy ass baby. He just has he had too many red talkies. Also, as y'all know, I'm a fan of post-birth abortion, so as a Democrat, that's a red 40 ass baby. Wait, what the fuck is this? What are we doing? Is there another boss battle here? What's happening? Where the hell am I? What is this, Cerberus? What the fuck? There is an abortion river, yes. There's a Taoist basket. Moderately increases attack on all burn inflicting and chill inflicting transformations. Moderately increases burn resistance. Oh god. Bishui beast staff. 105 attack, 10%. So, oh my god. 105 attack. Shit. My crit chances go down, but is this good? Bishui? Bishui! Just got here. Don't know if you knew there was a secret room if you let the fire Bishui beast. There was a secret room if you let the fire Bishui beast destroy the wall. I heard, but I never got to it. Bull governor. I have to swap my armor though. And this is the best armor. They talking about you on CNN, bro? Wait, really? Someone clip it. I have to fight this thing now? Oh, it's the toad. Wait, hold on. Fuck this toad. Oh, I want to go back to that old room. You just got to shout out on CNN, lol. Wait, what? It's not letting me go there? No. Oh, it is. Thank God. You can't go back. Why are chatters so fucking so self-assured in their wrong behavior? What is this? You and Jason talking about money? Most of the comments are positive. Hell yeah. Love that. Just keep going through the ice wall, walk all the way. There's a shrine and an awakening worm next to it. I'm convinced the only person who knows what's going on in this game is Oliver, and every other chatter's trying to bait. Even if they know what's going on, I think they just like give false information because they think it's funny or something. I don't know. Got the awakened wine worm. This is where they were having the baby talk, no? The baby talk? Or I guess this area is done, right? I literally guided you to the dead cart, shaking my head. Wait, what the fuck? Is this more? There's more of this area? I don't remember this. Nothing else here. It's a loop. Okay. All right. It's time for the fucking last boss, chat. There was something with like a 2. There was something I wanted to advance. It was in the back of my mind, but it's a double one, so I didn't do it before. And I can't remember what it was. What was it? Go to the Pagoda to try secret ending. What? Go to chapter 3 for true ending. Good one. I heard you missed the legendary sex scene. You all did. Okay. Just beware, the second phase are like 2x harder than the first, in my opinion. He does roids damage. Yeah, well, You all also missed the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. It's coming right now. Great Pagoda, not a joke. That's not a joke. I don't know where that is, and I don't know how to do that. Is this worth it? I can't tell. Ooh, new armor. What the fuck? Okay. What? I gotta do this one, right? We gotta do this one, right? Hey, yo. Don't waste the ribbons. Bro, do you think this is a waste? What are you talking about? Is 80 defense. This is like late game armor. You can't make the whole set till new game plus. Wait, really? So I'm wasting it? Upon taking damage, temporarily grants moderate defense, disables perfect dodges, but grants tenacity when health is below half. I mean, I don't need I don't need its quadruple status anyway. This one has a unique effect. This one doesn't. This doesn't have a unique effect, but it has chill resistance and burn resistance. So I'm thinking maybe I do arms, but god damn, this is 160 in comparison to fucking 86. My best defense right now is 86. This would automatically upgrade me so much. Grants moderate focus upon taking damage. If destined one is under the effect of tenacity, grants more focus. Tenacity. Oh, here's your CNN shout out.
DNC were out in the whole story on Sunday with and you mentioned the creators at the DNC were actually hanging out in the whole story on Sunday with Hassan Piker, who is one of the biggest Twitch streamers, video game streaming platform for people who don't know what Twitch is, but it is where a lot of political discussion is happening. It's where a lot of Gen Z is getting their political discussion. And what we're focusing on in this documentary, this hour
Why is she looking at him like that? Uh-oh.
on Sunday, is we're really looking at disillusioned, young, white American men who spend most of their waking hours online and who believe that America's left them behind. And and you mentioned the creators at the DNC were actually hanging out in the whole story on Sunday with Hassan Piker, who is one of the biggest Twitch streamers.
No. Oh no. I'm a little worried, dude. I'm a little worried. I'm actually kind of scared because like I'm worried that, I mean, I love Donnie. I'm just worried about like I'm legitimately scared that like there are a lot of anchors at CNN who just hate my ass. Ban Jones, bad to be Ban Jones, you from ever being mentioned again. It's kind of funny because I've never actually said a mean thing about her ever. Like out of the panelists there, like I've never actually said anything mean about her.
Don't know what Twitch is, but it is where a lot of political discussion is happening. It's where a lot of Gen Z is getting their political discussion. And what we're focusing on in this documentary, this hour on Sunday, is we're really looking at disillusioned, young, white American men who spend most of their waking hours online.
I'm just overthinking it. I'm probably just overthinking it.
And it's everybody's fault but theirs.
And there's such an interesting crossover ideologically now with people in conspiracy land. That's happening all over the place. Watch Donnie's Hour Sunday night at
8 p.m. Eastern. Let's say that. And you mentioned the creators at the DNC.
I think you did. You call her a Zionist for how she treated the pro-Palestinian valedictorian. Oh, true. I mean, but I don't know why people will get mad at being called a Zionist. It's a good thing, right? If you love Israel. She called you a conspiracy theorist? No, Donnie, like, you guys were there. You guys were there when the sausage was being made, okay? You saw it. I literally talked to, first of all, I love Donnie. I trust Donnie. In the video, they basically, in the video, they go and talk to a lot of like, like MAGA communists and shit, right? They go and talk to a bunch of MAGA communists, and I'm basically like a counter to that. Like they presented me as like a person who runs counter to like people who are spreading misinformation. You did the helmet and chest piece for the max defense. I feel like, is the helmet and chest piece better for defense? Because I feel like the bracers are better, right? I'm not gonna lie, like the helmet looks sick and I kind of want it because of the passive, like the unique effect. But if I'm being real, I feel like the bracers are probably better overall. Upgrade pilgrim set. No, I'm gonna do that. Don't worry. Bracers, body, and greaves for max. Well, I can't do 3. I need to do 2 pieces only. In one game, you can only do, I guess, you can't do all the pieces. Oh, wait, you can do, yeah, it takes 2. Except for the bracers and the greaves. I guess I could do bracers, greaves, and the fucking helmet. Yeah. Or I can do bracers, greaves, and the helmet, bracers, greaves, or the chest piece, or I do helmet and helmet and the chest piece. We get a full set endgame armor before the final boss. Don't have to worry about it too much. Just the helmet and no clothes is meta. I mean, the helmet is sick. That's why I kind of want to get the helmet. Helmet and chest, max. Dude, the fucking chest piece is too sick too. I'm doing it. Fuck it. I did it. I went maximum D. All right, where do we go now for the end? The helmet is satanic. Also, ribbons are a finite resource. Heads up. No, I know. Wait, you don't have enough for the full set? No, they want you to play. I think there's a couple things in this game that you have to play the game again to be able to finish. That's okay. We're officially something different now. I'm a demon now. All right, let's do the red boy. So red boy is supposed to be a what do you call it? A 2-part, right? Or he's just the final boss?
Then you have me first.
Oh, I forgot this part. This is annoying. I wasted this.
One failed to the prison with, and you're just a nobody. Cow!
Come on. Oh, I wasted it. Come on. Oh shit. So, I didn't even heal, but what resets? I used too much mana, didn't I? I think I used too much mana, but you said it reset, so I thought maybe it reset my mana too.
Wherever you go,
but I was wrong, I think.
Leave behind a ruined family. His son is defeated, but not afraid. He'll rise again soon.
Red boy, more like dead boy. It's fine though, it starts me off in part 2 now.
Since it came into my possession, I've kept it in my stomach, hidden from all. Fears have grown in me. Fear of war. Fear of death. Fear of my wife. Fear of my son. That is why I dare not consume it, let alone give it back to him.
It's not a kidney stone, it's a gallstone.
Destined, deprived, it's all the same. Don't ever believe you are your choices, causes and effects, not what you're.
It's a tonsil stone.
Thanks to this false death talisman. Poor keeper. Seems his legacy was his only offer after all.
Yo, you can't yoink my shit. That's my tonsil stone. Yo, she just ate my tonsil stone, demon bitch. You fucking asshole. That's crazy. Do I gotta beat it off of her? Do I gotta beat it out of her now? Peak incoming. What the hell is this? Jubaje? Beat it out of him, sorry. What the fuck is this thing? How hard is this boss? What do I have to look out for? Believers, help me. Oh, that sucks. Top 5, Satan himself.
No wonder not a single raindrop was fanned. It was your trick the whole time. My bad, old bull. I was a bit delayed. You little rascal. I'll teach you a lesson on your parents' behalf.
Life's core. When springs existence,
It reset everything.
Graceless.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, yo. Oh, shit. Oh, I still have the poison build. What am I doing? Oh, I guess I still have the weapon for poison build.
What all day they're dwelling in my Quindinto.
Whoa! That's a double hit. Okay.
Useless. Hopeless.
Oh, did I die? Oh, I didn't die. Oh, I could have Wukonged here. God damn, he fucking hits like a truck. I fucked this up big time.
Ordained their dwelling in my mother's womb. Ordained their dwelling in my mother's womb. Blood and flesh to compose my life's bloom. Right!
One more? No. Bro, that little bitch ass baby. I was there when you were born, dumbass. I saw it. I saw it with my own damn eyes, dude. That move's gonna kill you a lot. Range is unparalleled. You're mad greedy. You froze him. I don't think that was wrong. I think we need to shift some other shit around. Now that I'm not using the poison resistance weapon, I'm just like killing myself for no reason. It might be better to go to this. Wait, I don't even have this. What am I talking about? The B staff, right? What are we thinking? Are we thinking this is the move here? Or the mythical one? No, the mythical one is not good because that only increases attack and it's for pillars. It's for pillar stance. Samadhi fire staff? I don't have that. I have staff of blazing karma. Is it off of the spike shaft? Is that pillar stance is good? You're missing the one boss for the Samadhi fire staff. I don't think I'm going to do the Samadhi fire staff anyway because it gives you good burn resistance and it gives you defense, but I like playing crit. B staff is worth next chapter. You get the best staff. You mean the fire staff is the best for your armor? You mean you mean this one? Staff of blazing karma. Visionary centipede. Yes, I did the side quest to get the lightning staff, but I don't use pillar. I'm on chapter 5 new game plus. Pillar stance is ass, bro. Mods, please ban the pillar staff chatters. I have no idea what this like upgrades to, but I don't want to use gold tree cores for it. It takes 3 playthroughs to unlock everything. Okay, I don't want to do 3 playthroughs. Swap out your other armor pieces too. I think that's the best armor I have anyway. The ones I have, unless I craft something different, you know what I mean? Because right now I have the best. Yeah, like I can't get the Bull King bracers, and the ones I'm wearing are 35 anyway. They're the best armors they're the best armor I have on. Yeah, there's nothing better than the ones I have on right now. See? The ones I have are 52. The only thing better is the Bull King Greaves, but I don't have that. If you're a crit player, you should go for the crit armor with the spirit bonus. Which one is that? I gotta change my pot now. Does he do burn damage in this second phase? No, right? No burn. No, phase 1 is over. It's just going directly to phase 2 now, I think. Bro still ain't finished the game. Use the B one that gives you a chance not to consume. No, I think the cloud step is what I'm gonna use. Use Yin Tiger according to Reddit? No. Reddit. Oh, Reddit said it. Macau's fine. Macaque has been helping me. My penis. Just waiting there.
Whoa, what the fuck is this? What all day I've been doing in my mind. What all day in my mother's womb. Wait! Oh shit.
Wait, what the fuck?
Son WUKONG, fear to slide.
Oh, wait, what? Oh my god, I didn't even look at my health. Ow, 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 ow. It's over. This boss is easy as fuck. Ow, ow, ow. I wasn't even looking at my health. Oh my god, I squeezed my ab too much. Oh no. Ow, 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 ow. Owies, owies. I did a no heal run, bro. You see that shit? Swap the needle. Swap to needle? You think needle's better? Not doing fire damage anyway. I might as well use needle is good because it gives crit. True. Cheruski. Getting them old man cramps. How'd you suffer a gaming injury? Bro, that's how you know I'm a fucking real gamer. What are you talking about? Too many haters on now. The odds are trash. Let him hate. Let him hate.
Let's go.
Whoa, what the fuck? He's on big motor.
What all day there dwelling in my mind.
Where are you going? What the fuck? Where's he going? Oh, I did the wrong down step.
My vengeance! The Buddha said my wish, my core. In spring's existence, I am pure.
Oh, I hit it. Okay, good.
In my mother's womb. Blood and flesh don't compose my life's bloom.
Ah, shit, he got me on the last one. Come on, bitch. Get back here. Oh, shit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill. Damn, he hits hard, bro. No! Each talent level slightly increases thunder damage, invincibility duration, iframes, Laura. This is literally iframes when seeing through the enemy. Each talent level moderately increases defense, cooldown of all alteration spells. Why are chatters just like lying? Why are they lying? Why are they being Weasley little liars? Each talent level moderately increases critical hit damage. Should I put it into defense here? There's no crit chance here. None of this increases crit chance. But this one is pretty good. Like, the first page has crit chance. No, I know, but like, it's not defense you need it. I mean, this battle, I definitely need it. I gotta pee. You gotta try to save a cloud step. You're doing good, but you get too excited when you need a heal at the end and he fucks you there. True. Hold on, I gotta pee. Ugh. Kai is here.
Like you could do it alone.
Hopeless. Uh-oh.
Shall quake.
Oh. Oh shit, I thought I got that one, but I guess not. Wait, oh fuck, I don't have enough. I didn't do enough damage this time.
One incompetence. Row! Yes. What ordained victory in my mother's womb? Blood and flesh don't compose my waste. Priceless! Merciless!
What?
Your blood! Fuel! My vengeance!
Oh fuck. Okay.
What
Not bad.
ordained in my mother's womb?
No! No!
Blood and flesh don't compose bloom.
No! What the fuck is that, dude? Oh shit! I thought I got it. That one hits. No! 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 God damn it! It's fucking good. It's a good battle. It's a fun battle. Oh, I just need more mana. I know. I need more mana. It's a good fight. Panic Roll's going crazy. Yeah, I haven't downloaded his shit. I mean, I do pretty well with the rolls too. Let's be real, okay? You need to back off. I lost so many points. No, this is one of those boss battles that if you back off, he's just gonna cook you from afar too.
No, you won't do it alone. Dwelling in my mother's womb.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I can't. Oh, I did immobilize.
Flesh shall quake.
No! Ay. I thought I didn't immobilize him, but I did, and then he still fucked me. Ay. Okay, I'm done for tonight. I'm tired, dude. It's fucking 8:40. I've been live for 9 hours and 30 minutes. I'm sorry, chatters. To all the lovers and the haters and the doubters, you know, I gotta be done. It's too much. Pussy, shut up, bitch. I've fucking streamed for, dude, I've done 9 hours and 30 minutes today. What the fuck do you mean, pussy? You do anything, no matter how fun it is, for 9 hours and 30 minutes, you're gonna hate it by the end of it. Okay, I'm tired. Like, I wanna eat dinner. You know, I wanna pet my dog. I wanna live my goddamn life. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. I'm already taking my freaking jewelry off and shit. Holy moly. Take the weekend off? Oh, tomorrow's Friday. It's Friday, Dan. Anyway, like when I take my bra off at the end of the day, that's what I'm doing. I'm taking my bra off too. Titties out. Anyway, love you all. See you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Peace.
There is again a sudden streaming, a sudden streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.